CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show. So our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Murphy, Alan Huffman, Amigos Retro Gaming, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donaghy, Brian Wiesler, Karen Anscombe, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Rick Euling, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom S., Tim Lindner, Tom Heron, and Tony C. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to CoCoTALK, episode 220. We've got special guests, we've got new segments, we've got game on challenges and results, and we've got Nick Marotta. CoCoTALK
is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We are here. The panel is assembled. The audience is piling in. Protein Thread is out there. Mark Bosley, Kevin Holloway, Sixy, Nick Marotta, Alan Huffman, and David Lord so far are all out there. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here. We have all kinds of stuff going on today. Todd Knudsen. Todd Knudsen, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but hello and happy Saturday to you, Todd. We've got a panel, we've got guests, we've got segments, we've got special guests, we've got new segments, we've got all kinds of stuff going on here today. And then there's always Nick Marotta. So a little something for everybody, keeping everybody happy. On the panel, we have our assembler of the 6809, Mr. George J. is here. Thank you for being here, George.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I've already said his name twice, so here comes the thrice. Hello, Nick Marotta.
Hello, Stevie.
Good to see you. The hair is looking fabulously luxurious.
Thank you, thank you.
Mark Bosley's in the house, our backup streamer and engineer.
Hello.
Hardware guru, solderer of sockets and circuits galore. From the Great White North, Canada, L. Curtis Boyle's here. How's it going, E?
Hello, everyone.
All right, there you have it. And legendary game designer, legend is on his own mind, Rick Adams is here.
Hello, Steve Arino.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
And we have not one but two Ricks, because Rick Euland's here too. How you doing, Rick?
Greetings and salutations.
And right back at you. And a guy who's always looking well-groomed and very masculine at all times, Ron Delvo's in the house.
Hi, everybody. It's morning still here.
Oh, okay. Well, good morning to you in Arizona. Yep. And David Lord says, my hair is luxurious if only I could locate where it all went. Oh, yes. All right. And The person who takes live streaming literally, Grant Leety, is here. Hello, Grant.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? And yes, I have lost my hair.
All right. That's not all you've lost. You've lost your credibility, your integrity, and we've lost all respect for you. But yeah, okay. Grant's here. Now, we love you, Grant. You know him. You love him. It's Grant Leety. Whenever he starts hosting again, the ratings will go through the roof, as always. And the guy, the inventor of the switcheroo and the kookaburra and all kinds of other fine quality fake Australian products, Jason, the Coco Man Reichert, is here.
Why, hello, everyone. Are we excited? Woo!
And speaking of fake Australian products, we've got none other than the Thunder from Down Under, Nick Marentes. Hello, Nick.
Oh, hey, everyone. I'm the original fake.
Tom Eric Gunderson has joined us. Hello, Tom. Hello, Kevin Holloway. Hello, David Lord. Alrighty. Well, we do have a special guest who is not here just yet, so our guest will get here soon. I believe they're in the green room right now having some of the fruit salad and other complimentary accoutrements that we do offer all of our guests.
I sure hope he doesn't get food poisoning
on this
He's
program.
doing the pre-interview with one of our production assistants.
Yes. My producer in the booth is telling me that the guest will join us at some time during this program. So without any further ado, then, we'll get into Nick Marotta's favorite part of the program. This is where we get into the Game On challenge and results. And I believe we have a brand new Samuel Gimes segment. No, can't guarantee there will be a song parody, but it's new. It may or may not be game related. I don't know, but we'll find out. So we're going to start off with the latest CoCo thoughts. We'll come back for the reactions to that, and then we'll see who played this week and how it all went. There we go. Mr. Gimes. Cue Samuel Gimes.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. And I think it's gonna take a long, long time to bring these bags of gold out of the mine and put them in my wheelbarrow. Oh, I'm the Baggett Man. Baggett Man. Carrying all these bags of gold. And I think it's gonna take a long, long time. And I think it's gonna take a long, long time.
Oh my goodness, Samuel Gimes! Wow, I know what song that was. I don't even have to ask.
Samuel Elton Gimes.
Samuel Elton Gimes. That was good.
There's our copyright strike.
It's going to take a long, long time to unhear that.
It's definitely going to take a long, long time for Ron Del Vote to get that out of his head.
You know what, Ron? They make those things that you take to the gun firing range. They're like these little things you put in your ears. You should put those on before we start this segment, just to prevent.
I don't think it would help. There's a visual aspect.
Well, that was just the game. Oh, so Karen says that Kate Bush did it better. And Scott Cooper's out there saying, hello, fellow coconuts. Hello, Scott Cooper. All right, are we ready for the results of this week's Game On Challenge to see who played Baggett Man? Nick Marotta, you ready?
I am.
All right, let's see how it goes.
High Score Challenge
with Nick Marotta.
All right, welcome to another week of results. This week we played Baggett Man with 13 scores submitted. Bob and Coco, 1,290. Gary M, 7,170. Mr. Dave, 14,680. Sabhead, 15,190. Pedro Pena, 19,190. Tom C, 20,380. Jim Rye, 25,750. L. Curtis Boyle, 30,650. Me, 42,320. Canadian Retro Things, 46,490. David Craker, 50,280. Buck Owen, 69,490. And the number one score this week belongs to Tasman with 83,920. Way to go. Thank you to all this week's participants.
All right, there we go. Tasman. That's that 2 weeks in a row now. Tasman is taking over Buck Owens' #1 spot now. Whenever you see Buck Owens
in the somewhere in the top 10, but not as number 1, you have to wonder, right? So good job, Tasman. James Jones says that we will now refer to him as Sir Elton Gimes. So, Mr. Gimes. And our special guest has arrived, which we'll get to in hopefully shortly. Thank you for joining us, Marcus, and take it away, Nick.
All right, thank you. So, yes, okay, so once again, we have video gameplay provided to us by Canadian Retro Things. Thank you for... oh, I don't need the sound. Yeah, so thank you. Check out Canadian Retro Things channel for retro content, CoCo, and other platforms. So thanks again, Ken. So yeah, we had Tasman who got the #1 score this week again. He got quite a bit higher than the other ones, except for Buck Owens. He was pretty good too. But yeah, so Tasman he submitted a post in the Game On channel to talk about a little bit how he did it. And his strategy was to bring the wheelbarrow to the 3rd board and then drop all the bags down ladders and use their carts to get from the 1st and 2nd screens to the 3rd screen, the mine carts that go back and forth. And that's how he got his score. And Buck Owens got his score by basically just dropping money bags on the cops over and over until his time ran out. He did pretty good with that strategy, actually. He was not too far behind Tasman's score. So,
and I think he was time limited this week too, so that was a pretty good strategy to get the score up.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see that blue bag, as you guys were saying, it's really heavy, right? So
yeah. So I don't know if Canadian Retro Things was aware, but this is actually a clone of an arcade game called Bagman.
Yep.
And which I fired up on MAME briefly just to see what it was like, and yeah, it was pretty cool. They had the one thing it had that this of course didn't have is the music playing all the time.
Oh.
And then when your guy gets hit, he go oi 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 oh 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 or oi 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 or something like that. It's pretty funny.
Oh, like a digitized sound.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's too bad we couldn't do something like that, but that's the CoCo.
We could have, but he probably would have needed to make this a 64K game, and at the time this came out, I don't think 64K was that common yet.
Yeah, that's true, because we do have digitized sound in other games. So
yeah, something simple like that.
One that comes to mind is Fury by Computer Shark.
Yeah.
Or Welcome Aboard, Captain.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was just thinking of bad digitized sound. So yeah, Sailor Man actually.
Right. Get ready, get set.
Yeah, we gotcha. Yeah.
So was the goal just to get the bag in the wheelbarrow?
Yeah, and the faster you do it, the more bonus you get. And the blue bag is worth a lot of points. I believe CRT gets the blue bag. I don't know if we'll get to it or not, but
yeah. And you can kill your opponents in a multitude of ways. You can take the pickaxe and hammer them with that. Of course, it disappears as soon as you kill them. You can drop bags on them. If you position the wheelbarrow over a ladder and they're coming up and they hit their head on the wheelbarrow, they'll fall down too. So that's another strategy.
I picked up that tip from your site. That's actually one that does not work in the arcade game. The arcade game does not let you leave the wheelbarrow on a ladder, which is too bad. That was a good strategy.
Can you put the wheelbarrow on the elevator and change where the wheelbarrow is?
No, it doesn't follow the elevator.
Okay. So like right now, the elevator is not even coming up because the wheelbarrow's in the way.
No, it'll come up. It's just if you leave it over,
it's on a timer. Okay.
If you leave it over the gap, it's not going to follow the elevator down.
Okay, gotcha.
So.
Yeah, the jumping into cars, I mean, it takes a bit of timing to get it right so you don't fall and just get killed or something like that. But that's really cool because you can zip past, they can't hit you, and warp between screens much faster than you could do normally. It's a good escape route plan too.
So that's what Tasman did for his strategy. He used the carts a lot.
And I think he mentioned, because I have gotten wrapped it once before, way back. I didn't even come close this time. But I just seem to recall that from what he said, basically it gets added people coming after you once you've gathered all the bags of gold on the 3 screens, and then once you complete that and you go to level 2, basically that it adds more opponents for you to have to deal with.
I don't remember because actually I did wrap it. My score doesn't reflect that, but I did actually wrap it. I died a couple times.
When you say wrapping it, you're talking about you completed all.
Yeah.
You completed
all. You get all the gold from all 3 screens into the wheelbarrow, and then it kind of comes back.
It starts over. Okay. Gotcha.
The only reason I wrapped it is when you die holding a bag of gold, that bag of gold is gone. So I died with the blue bag. So I didn't have to get that one. But
yeah, I see what he's doing here. Yeah.
Yeah, this is CRT playing.
He cleared the far right one. Now he's back into the middle, and then he's going to go over to the left, I guess. So, yeah, different strategies. Way of doing it.
Yeah, he did pretty well on this go round.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is pretty close to the arcade. I mean, the arcade didn't have the smoothest animations either, to be honest.
No.
So actually, he did a pretty decent job on duplicating it here. It's a pretty decent clone, actually.
Who was the author of this game?
It's from Aardvark. I'm trying to remember. This was one of Dave Edson's, or was one of the other guys? I don't even remember. Do I have that on my site?
Was the name in the credits? I was wondering, like, when you start the game, is it in the title screen or anything? No.
I think this is an author you must have had contact with, Curtis? Because I think this game's available on your site. I think.
Yeah, I'll have to check because I can't. Like, I got permission from several of the authors at Aardvark, and I just can't remember which one did this one.
Okay. Good.
This is a tough game. The arcade version and this version are both pretty difficult.
You have to wonder if it was inspired from something like a Donkey Kong or Space Panic.
I think this predates Donkey Kong.
Really? Because it kind of reminds me of things like your Miner 49ers and things like that, or was it called Miner 2049 or whatever it was. It's got certain elements that you've seen in a handful of games. It is a pretty unique implementation of a kind of ladders type game.
I'm just looking it up on Clog right now. Oh no, I guess it came out in '82. So Donkey Kong came out in what, '81?
'81, yeah.
We have a question.
And then there was a sequel, Super Bagman, came out in '84. I haven't played that one.
Oh, I've never seen that one.
Bagman 2.
We have a question we have a question. We have a question in chat. Are the graphics written directly to RAM? I believe the answer is yes, right?
Yeah, pretty well. Every CoCo game works that way because we don't have a sprite chip or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, on a CoCo, everything's written to RAM.
It's all bitmap, baby.
Bagman 2, paper or plastic?
Yeah, it's this guy running around with his credit card trying to raid ATMs. I haven't seen it all. I have no idea.
Another thing, I think it was Tasman suggested, is you can stand off the edge where the elevator is, and the bad guy can't get you.
You must have to stand really off the edge, because I tried that a couple brief times, and I just got killed every time they came near me. So it must be is it a pixel perfect thing, like a European game?
I don't know, probably.
Drop it on. Oh, he missed the drop it on his head opportunity there just by a millisecond.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it looks like I remember playing it back in the day. I didn't have time to play it this week, but yeah, I remember this being kind of fun. I think I probably saw this one first before I saw the arcade version. But I know in MAME there is a French version of this too. So you see Bagman is another one that's like Les Bagnard or something like that when you look at the ROM list in MAME and stuff.
This is Buck Owens playing. I don't know if this is one where here's where he drops the bags on the
2-on-1.
Over and over.
So he's just is there a timer on this?
There is.
Yeah, the bonus timer.
But then once you if it runs out of time, does the game end or?
Well, I think you die, don't you?
You lose a life.
Oh, you lose a life. Okay.
And every time
if you time it like he's doing, where you get the bags, you keep killing them until you've got like a couple hundred bonus left, because it goes down by 100 at a time. Then you just go drop a bag in the wheelbarrow, and that restarts the timer at 4,000 again.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, this game, from what I remember, it wasn't hugely popular in the arcades. It wasn't a total flop or anything, but because I think there was some official arcade ports for some other 8-bit systems. But
yeah, I think someone said it was a VIC-20 version.
Yeah, and somebody in chat had mentioned Protean Thread mentioned there's at the very least a clone for it for the Atari 8-bits as well.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a pretty unique game. One nice thing about it, a lot of these games that had the you jump to a different screen, if you jump back, it would basically freeze everything there on the previous screen, and then when you come back, everything's exactly where you left it off. That's not the case here. The guys keep moving because they travel between the screens,
right?
Trying to take the
so
route
it's a little bit. It's a little bit more of a dynamic.
So sometimes you have to run to another screen, peek, and go, "Oh, that's not the right route. There's a guy right there," and then run back and take ladders and go somewhere else. That makes it a bit more interesting, I think, than a straight freeze.
This is so funny. It's just watching him just
spamming the guys over and over.
Yeah.
That might even be more satisfying. I'll have to try that strategy.
Honestly, yeah, it's good quality entertainment to watch.
It's like Home Alone.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's true. All he needs now is a waff iron. Yeah, that's pretty satisfying. I like that. I mean, I did drop it on a few in my score too, but I didn't think about using that as strategy to pump the score up.
Right.
What points you get for that? I didn't notice.
Is it based on the bonus timer, or is it just raw? I can't remember.
Oh, he's almost dead. Oh, there you go. You put a barrel, put a bag in.
So a couple of different strategies. One is to put the wheelbarrow in a place where it makes sense to load everything. And the other one is just milk the guards for drop points.
Oh, Tasman says when you stand over the edge, you're almost in midair. So yeah, you pretty much have to be like 1 pixel on the ground, I guess.
Now, the pickaxe that you use as a weapon, does it have any like durability rating? If you use it too many times, does it go away, or is it just always there?
As soon as you actually hit something, it's gone. Unless you're digging out the blue gold bag, you have to punch that wall through. So
yeah.
So if you use it on a guard, it's a one shot.
Yeah.
But you can pick it up and put it down before you use it. So if you want to move it somewhere else, you can do that.
Yeah, if you have a more convenient place to keep it around.
Unlike the hammer in, say, Donkey Kong, that one.
Yeah.
This one you can pick up and put down again.
And that was a strategy. Like, I didn't get a chance to play it too much because I've been busy preparing for the Dragon special, which we'll get into later. But I used that strategy back then where I'd move both the bags, all right to the edges near where I get one ladder, so I could get the wheelbarrow over there and literally grab them all fairly quickly instead of them being all spread out. So I wouldn't be trying to put them into the wheelbarrow all in a row, as soon as I get them type thing. I would
just try to make one big pile that you can then.
Yeah, and I'd throw one once in a while when the bonus timer is getting too low and I don't want to dive, waiting for it. But I wouldn't be just concentrating on get one, get up to the wheelbarrow, put it in, and I continue like that, but to actually gather them up so it was a little bit easier. Plus, then you could lure all the guards or the miners, whatever they're called, in your way, because they kind of try to follow a route, get closest to you, so you can actually lure them down different side passages, and you can eventually lure them so they have a tremendous amount of travel to get to where you're going, and you can kind of strategize that way.
See, Buck Owens just made that guy fall off the edge by hanging out on that ladder, and so the guy tried to. So yeah, you can manipulate the way they go.
Yeah, you can. Like I said, I used to be pretty good at this back in the day, but I just didn't have time this week, and Nick knows exactly why, because it's been a rather hectic email week with the Dragon special coming up. Holy cow!
Yeah,
the turnout for that is actually much greater than I was expecting, and we're doing a crossover too. We might as well mention that as a kind of a preview too. We're going to be having a Dragon game, possibly 2, for a Game On challenge. We'll be announcing the week before the special, and then Nick will be announcing that once we get to it, and once the voting's finished. And we'll have a kind of a Dragon game special as part of the show as well.
Yeah, we've been dragging our feet on having a Dragon special for quite some time now. I'm glad that we're finally getting that going.
We seem to be making up for lost time because we've had over 15 people volunteer on it already. So
cool.
All right.
So
thank you to CRT and to Buck Owens for your videos this week.
Congratulations, Tasman, on your phenomenal score.
And I will now unveil next week's game if you are ready.
The suspense is killing me.
What category does this fall under? CoCo 3 original, or what would we call this?
CoCo 2 port clone.
CoCo 2 clone. Is it Dolly the sheep?
No.
Oh, okay.
Spectaculator.
Anybody recognize this?
Galax Attacks version 2.
Galax Attacks.
Galax Attacks. It very much looks like a Galaxian spaceship down there.
Galaxian clone, that's right.
That's why it's version 2, because the original Galax Attacks had totally different shapes that weren't like the arcade. The original 1982 version.
Even has the little flag counters up there for your waves.
Yep.
Cool.
So that's our
and it's
game.
fast. Like if you're used to playing Galaxian in the arcade, which is a fairly slow game going back and forth, this is on turbo.
Okay. Speaking of on turbo, would this run in the high-speed poke by any chance?
I suppose you
Yes,
could.
it does, and boy, does it motor then. I haven't tried it on the Gimme X yet. That would be impossible.
So it's not frame locked, you could potentially run it at twice the speed, and
you don't want to. It's fast enough as it is. You can cross the entire bottom of the screen. Like if you remember Galaxian, it probably takes you about 3-5 seconds. You can do it on Galax Attacks probably in about 0.75 seconds.
Wow. So is there a slow speed poke? Convoy and diving. Okay, so
there's the original shapes. That's the original graphics that came with it.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And then it was patched later to look more like the arcade. There you go, the arcade ones, yeah.
I grabbed these off your site as usual.
Karen's asking if there's any difference in gameplay between the two versions.
Not that I'm aware of. I think it's just the shapes that were changed.
Okay,
I don't recall any.
Some
nice
cosmetic.
16K game, joystick required. Have fun.
The old version may have made it onto the Dragon.
Okay.
Yeah, quite possible. I mean, this was one of Spectral's earlier ones. I mean, this was advertised in '82, early '82, I think, in Rainbow. So it was one of the early ports, and one of the earlier Artifact games too.
Oh, cool.
I love how, these words, not only do they rhyme, but they have the exact same number of levers, so they make a great symmetrical title screen. They're Galax Attacks.
Yep.
Sounds pretty decent in the game too. You have a moving starfield, and it's a pretty decent 16K game. Which, I mean, at that time, that was the most popular size of the CoCo. 32K had just been announced. 64K had not been announced, and Tandy wouldn't be for another year after this came out.
All right, so that's our game for this week. So thank you, Stevie. Thank you, CRT and Buck Owens, and to everybody who participated this week. And we'll see you next week.
Far out. All right. Well, I believe we do have our special guest has made it here. Hello, Markus.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you for joining us.
Camera's gonna turn on. There we go.
Yeah, we see you. I'm gonna spotlight you.
Oh, great.
No.
I'm fresh from rummaging downstairs and.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right, no pressure. But you this is your life at this point. So, yeah. And I don't know if you want to.
Well, how fitting that the time was all a little bit topsy-turvy here. I got a strange, in retrospect, strange message from Curtis. Are you joining the show? I'm like,
yeah, sorry about that. I mentioned when I first set this up that it was 1 p.m. Eastern, but when I texted you earlier the week just to remind you, I totally forgot to add that on, so that's my fault.
We're here. I'm here. It's
well,
great.
we're glad to have you.
I've sat in on the other channels before. I've never been on the Zoom. I should have realized something was off with 1 p.m. But my weekends are kind of a zone out moment for me. So,
Now I have to ask you your background there. I mean, I think I recognize the Saskatoon, but is that like the live or is that
fake? My real background is an ironing board. So I have to be careful. I'll have to be careful. I have some show and tell items here. I'll have to be careful. If I hold them up to my chest, I think they appear. But
because of the the virtual wallpaper. Yeah.
So I can maybe try a few things like this.
Yeah. Okay.
Now pull a coin out from behind your ear.
Yeah, this is how it's done.
Yeah, there you go. Also, I wanted to mention before we get really started here, Alan Huffman, I posted on to the chat there. Wish I could be there for this one. Markus was the first one to bring the CoCo back with his super site.
I've really enjoyed every contact I've had with Alan has been memorable, very enjoyable.
Like bidding wars. We'll get into that.
Yeah, Alan, if you're there, I hope things are going well. And good to hear Alan's name.
He just chimed in. He goes, Markus, you got old. What happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Alan has been in a time capsule and in a bubble and perfectly preserved this whole time, right?
I think if I should turn my actual background on, it might make me look better. A little bit of contrast. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Right.
So anyway, on to the main interview, I guess. So first of all, of course, your name is Markus Blumrich. We grew up about a block from each other. And I think I got in the CoCo first, and you got into it. You're a few years younger than me, so you got into it a little bit later, and you joined the Saskatoon Color Computer Club, and I'll show a little bit of that a little bit later, too, because I have a couple of newsletters. But you want to just explain exactly how did you get into the CoCo, and was that the first computer you ever used, or did you get work on some in school, or how did that all come about?
I was prime. Yeah, so computers for me would have been a revelation around grade 5. So I don't know when you had your first touch point with them. I mean, personal computers, of course, they were in sci-fi and the rest of it. I had no interest until a friend of mine had a VIC-20 and was typing commands in, and I was immediately intrigued. This was a a world unto itself that I wanted to know everything about. I think I started to immerse myself. I remember somehow getting to the main library downtown, which is a bit of a trip from our neighborhood back then for somebody in grade 5. And you had to actually wait. you had to wait for the Byte magazine because it was on reserve. And I got there a couple times, and there'd be somebody had just left the counter with the this month's Byte magazine, and it was in that big cover, and you could tell it was the magazine. And then I'd just have to sit there and find some other baloney reason to wait around for whoever had the Byte magazine in the library at that time to return it to the front counter so I could grab it. And I would read that. Of course, that was 300, in that area, it was over 300 pages or whatever. Another one was creative computing.
Yep.
I think shortly after that, I was compute. So I used to tag along with my mom whenever I could to the grocery store, hoping there was some computer magazine. And I don't know, like we had the co-op store in our neighborhood there. They had a strange, somebody in purchasing was buying all these computer magazines. I just did not want her to stop shopping for groceries because I would just hang around and read all the computer magazines. So I would say I had more contact with computer magazines and listings and program listings than actual computer time. I sweet talked myself into the resource room at elementary school where there was an Apple II. And I don't remember a lot about the Apple II, but I think it only had something called integer basic, very basic programming environment. There was not a lot there. As soon as I took a disk out of the disk drive, I remember getting a lecture from the teacher that you're not supposed to do that. And I said, well, I was trying to explain to the teacher that you swap floppy disks when necessary, but she got
our comp sci teachers at that early stage really did not know anything the students were teaching.
She had no idea. It was expensive. I was a kid on it, which made her very nervous, I think. So then friends started picking up computers at home. Anyone who had teacher parents got an Apple II. Lots of Commodore, and I can't say I'm unfond of Commodore. I was a prime candidate for becoming a Commodore 64 purchaser. But and it's really funny what sways you at the time. I remember sitting in the store when the Commodore 64 came out, at Sears or something, and they had these display cases for these machines, some kind of a retail presentation effort. And I remember trying to load from cassette, and the 64 at the time, it had some kind of an interference between the video display and the cassette. And as you were loading from cassette, the video would go blank, and it unnerved me to the point where I didn't want a Commodore 64.
It was like a whole multicolored thing. You had like all these rainbow stripes going across the screen.
It almost looked like it crashed.
Yeah. It looked like it crashed. And this is like the memories start flooding back. I remember sneaking out of the store thinking I had damaged the Commodore 64.
Oh no, I broke it.
So this was just not, of course, the vast majority of people immediately had floppy drive, but I didn't really have much support from my parents for purchasing a machine, money-wise. So I knew a floppy disk would be a while off. Something turned me off about the Commodore 64. I've always been drawn, regardless of what it is, a little bit to the if I have a feeling somebody's a worthy underdog, I'm drawn to that. And I kind of got, I don't know how I became aware of the CoCo. First of all, I was thinking back to like that era when we were growing up, malls were a pretty big thing at the time. Like I can't remember recently when the last time I said I'm heading to the mall.
Right.
They've become kind of a wasteland, but in the early 80s, the mall, you go to the mall.
It was shopping, dining, socializing, everything.
Yeah. The mall was a big center for life, and where we are, Radio Shack was quite prominent, considering the population size. Radio Shack was quite prominent in many of those malls. They had decent stores in 2 of the major malls here,
and their own computer center downtown.
Computer center downtown that was quite prominent right by City Hall. So you could, I think the first run-ins with the CoCo were just from being at the mall, and they would wheel, I think, a CoCo into the actual center outside of the store, and I don't know what the first thing I saw was, but I certainly remember Megabug. You could hear Megabug up and down the hall of the gotcha. And what is that? So you go over. In my rummaging just now, I did come across this. I think this is what sold me, and I don't know why. This is a. I'll try to convince the.
Yeah, we see it. Is that the back of the catalog?
This is the back cover of the catalog. It's Canadian prices, which of course, a little bit elevated from what some people might think. I was, as a kid, blown away by this. I was blown away by the Radio Shack catalogs.
Yeah, likewise.
I don't know. It hooked me. It looked like a complete ecosystem. I swear the first time I walked in to talk to anybody, I knew more about their products and what was available than anybody in the store. So the Commodore fell away. The Apple was priced right out of the competition. And my father somehow, every now and then, he had a very graceful side to him. It must have been my birthday or something, but in grade 5, we went to Radio Shack, and I got a 16K, and can I get the extended basic version? No, okay. Can I get the joystick? And I got the cassette recorder, bust out, and they threw in Galactic Attack, which is, I think, in competition with the video game. You just so then it was just night and day. I didn't get any sleep. Like I had my own machine. I had my own virtual world to just escape into. I mean, like school, I think for a lot of people who got into computers was not a great environment for me at the time. I was all too happy to find this like a constructive escape, and where I felt like I was, as I educated myself, was more had some control over that environment, and so it was a very healthy thing to pour a lot of effort and hours into, in my opinion. My sister remembers that this. I don't remember how I was absolutely elated when I found out that there was a broader, beyond Radio Shack world for the color computer, and I am having trouble trying to remember how that all happened. Like, I don't know how we met Curtis. Curtis was like less than a block away from me, but he was in a different school system, and it may have been through your neighbor, Curtis. That
Barkley. It was either that, or it was like we did a couple of shows, like our local computer club, Color Computer Club, and I was actually one of the founding members. It was powered by a guy named Dick Powell, since passed away, but we randomly admitted Radio Shacks and stuff, and we said we got to start a club, because he knew a bunch of hardware tinkers, and I knew some younger teenager programmer types, and we formed the club, and then we started doing a couple of exhibitions in malls. Sometimes just for Radio Shack computers. We'd have it outside the Radio Shack. We'd even borrow software, and of course we'd make backup copies of it for them at the same time. But basically we did a couple of computer shows at some of the malls, like you were mentioning, and then we even did some bigger ones where there were multiple platforms. You have an Atari ST here, and a VIC-20, and Commodore 64 here, an Apple II here, an Apple IIe here, CoCo, a Tier City Model 4, whatever. And you might have popped by one of those and then found out about the club there too, because we did that a few times. We did a couple at the mall. We did a couple at the Mendel Art Gallery, and so it might have been that too. I'm not sure either. I can't remember.
Yeah, some of that. I mean, it's hard to know whether you're if you're inventing a memory or what. Somehow I don't believe I saw any of those exhibitions. Somehow I became aware of the Rainbow. Actually, there was one kid in my school whose father had purchased them a 32K extended basic. This was before the 64K. So I'm going to guess it was like the D or E board, like the really early model. And they had 4 disk drives. And they
were rich.
Well, he was a reupholstery guy. I don't know. Like I'm in the wrong line of work, I guess. And certain families had this thing, like they just went all out and they bought a complete computer system because they must have heard that's how you give your kids an advantage or something, the advertising at the time. But he did have a Rainbow, so that was one way. But one way or the other, I remember ending up at a first Color Computer Club meeting. It was in the basement of Richard Smith's home.
Yep.
And I just I don't know if it was before or after I met you, but anyway, my first color computer meeting was a revelation. It was my first contact with like a civil society, like a motion, who seconds the motion, let's have a vote. You know, it was really eye-opening for a kid, like not knowing. There was a software library, which of course you dive into, and Richard ran a BBS, if I remember at the time. Like these were all everyone around me was almost like a pseudo deity to me. They were just like, it was unbelievable. I remember, Curtis, I visited your home at one point and you were showing me something you had published in the Rainbow, and my mind was just blown, you know. So if anything, that lit more of a fire under myself to see what was around me and what you could do. I did try to work my way through William Barton Jr.'s Assembly book in grade 7, and I remember throwing it across the room at one point because I gave up. I don't know, it was on stacks, and I couldn't for the life of me with that. Of course, it makes perfect sense for me now. I mean, I wish I had a time machine to go back and say, this is what stacks are for. You're using them in BASIC and you don't realize it. But anyway, this I had it with stacks. Why would anybody want this? And unfortunately, short-circuited myself there. The CoCo then, I think the color, I don't know, the Color Computer Club went through a couple of phases there. It disappeared for a while, reappeared. The names are kind of hazy. I was those first experiences, the first years with a personal computer and that world opening up have left the biggest impression. The Color Computer stayed with me through high school, and the couple of years after, it was already a PC dominated world by that point. I had got into desktop publishing, which was Mac dominated. You know, we just have that fondness, that love for your first love, or whatever you want to call it, right? For the color computer. It's never gone away. Around 2000, that's right. I decided to, I think I just randomly came into an ad of somebody who had been an avid user collector right until that time. That was Sheldon Hildebrand, I believe, who I think Curtis knew. And some of you may, he had everything nitrous and no, I put the 6309. I mean, I don't know if sorry, there would be a 6309 in there. I put a protector in. So I picked his up, and I really got into, I was finishing my undergrad in computer science at the time. I had worked in desktop publishing for a period of time between high school and going to university. And then that was also 2000, that must have been earlier than that, frankly. Must have been.
Yeah, it was about 96, 97, if you're talking about your website.
Because that spurred me on to start the website, actually, I think. Regardless, let's say even that was 94, 95. That's probably closer. I started looking for, see, I've always been a little bit meta about technology. Now the space has opened up. There's such a thing as architects now. It's an understood kind of position, especially in enterprise computing, and really it's a wonderful way of just saying somebody who plans strategy. And I think even as a kid, I was more in the meta than into the stacks, really, you know, into the pointers and the addresses and the CPU. I get that was all fascinating, but it was like, what is the meaning of all this? And so my career has gone in that direction. But I think even back to my playing with microcomputers in the 80s, I was always very much into, I was observing the people. I was observing people like Curtis, people in the Color Computer Club, people who were contributing to the Rainbow, people who were designing and bringing products to the market were fascinating to me. It's almost like a bit of a sociological study. And so when the internet opened up, I started to collate all of the, there was some, to my surprise, was some information about and interest in the CoCo online, but it was not really, there was no central spot to get an overview. And so I started to teach myself HTML at that point, which was great because I needed to pick that up anyway professionally. and that turned into the Color Computer homepage. And I started to get emails from people who were using it and appreciating it. It was completely hand-assembled HTML, the first version. And it was a really fun period. I would spend a long time trying to unearth connections on the internet to the Color Computer. I can remember such things as the company that published the Elite software. They had like a word processor and a spreadsheet and maybe is there an Elite database or something like this? They were still going at the time. I reached out to them and was like, you're still selling this? And he was so thankful for somebody to take any interest. And I think he was still trying to draw some sort of a living off it at that point. I was really surprised by what I was uncovering. Some people were diehards and had not flipped the switch to like a hobby or some kind of self-entertainment or self-improvement type use for the CoCo. There were still some true diehards. So it grew the website grew from there until I felt a need to make it like a Web 2.0 type of interaction, just with forums and so on. This was becoming standard. I was always on the Slashdot site in those early years, and I thought, well, we need some kind of like a Slashdot model. And at the same time too, was picking up dynamic website skills professionally. And so we had the second version of the Color Computer homepage, which that runtime administrative functions on there made my work a lot easier. I could just post an article, things that are nowadays, of course, taken for granted. And that also had quite a bit of uptake. And I remember one email, I did receive an email from Lonnie Falk at the time. I don't have it anymore. Oh, I shouldn't say that. It might be on a backup somewhere. He just reached out basically to say hello, and he was surprised. Well, no, I don't want to, I don't know if he was surprised, or he did express some emotions in seeing that the Color Computer world was still ticking. Don't remember much else from the email. He said he still had a lot of back issues in that false off building and whatever else. I don't know whatever happened to them.
What year was that?
Yeah. I know he's passed away.
90s?
Yeah.
Yeah, either late 90s or very early 2000s.
I'm going to guess, actually, that was in the first phase of the website. Yeah, I also in that first phase, I don't know how I managed to get to Chicago money-wise, because I was in undergrad at the time with a new baby girl and the rest of it. I did make it to CoCo Fest 97. And Dennis Bathory Kitts was the speaker, or the special guest there. It was a great experience there. I purchased a lot of things which were interesting to explain to customs on the way home. A school bag full of obsolete computer gear. I don't think they saw that before. But now the reservations at that Red Roof Inn or whatever had messed up. I didn't have one. I was in a little bit of dire straits there, and Dennis was gracious enough to share his room, and always will be thankful for that. Otherwise, I would have been homeless in Chicago, I think. But we had the most fascinating conversation. I mean, the guy is incredible. It's one of the people that I mentioned that my focus would be on just as much as the Color Computer itself. It's the personalities surrounding it. He, of course, was writing an opera at the time about his adoptive family's history in Hungary. And this was just endlessly fascinating. The guy was into linguistics, and he would enunciate in order to stress the roots of words. It's nice to see him still around and follow him on social media. was a great experience. I did make it to another CoCo Fest then in 2010, and that just serendipity. I think I was working at St. Louis at the time, and just made that trip not too bad to Chicago for the weekend, which was also a good experience. I think I was there just one day though. I think I have to bring it to the end of the CoCo site. Was a bit of a personal rough period for me. The hard drive went on it, and I was sure I had backed up. It was MySQL and the rest. I'm sure I had backed it up, and those backups didn't work. So I was basically dead in the water, and never recovered from that. And Curtis and I had talked about, like, we've both had this experience of a massive loss of a lot of work. As an IT professional, there's a double embarrassment of,
right.
You should know better, right? I have to say, I mean, I'm looking at my computer right now. If somebody dumped a bucket of water on it, my life would also be a mess. I should probably attend to that sometime, but yeah, proper backups and the rest of it. But yeah, this was a entropy of the universe hitting you like life hits you. I didn't see an easy way. Also, my personal life had then grown to four children, and my career was very busy. I didn't see a reasonable way to resurrect that. And in the meantime, I was surprised to see somebody had jumped in right away with a CoCo homepage. And I was like, okay, well, what am I going to say? The real CoCo?
Yeah. Which one was that?
Back, right?
Was that Roger Taylor's?
Was it a CoCo 3? So, I don't know. It was there was somebody, and it had the same thing. Forums, like you signed up with your email, you made an account.
There was Alan Huffman still has CoCopedia, but there was another one that was a CoCoCommunity.net or something like that. That was kind of like, and that might have been something that maybe Brian Blake had for a while. I think I remember seeing it. I got into this hobby around 2015. I might have seen something early on then or knew about it then, but I don't know if it was that. There was a CoCo4.com that I think was Steve Bjork's site.
Yeah, I think this is earlier than that. I think this is Roger Taylor's. In fact, you can find archives of it online.
Could be. Could be.
He kind of duplicated what you had done.
That rings true to me.
Yeah.
I guess the bottom line there is I saw that it's been covered. Somebody always seems to step into that space. I mean, I'm completely amazed by this show, which is kind of covering the same, and then you have the Discord end covering the like the forum type component. So there seems to be a willingness of a certain group of people, and I think Lonnie Falk would be one of the of course one of the major ones in this history to have jumped into this space to kind of curate and look after this like a community aspect. And so I just of course that was very depressing, but I felt, well, that era is finished, and I will go on now to maybe just enjoy the color computer, whatever, and teach myself a few things in the future. I have kept all my stuff. Certainly would not walk away in a thrift store from anything CoCo related. That's kind of where it is. I was when I listened to Dennis Bathory Kitts, he also went through a moment when he just had to leave the color computer alone for a bit with the failure of his business. I think that was part of his presentation at the CoCo Fest, and I later on was like, yeah, it's, you have to take a breather, and that's kind of where we are. So at the moment, I do have the emulators working. I do have the ease of use. I have my current system has some hardware failure. I have the 4-in-1 I should back up. I had a second issue with my primary CoCo hardware failing. The 4-in-1 controller on a SCSI drive failed. I do have a backup that I purchased probably at that 2010 CoCo Fest. I have not got still 11 years later. I have not gotten around to try it. I'm afraid to.
you sound like me.
There is a chance that hard drive is fine, and just replacing that 4-in-1, and I'm back to. I put a lot of work into configuring OS 9 at the time, just the way I want it. I have a very particular. Everything has to be exactly right. A lot of energy to keep the entropy down, and so. That's kind of where I am. I have a wonderful CoCo1 that has the Mark Data keyboard, but it's missing the shift key. And Curtis mentioned I should maybe bring that up here. I don't know if someone has how do you replace a missing shift key on a Mark Data keyboard? But that is my primary CoCo1. It's got composite and a switch for the reverse video.
Nice.
Not my original anymore. My originals were sold a long time ago, unfortunately.
Well, I just want to let you know, too, Jim Brain from Retro Innovations, who's the current president of Glenside, saying he's hoping maybe you can make it to the 2021 CoCo Fest this year, which we're having in November.
I'm definitely interested in visiting future CoCo.
If you're able to, we'd probably love to have you as a speaker there as well.
Yeah.
So.
Also, I've got an Internet Archive copy of your site back from August of 2000, and I thought I'd show that so people can see what your site used to look like. Now, would this have been the second version or the first? Or do you know?
Well, maybe if you pull it up, if you can see it.
Screen. Here we go. No?
All right, so Curtis is okay.
Oh, okay. First version. Since June 5th, 96.
Yeah, that's when you started the counter anyway. You might have started the site before that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it seems about right. So this was the hand assembled HTML. That is my CoCo system. Wow, this is bringing back a lot of it.
So this was from the year 2000 when this was still on the internet. Yeah,
this is the earliest one I could find in the Internet Archive. You'd been around for at least 4 years previous to this as well, but because I know you started your site, and we were all part of the CoCo web ring, because there was a web ring thing we could just hop between CoCo sites and check them all out. And you inspired me to get my game site up the year later, because I started my game site that very first iteration. That once again hand coded HTML, although mine was a hell of a lot more primitive than yours in 97, 98. So
I think the second version was before 2000, because see the new pages, that link there.
Yeah,
I wonder if that was not a very good way of just getting people to. Well, it's still updating this one in 2000. Okay, very interesting.
News archives. Well, multi-view has come forward a little bit since then, huh?
Yeah, actually, News Archive is kind of interesting because that goes back into the earlier. No, it's not going to load, I guess. Oh, there we go. So you can scroll back here. You can see news back until 1997 type thing.
Ultimuse 97. Ultimuse has gone freeware. Wow. It's been freeware since 97.
Yeah, that's when Mike Knutson just stopped selling it and decided to share it with everybody, which was really cool.
Remember that.
And a CoCo emulator for the Macintosh is under development. That was breaking news back in 97, huh?
Pictures from the Penn CoCo Fest in 97. I only attended the 2000 one, which is when Nick Marentes made his one appearance in North America.
Well, he was here for 2 years.
Oh, he was 99 too, wasn't he? I didn't make it to that one, but
yeah, I was there.
Yeah, before Interpol put a permanent ban on him, he managed to sneak into the country twice. So yeah. Cool. Yeah, what a slice of history.
Nick releasing his Donut Dilemma game is freeware for the first time.
97.
It was this Christmas present to the CoCo community in 97.
Cup of CoCo, a new CoCo website that's getting started. So there was another website for the CoCo back in 97. A Cup of CoCo, huh? And then Nick Marentes' Color Computer Web Shop has re-released Neutroid as freeware. Oh. Nick's been giving stuff away for 2 decades now, 3 decades.
'98 he released Rupert Rhythm.
Yeah.
Bargain at any price.
Yeah. Gregory S. Whitmere, GSW Software has released previous software creations to the public domain. Wow. Yeah, this is
that was one of the permissions I got. He did a couple of CoCo 3 games for Sundog, I think.
Look at that from August of '98, Paul T. Barton's homepage showing his wire-wrapped CoCo 3. What are the odds that Paul T. Barton is doing something involving wires, right? Even back in '98. Nicholas Marentes' Color Computer Workshop now has Cosmic Ambus available for download.
Man, who is this freak?
How are you ever going to buy Ferraris at that rate there, Nick?
Right. Alan Huffman. There we go. There's an Alan Huffman sighting. Alan Huffman has posted another entertaining Chicago Fest report on his website. Yes. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Curtis Boyle has a new page online. Curtis, who used to live down the street from me way back, is an extremely talented, I don't know, we're stretching here, extremely talented CoCo programmer who is still actively hacking away. He's also the first person who showed me how great my new CoCo really was. Curtis has also developed the beginnings of an HTML document converter. Anyway, keep a close eye on this page. Yeah, and that's from 98.
It's still at the very beginnings, too. I still have that code, so...
Still under construction?
Under construction.
Permanently.
Does it still say viewed best with Netscape Navigator?
No, it's even pre that. It's more like links.
Is there any news in there about the CoCo graphical web browser?
Well, that was part of what that project was supposed to be, but yeah.
So I mean, when you look at how many things were going on, there was a lot going on in the news in '98. When did they stop selling the CoCo? Like 96, 97?
91.
Oh, 91. So like 8 years later, there was still a lot of activity going on in the CoCo 8 years after its retirement.
Did you know Larry Greenfield?
Sounds familiar.
He's on there.
Yeah, Robert Gauld has placed a new CoCo webpage online and includes FAQs and CoCo 3 memory map.
Gunnison is still active too.
Yeah. Yeah. A Flex User's Guide.
Here's the Glenside Computer Club giving away Y2K patches for time.
Nice.
And here's when he did the No Can and No Can 2. Paul Barton.
Are those Y2K patches, were those an iron-on?
Chris Hawk of Hawksoft, right?
Could have been.
Cloud9, T3 SCSI interface. Hey, there's a CoCo Man's webpage. Is that you, Jason, from '99? Did you have a webpage?
Oh yeah, I was on the CoCo web ring way back when. Yeah.
Wow, Jason also an internet pioneer. Now, was that before Al Gore had officially invented the internet? Were you like pre-Al Gore internet? Alan Huffman citing again, would like to receive emailed reviews and reports from people who attended the 1999 Chicago Fest so he could compile a report. Alan's been like a correspondent journalist for decades now.
His CoCo Fest reviews were quite famous. He used to upload them to CompuServe and Delphi and stuff too.
Carl Bowl, is that the one who did the Pen Fests?
No, that was Ron Bull.
Oh, Ron Bull. Okay, but that name sounds familiar. Carl Bull. His name sounds.
Oh, Carl's very active. Was very active in Glenside. In fact, he helped for selling the Glenside ID controller and building them all.
Okay.
And I did the second version of the drivers.
Show up, eh? No, it's not going to show up. You'll have to take my word.
We see it. We see it.
It's wrapped in the wrap here, vacuum sealed. ID.
Well, hold on to that. We'll finish going through your website, and then I'll switch the cammer back to you, and you can show everybody that because you got a few show and tell items.
This is the one you're discussing right now, the Carbol's.
Nice.
Yeah.
Still in
Bill Noble has mine now. He actually set it up, and he's got it on a what the heck is it got? I think he's got a 40 gig drive on it or something like that. So.
Does it still have that new controller smell since it's been sealed in the bag so long?
I would have to open the bag. Is it worth?
So this is more the what I remember, like the more modern style one here.
Yeah, it's got a fancy background color to it. That's pretty high tech.
And you had this cool column on the right of clickable links that you could actually check and various things here too, like zoom up pictures, and you had just a wide variety. And I think I can't remember, didn't you have those kind of randomly placed so they changed every time you logged in? It's slightly different.
No, there was nothing dynamic. Unfortunately, there was at this point. I don't think there was even any. JavaScript involved.
I do remember bugging you that Zaxxon's colors were backwards.
Oh.
Phantom Slayer. Now, how were you getting these screenshots back then? Because we didn't really have a lot of emulators or anything. Was this...
Great question. I don't remember.
We had the one emulator, Jeff Bavister's was out at this time. But I don't think it did artifact colors totally properly, so you might have actually taken photos of the screen itself.
These are photos.
Man, they look very square.
They're photos of the desk, and
okay.
Here's my photo of the rainbow that I have.
Were you on CompuServe?
Yes, I was. Yeah, but not in the early days. In the early intranet days, I think I remember accessing the internet through CompuServe on OS2. I don't. I'm pretty sure that's a true memory.
You don't remember your number, do you?
No.
Still remember mine.
I do.
Hot Cocoa, TRS-80 Microcomputer News, Color Computer Magazine, Rainbow
Color Computer
Magazine.
News beside that. Yeah, that's basically a compendium of all the CoCo related magazines.
And an old Rainbow where it looked like a newspaper.
And of course, you had this nicely organized too with all those different sections. So if people were only interested in certain things, they could just scroll and check, what's new in that particular area.
This reminds me of something. The TRS-80 Microcomputer News, they actually stopped. This is part of the bridge for me. It just popped back into memory. They stopped publishing that, and they offered everybody a free subscription to the Rainbow for the remainder of their TRS-80 Microcomputer News subscription.
Wow.
Started getting the Rainbow. That was one of the bridge events for the bigger. Absolutely remember that. And I remember our post person at the time got so. We moved, and I moved. My family moved in grade 7, and I wasn't sure. Also, as a kid, how to forward the mail or whatever. They got so upset with me that they actually cut the mailing label off the front cover of the Rainbow. I don't know if that was clear. They had to forward the Rainbow, which is a hefty piece of mail.
Yeah.
They were so upset. I'm sure it was the mail person themselves who actually cut my cover.
Hold your scroll right there, Curtis. Caves of the Unwashed Heathen. There's your Paul Shoemaker sighting going on there too. You see that picture of that screenshot of the fire-breathing dragon? I've got a mouse pad of that too.
Paul and he's been very active. He just released a whole swath of his.
Paul had a web page back in 2000. Man, 22 years ago, Paul had a web page on the CoCo stuff. Man, I am so late to the party. Dungeons of Dagorath homepage.
eBay is quickly becoming one of the better places to buy and sell CoCo related items.
Yeah, that's right. This is back when eBay was new.
Oh my goodness. Man, what history?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm really glad the Internet Archive exists because, as you said, your system crashed. You lost all the stuff
Return
yourself.
of the Jedi.
So having this stuff actually online, you can actually see what it was like 20 years ago. It's pretty cool.
Sources for Color Computer and Dragon software. There you go. Also see the CoCo gaming section.
Yeah. Screensaver for Windows 3, 95, and NT users that displays a variety of CoCo and Dragon screens.
A list of BBSs.
Yeah. Even had MC10 pages way back then.
Oh, Alan Huffman saying that back when our big goal was CoCo 2000, getting the CoCo to its 20-year anniversary, which was the year 2000, was that right? So PenFest 2000 was celebrating the 20 years of the CoCo, right? What were some of the sources back then? There was an FTP site for RS-DOS, an FTP site for OS9 from RTSI, Essential OS9 applications, Nitrous 9 homepage.
And this is something I've pointed out before, but at this time, OS9 was definitely outnumbering Disk Basic.
Okay.
As far as new development was going, and then it kind of switched over, a few years later again. But
then we have they're talking about a CoCo emulator for MS-DOS available from the CoCo 2.3 emulator homepage. Macintosh, the CoCo emulator is under development, and GSW software. Gregory S. Whitmire, I see his name mentioned a lot in here. Dave Edson, Flex, Gloom. I remember seeing Gloom. That was another Nick Marentes thing, right? Doom.
No, that was Sockmaster.
Oh, that was before that. Okay.
It was the basis of Gatecrasher.
Okay.
Basically, it was kind of
Sockmaster's CoCo Tracker, Nicholas Marentes Color Computer Workshop. Wow, man, this is... I mean, at the time that this was happening, the fact there was so much CoCo activity 20 years ago was impressive then. The fact that there's this much, if not more, which is now 40 years later, is even more amazing. But yeah, this is like this is an early color computer super site. You know, I started something called
this was the only
color
computer super site.
So like I started something that was just a page of a bunch of different links. So similar to this, not as pretty looking or anything, but I had, because as I started to learn about all the various resources, for me to keep it all straight in my head, it became a page, and that page got so big it became a site. So I had different pages for different categories, and it was just pages of links. So I ended up on a journey like this as well, creating a site. But yeah, I mean, it's so impressive that this thing was available at the time it was. Free compilers and interpreters. Look at that. E4.
For a small archive of CoCo and Tier City software at Gopher.
Gopher. Isn't that the guy from...
remember Gopher?
That's the guy from the Love Boat, right?
This is a nice one here, productivity software, because you've got like the VIP library, you've got DeskMate 3, which is one of Ron's favorites, CoCoMax 3. And here are a list of the companies that were around supporting the CoCo at the time. Mostly individuals at that point. But
Arc Systems, Burke & Burke, Chris Burke, BuyCoco.com, California Digital. We were still buying dragons. Look at that, 20 years ago. They were selling dragons for $35. Wow.
Now CoCo 3 goes for several hundred.
Right. Cloud9, Rick Euland. Hey, look at that. Rick's a celebrity. Jim Davis, Digital Frontier Productions, Elite Software, The Rainbow Magazine. Robert Galt. Robert Galt's still around. Marty Goodman. Marty's still around. And speaking of Dennis, we've had Dennis on the show a few times, and we had Marty Goodman on the show. Hawksoft, Chris Hawk, Dennis Bathory Kits, Microware, my brother Jeremy. There's a brother Jeremy sighting. Oh my goodness. Planet 9 Systems. I'm not familiar with them. It's re-releasing CoCo software, also working on new projects. Rick Cooper. The Sockmaster, John Kowalski. Know that name. Art Flexer, that's the Flex guy, right? Or ADOS.
Nope, that's ADOS.
ADOS. John Strong runs software. Sub-Etha Software. Tandy's support homepage includes Radio Shack information. Taylor Graphics. Would that be Roger Taylor?
Roger Taylor.
Roger Taylor? Okay. The Computer Journal. The TRS-80 again. Online store. Video Games Advantage is a CoCo hardware and software. Man. There was a lot of resources back then.
Was CoCo Pro out around then?
Yes. I think it was just starting to close, though, wasn't it? Because isn't that when the husband and wife team was starting to shut it down around this time?
That's about the end of them, yeah.
Other people's home pages, right? OPH. Cup of Cocoa. Okay, this might tell us what some of the other websites were. I don't know if this is the websites that picked up when yours crashed or not, but Cup of Cocoa, Techno Cocoa, Bulls Barn, the Tandy CoCo emulator, Robert Galt, let's see, Retro Computing, CoCo Page, Color Computer Page, Sockmaster, Pierre Sarrazin has added a CoCo section. Pierre, okay, that's not Pierre Surratt though. Okay, sorry, but that name sounds familiar too. Bob Vander.
No, Pierre Sarrazin just released that Color 8s game that it's actually included with the OU. Not
okay,
long,
okay, and Bob Vanderpool. Is that the guy who was selling stuff? No.
Yeah, he sold stuff quite late. He's actually the VED text editor, my favorite one under Nitrous 9 that's included thanks to Bob's permission, and he's lost the code, so I'm actually disassembling it now to do some improvements. So he's a fellow Canadian. He's down in
Alan
BC,
Huffman's CoCo, and Jeff Steidel of Sundog, Alan DeCock, Eric Myers. Okay, so these are not mentioning what that successor to your super site was, though. But,
no, this is early on. I mean, his site was still running. You can see on the timeline up here. It went for several years after this, before.
I guess it crashed in about 2003. Or maybe been after that.
Yeah. Color Computer Clubs and Organizations. Glenside Color Computer Club. OS9 Users Group. Australian National OS9 User Group. I think Nick Marentes was the president of that one, the Australian.
Yeah, he was the main promoter, wasn't he?
Peninsula Color Computer Club. The machine.
Hey, go up a little to where it says Ronnie's something or other. What is that emulator they're talking about?
color computer.
Go up a little. Got more. It says Ronnie Terrence, and then it says CoCo Tamagotchi Simulator. What's that?
Oh, Tamagotchi was a virtual pet thing. It was a little toy that ran on an LCD screen, and you had to like feed it and play with it to keep it healthy and alive and stuff. It was a real popular thing, like in the pre-Y2K era, around Y2K. And so I guess this was a CoCo emulator of that.
I wanted to point out the Color Computer Clubs and Organization to the Atlanta Computer Society. No, they still had a BBS running in 2000, which is impressive in its own.
And their phone number to
they were
BBS.
the ones that sponsored the Atlanta CoCo Fest, which was running parallel with Chicago. That was the kind of the fall, and Chicago CoCo Fest was the spring one. That went for years too, until some of the people that were in charge of it, like Alan Dages and a few others, passed away, and then it kind of fell off. But it was the longest running besides Chicago. And a Winnipeg Tier City Users Group, I wonder if that would be still around, or if Bruce Moore was ever part of that, 'cause that's his neck of the woods.
That's
Here's
amazing.
a plea from Marcus to get old Radio Shack computer catalogs.
I'm reading this. I don't remember this.
Oh my goodness.
It sounds like me, actually.
Yeah, right. I am looking for old Radio Shack catalogs. Catalogs. So yes.
And then you were mentioning you're getting quite a bit of mail about Model 1, 3, and 4. Please note this page has nothing to do with those machines, just CoCos. So.
That's right.
I should mention too, Radio Shack or Tandy or whatever the entity is, they reached out to me at one point as well.
Wow.
And because they were getting they were getting emails about the color computer, and they were happy to have a place to forward them.
Yeah, go away, kid. Yeah, go away, kid.
Yeah,
you
we
bother
haven't
me.
sold that thing in 9 years. What are you doing?
I have no idea what it is, you know.
All right. Wow, that's something. Yeah, it's amazing just being in the right place at the right time. So you were one of the only sources on the internet for this. So the fact that you were contacted by Lonnie Falk and now contacted by Tandy and Radio Shack, that's impressive. All right. So
I don't know how many of these are actually active enough for me to pull off that. Oh, here's kind of your redesign. I think this is your version 2.
Oh, it's slowly coming in. Yeah. Wow.
TS80 and yeah, that's actually a nice looking site. You got the little curved edges. You got your sidebar down there and everything else.
I was trying to. That's not okay. That's not rendered 100% accurate yet, but so it was green all the way down the left side as well.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
We can see some of the stuff like the sidebar on the right here
Sidebar,
is
and
still the same.
Nice
but your
little
organization
headers.
of the main page is much more modern looking.
The headers, very modern web looking back for 20 years old.
Yeah, this is August 2002. This particular snapshot.
Yeah.
2002. Okay.
Yeah, literally 20 years old, and you have a blinking CoCo cursor down there. That's nice. Some of the same screenshots.
Yeah, I think.
Here's Tim Linder reversing the Dicom light gun interface.
Oh wow. Updated 2002. Wow, Tim Lindner's been tenacious for over 20 years now too. My goodness. I am definitely late to the party. TI graphics chip on the CoCo, submitted and posted by Curtis Boyle. A link I've not previously seen before from a person who hacked in a better keyboard and monitor driver to his CoCo.
I don't remember that
God,
one.
you were so freaking chatty. You were a mouthful of freaking words even on a web page back then.
And I've
weren't
only
you?
gotten worse over the years. So.
It's like, oh my God, blah, 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 Curtis, blah, blah, blah. All right.
Here's when Jeff Avasor released the CoCo 3 emulator, because when he released the CoCo 2 emulator, that was free. You could download it and just install it and have it.
Okay.
The CoCo 3 emulator, he was charging $25 because it was part of a commercial product.
Okay.
When him and Sockmaster were working on some 6809 clones for like the Game Boy and stuff like that, they had the emulator core as part of that, so we wasn't allowed to sell it for a while.
Okay.
But this is exactly when he released it free that you could download it, and then of course we started getting MAME and stuff started catching, or MESA back then when it started catching up.
So yeah, you're talking about how somebody hacked the TI graphics chip to work on the CoCo to output to a second monitor with 16 color chip and hardware sprites. Of course, now we have that in the way of the MMX2 card. 2002 Chicago CoCo Fest is a go, man.
11th annual.
And it's still going strong. Wow. That's really impressive. It's a not only is it quality in the content, but it looks really well arranged and formatted and stuff too. So this was
I remember how pathetic my site looked by comparison, because I made mine just basically text with a couple of GIFs, and that was it.
Yours hasn't really changed, Curtis. It's
No, it
still,
hasn't.
Still
And I'm
pathetic.
purposely doing that to be retro, so that's my excuse. I'm just too dumb to learn proper HTML is the real reason. But...
Sure you are.
Oh, David Ladd is here.
I would call this proper HTML. I'd be embarrassed to look at it.
Okay, so you want to view the source? Is that what you said? No.
I'll pay good money to.
Does it have the logo that says coded in Microsoft Notepad?
No.
Ironically, my very first pages were coded on the CoCo itself, and I'd copy them to the PC over my modem cable and then throw it up on the freenet, which is where I was running mine at the time.
Wow. Alan Huffman says, great job, Marcus. Checking your site was always a highlight of dialing into the ISP. And back then we still had to dial up.
Yep.
We still had dial up to connect to the internet.
I remember when I made the switch, Alan contacted me and was asking if we could commercialize the product behind the... I don't know if he remembers that. And I was really flattered that he thought it had any commercial potential. But it is one of these, it is a forum framework behind it. Yeah, sure. We probably could be millionaires.
Couldn't. Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Hey, you have a nice CoCo system here too. I forgot you actually had the AT keyboard adapter, so you actually were plugging in AT keyboard. It's not pictured in that picture, but.
Oh yes, yeah. That was a great setup while it stayed working. Yeah.
So how long have you been aware of the current CoCo community, Marcus?
Well, I check in. I have sat in the viewers section of this show several times.
Oh, we're sorry.
I should have realized it's at 11. Something was off, but I check in from time to time, definitely.
What are your sources? I mean, where do you go to? You go to Facebook? Like, where do you go to online to find out what's going on in the world of CoCo?
I subscribe to many because they just regularly show up in feeds, and I'm on the Discord, Facebook and this podcast. I have on my phone. I have. I'm drawing a blank. There's another.
The CoCo Crew is another podcast. They're audio only, but they are every month. Yeah.
Yeah, and the CoCo shows once a month too.
Component, but still, it's that's great when driving or whatever. So.
Do you remember this, Marcus? I don't know. Hopefully the screen share is working.
Top 10 game players as of January 26, 1985. On what game?
This is a whole bunch of them. There's pages of game scores. This was our SCCC is the Saskatoon Color Computer Club, and so this is early '85. And Marcus had just joined the club, I think, the year before, if I remember correctly. So he hadn't been on the list. I'd been playing the game since we started the newsletter, so that's why I have a high score. It's not because I'm necessarily a great game player. In fact, Trevor used to kick my butt all the time.
I remember.
But Marcus had just, I think, appeared. The previous one was the first time you showed up, and you were already in 5th place by this time, so you're catching up fast.
Alan is asking, do we have a modern website like this with CoCo News? And I don't know that there's a website specifically that's linking to news. I'd say the closest we have to that right now would be the Glenside newsletter, which comes out quarterly. We do have news in it. And then that news is also being posted weekly in Discord, in the news summary channel under the CoCoTALK channel in Discord. So Curtis Boyle is basically our news gatherer. He scours the internet and the globe, and he pulls in news from all kinds of sources and compiles it for us to run on the show. And that information is not posted to the web. Unfortunately, Ken Reichert saying it's Billy Mitchell on the list, but yeah, so the new there's so much news that I don't know that it would make sense to put it on the web. But
yeah, we have a weekly news segment we do. The CoCo Crew is a monthly news segment that they do, obviously, and then just general people post stuff on Discord. The Facebook's probably a good place to catch a fair bit,
yeah.
But it's kind of scattered because some people are always on Facebook. Some people refuse to ever go on Facebook. So you can't. There's not one master source that you can do. And unfortunately, some of the news is only posted on some of these things. Like it's only posted on the listserv. It's only posted on Facebook. It's only posted on a forum somewhere. So you kind of have to scour through to find everything.
Yeah. So I guess the single best source would be to take Curtis's weekly notes on all the stuff he's gathering. But that would be even more work because we're already taking that and putting that into the newsletter. To take that and put it into a website, which would just be a ton of work, unfortunately, because there's so much news. Which I guess is a good problem to have.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have for a dead computer, right?
Yeah. That's awesome.
So Marcus, you mentioned that you dug out a few things here for show and tell, and if anybody wants to see it, I can show some high score pages. I'll just show them on the screen too from that same newsletter that the high score thing was. See what games you were good at back then.
I don't have those newsletters. So I got like halfway through my boxes of CoCo stuff here. So this was the Carl Boyle ID adapter, which you can't see, so I won't give it much more consideration. But that was like a 1997 ID adapter from Glenside.
Yeah.
And I have shown this. I have many of the catalogs from the era. This is the one that sold me this page. I remember staring at it. I don't know, Curtis, do you remember somebody called Kelly Software Distributing?
Out of Edmonton? Yep.
They seem to be out of Edmonton. This is a full distributor catalog of color computer software.
Oh my goodness.
Bookshelf.
They were huge. I mean, if you wanted to buy, actually, they sold to the States too, because they amalgamated hardware and software from every CoCo manufacturer you could think of into one big catalog. So it was like the big third-party catalog. They used to advertise in Rainbow too. If I remember
Are those
correctly.
on the archive by any chance? That'd be really interesting to look at.
I don't know. That's a good question.
That would be a great thing to archive.
It is really interesting.
You should hold up a couple pages just to kind of show some of the stuff.
Okay. There's even some editorial in here. The ones I saw when flipping through were very interesting. So, yeah, you can kind of. Okay.
Blockhead, Vox Chas, Mr. Dig, Doodle Bug, Ice Hockey, Color Bowl, Trek Bower. Yeah.
So you're seeing
Shark
computerware
Treasure,
from Tom Mix and Nicktron.
Megapede. Yeah, and they took it upon themselves to do their own kind of little artwork to encapsulate the game. Time Bandit, that's a cool little Cash Man, right? So they did their own like little picture to symbolize the game rather than a fake screenshot or anything.
It's a bit of a mashup of
Elite Word, Elite Com. Yeah.
That's the software I was referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they sold PC versions of that and they sold it for years.
Accounts payable, accounts receivable, general ledger. Wow. $175 for accounting software.
Canadian, so
Canadian. Okay, so that's like what, 25 cents American?
Is this for retail then? Do you remember? Something was happening out of Edmonton. Like there used to be a store. I remember I got my 64K RAM upgrade from a store in Edmonton. We also had
that could have been Kelly's actually, because they sold hardware too at one point.
It was a retail thing. This is the earliest rainbow I have.
Wow.
I have the computer printout rainbows, but I don't know how you verify that they're original. So June 82 is the earliest. I have the last rainbow. I couldn't find it. But I swear I have the last rainbow somewhere. The manual from my Super Controller 2. I have to convince Zoom these are all
Disto.
my
Yeah, Disto. Neat.
Multi-board adapter.
Wow.
That's the thing that went south on me. Original CoCo Max. So I have the adapter and the rest of it too.
The floppy, the manual, everything, yep.
Something Curtis might be familiar with.
CSG? What is that, Curtis?
Isn't that a database? Something?
Like a database for OS 9. And it looks rather like it has its own programming language, you know.
Yeah, I was more familiar with Sculptor than that one, but yeah, I remember that one.
Familiar with Sculptor.
Sculptor.
You got Sculptor.
Well, that was...
Sculptor was cross-platform. That was up to like PCs and OSK systems, and it was a huge cross-platform. And the CoCo, I think, was the only 8-bit, if I remember, that actually qualified. And it needed OS level 2 and at least half a mega RAM.
It looks fairly hefty. Like it looks like a D-based competitor from the era.
It is.
Yeah, Rick Gillen just confirmed that, yeah. I remember you talking about that, Rick, how you did stuff in that, yeah.
Yeah, it had sequel way back in the day.
Sequel on the color computer.
Exactly.
Wow. That's remarkable.
Just before I forget too, I did check the Color Computer Archive. There is a Kelly Software flyer, which is basically just like a 5 or 6 page or something like that, of like what's new, but not the whole catalog like you've got.
I'll look into whether that can be preserved. I have some books here. They're not particularly astounding, but I don't see them a lot. People are aware of them.
55 color computer programs for home office. I've never seen that. Brian
I haven't seen that one
Wiesler.
either.
Brian Wiesler would like to see that.
Brian probably has 2 copies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so at least it's on record as existing.
That is uncommon to my eyes.
Uncommon, and then there's even more. Come on.
55 more color computer programs for the home. Yeah, I'd have never seen those before.
They look very rudimentary, but it's an artifact. And then this one too, I don't see. It seems to be from the same.
101 color computer programming tips and tricks. Okay.
So it's on
now,
record.
I noticed they're spelling color as the American version. Oh, Brian Wiesler says he does have it. Okay. Of course Brian has it.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. So.
Oh, this was owned by somebody in Michigan.
Okay.
Compute released a color computer book, and Compute was one of those magazines that I went to, and it was always a bit of an embarrassment, to be frank, because the Commodore, the Atari, and the Apple had majority of the listings and the glory in Compute. So I was really surprised to see that they had a book dedicated to the color computer. Again, the listings are rudimentary, but there's some graphical games in here.
Okay.
Yep, that's one I actually have. I still have that one.
Okay. Okay. I mean, this is just a hurrah moment for myself because I thought the color computer was maybe under. It was this odd. It was this odd ecosystem with Radio Shack, right? Like, and just having this specific retail chain selling it. This is from Tab Books. Also very rare as far as I know. Tab Books are not that rare, but
program listings, huh? Yeah.
They had a series of books on building your own microcomputer very early, like in the late 70s, which is one of the artifacts at the library that I repeatedly loaned out or rented out or whatever you say from the library. I had it on repeated loan.
Yeah.
It was an SCMP based series of books, which in the advanced volumes went to Z80. But here they have a TRS-80 color computer book from the Tab publishers.
Wow. And Helen Huffman mentioned, I was going to mention this too, that a hardcover CoCo book, that's the first time I think I've ever seen that.
Oh, that's a good point. I found this because I was drawn to the ad. This is a
4-star software.
Pen Pal, which was like it was like a Lotus 123 or that VIP. I always used VIP during high school or whatever for.
It was your desktop suite. It was one of the other ones. This was the mouse-based one, wasn't it? Or am I thinking of a different one? I may be thinking simply.
It was one where the ad sounded too good to be true. And I know there's a history of vaporware frustrations in the CoCo community, and VIP was actually vaporware for a while. So I feel this is one of my prized possessions. I don't see the original disc. It might be in a different thing. Invoice.
Ooh.
$17.50. Yeah, $15. Sold to somebody in New York.
Yeah, because I remember they had full-page ads in Rainbow, I think. Them and Simply kind of came out in the mid-'80s.
I'm not sure the significance of this, but Telpac Plus. It must be like a... Is that
Looks like a RS-232.
RS-232, yeah.
RS-232, and then I must have a bunch of these. There's a Fast 232. That's a newer product, isn't it?
Actually, the person who made it is Rick Ulan.
Is that Rick Ulan? He was also on your website many times.
No, it seems a little loose. I mean, I'm not going to stress her out.
Hey, real quick, Marcus, before we get too far ahead. So Tim Gilbert's saying he had that SCMP book. He's asking, is the author, is it Robert P. Haviland? Can you that hardbound book? Can you look at that, see who the author was?
I'm going to. It's on my bookshelf. When I go off camera after this, I will go and maybe I'll find the chat window and
we'll find you. We'll let you know, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, this is occasionally there's an SCMP processor on eBay, and I think, oh, maybe, I don't know. This was, I think, a
J&M.
Yeah, like an early competitor to the Radio Shack controller.
Does it have a switch on it?
Gold connectors. I think maybe. Well, we can't see.
Yeah.
It has gold connectors, which I think maybe were its claim to fame. It does not have a switch.
So it doesn't have the parallel port then, or the switchable.
Does not have parallel port. Yeah, I think this
it might have had JDOS, because they did sell JDOS, which is a special, slightly incompatible version of Disk Basic. But they also, the big thing J&M had was the memory minder disk, which actually they had a built-in ROM if you bought the 16K ROM. That would actually do low-level disk testing, like for, you know, lining up heads and all that kind of stuff. And you had to buy a special disk to use it.
There might be a custom DOS in there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah. You might have JDOS in there with the memory minder if you're really lucky. Though you need that special disk or it doesn't really do much.
Mini Controller 1 from Disto. Here we go. Looks like a homemade switch in there, probably for...
Yeah, it's dual DOS. It had 2 different ROMs you could switch between. So if you wanted, you know, Radio Shack Basic or Disk Basic and then something else, you could, like ADOS or something.
Okay.
Yeah, they were big on CDOS, weren't they?
Yes. Yeah. And I've been saying, how are we 4 decades in still discovering CoCo stuff we've not seen?
What is that?
Labeled a Telepack 2. There's another UART RS232 thing, I imagine. I just have a handwritten label on it.
Okay, that looks like a...
Oh, the cable's hardwired into
25. So would that be serial or parallel there? Because it's 25 pin.
Oh, it might be parallel, yeah, but
might be the old serial 25.
Old serial. So, but the modems had that anyways. You usually had to have a pigtail adapter. Most of your modems actually had the 25 pin connector on them, right? So
this is a 4-port.
Oh wow!
Palm 4 board. Keep
multi...
Alfonso from AlphaSoft. We had one of those at work.
Oh, that's a multi-serial adapter.
That's 4 serial ports, 4 6551s.
Ooh, David Ladd. David, are you excited about 4 serial ports?
Oh, Stevie, you don't know how much.
But yeah, the big super system that Bill Noble and I keep talking about at work, that was one of our core components of it.
Yeah, he will never shut up about that. He's still living in those glory days. So yeah.
I'm kind of like, you know, Bob Dylan or something.
That's cool. Oh, Ken says you can't be that excited for only 4 serial ports, David. Ooh, what is that?
This is a hand-built, I think, EEPROM burner. This is the Green Mountain Micro one.
Oh, that's Dennis.
This is Dennis's EEPROM burner, and I used it successfully when I burnt ADOS. Is it ADOS? ADOS 3? What's the big one for?
ADOS 3 or ADOS 3 extended by our
what kind of pasta is on that plate there? Is that rigatoni? Is that angel hair pasta? What's going on there?
Yeah, right. But there is a loose wire here, but it's pointing to this connection here. I don't know, but it did work once for sure, verified. So now the thing. Alan Huffman is holding his breath.
Uh-oh, Alan Huffman.
It still exists and is in my possession. This is the...
Oh, you got an Amdec dual yet? Holy cow. Those are rare.
What is that? That's 3.5-inch floppies?
3-inch cartridge. This is before 3.5-inch.
Oh, 3-inch.
This is killing me to hold up, so
wow.
This is the floppy. It doesn't have that sliding...
Okay.
Yeah, it's slightly smaller width-wise than a 3. Yeah.
And what was the capacity of that?
It was a 40-track double-sided equivalent. They used to have full-page ads in Color Computer Magazine Rainbow for about a year, about 80.
Alan's asking if this wasn't an auction, because you might have actually gotten in a bidding war with him over this. So,
I did not bid against Alan. Does he not remember? I should just be quiet.
DM spreads.
Here, and I'll be honest. I picked this up at the 97 CoCo Fest. And again, I was the starving student, so I didn't have a lot, but I certainly knew its historical significance and rarity. So I was bidding on it, and I didn't really know Alan that much at the time, but he came over to me and he said the guy I was bidding against, he didn't, maybe I shouldn't say this, Alan, but you know.
Oh no, go ahead.
He didn't want the artifact to land up in his possession. So he started helping me out. we started pooling resources.
Oh, okay.
And, Alan helped me procure this, which I've always felt a little bit. It's not mine. Certainly would probably fetch a fair bit on eBay or whatever, but it's not. It's still here, Alan.
There's a number of people in the live chat saying that
Holder meeting at some point.
a number of people saying that 3-inch disc was used a lot on the Amstrad PC.
Yeah, and the Spectrum 3 Plus and others. I do remember it was advertised for the CoCo for about a year because they were supposed to be a lot more reliable than 5 1/4. 3.5 cent would really come out yet, and they kind of disappeared after a year. But it was offered for a lot of platforms.
Alan's asking what was the name of his nemesis. There's probably enough. What's that?
I'm trying to remember because I was at that auction.
Yeah, I'm just hoping they aren't around still.
The statute of limitations is probably.
I certainly don't know their name. It was somebody who had a habit, apparently, from Alan's point of view, of going into these auctions and just cleaning them out.
Okay.
There was something had. Alan wasn't a fan of this person.
Okay. Okay.
So I was the benefactor. Alan, I think you're $50 into this thing, actually. It wasn't insignificant. It was a significant contribution from my perspective, yeah. So anyway, this is still with me. It does have a few scratches in it, but controller and everything. There's a lot of discs with it, which I've been really hesitant. I shouldn't say that. I don't remember ever turning it on. I would hesitate to turn it on. I don't want any
magic smoke to get released.
Magic capacitors
Right.
on here. I don't know what the longevity of this media is. There's a lot of it. There's a box full and OS 9 and the rest of it's from the CoCo1 days, so it would certainly be interesting to get into.
This is something you don't often see. Brian Wiesler responded drooling. Over the
now, was that bootable if you had the controller plugged in? Could you boot to one of those discs that was on that drive?
Well, I think
it had a disk basic compatible ROM. It was just a different drive technology. It was like switching from 5 1/4 to 3.5. It was just a different.
I was just wondering if you could like boot OS 9 off of one of those 3-inch flop. You could. So it was bootable.
There are discs marked OS 9 in the box.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember AMDEC advertised like 624K of storable space or something, but I can't remember if that was because it had a dual 40-track drive, or if that was a single 80-track or
header. Advertisers in all of the magazines too, so you saw them in the Hot Cocoa and the Color Computer magazines. They put a fair bit of investment into it.
Yeah, they had full-page, full-color ads. I do remember that.
Yeah, like these were the inside cover or whatever at some point. So yeah. I don't know. They must not, considering how rare they are, they must not have sold that well. I don't know.
Well, from the look into the chat room here, it looks like they were much more popular being sold in Europe because the Amstrads and the Spectrums, like from Sinclair, etc. Apparently, that was their default drives for some of them.
I remember the Amstrad brand was popular in Europe. Yeah.
I remember I saw them at CoCo Fest, and I almost picked one up the first year I went. I think in '86. But then I decided, now I'll save up a hard drive, and I ended up getting a Burke & Burke a couple of years later. But
yeah. So this was all I was able to.
That's quite a lot.
A bunch of other stuff like XPad and ears and the voice synthesizers, and having dreams about whether or not I have it's an odd thing to dream about, isn't it? Whether or not I have a word pack, and I'm pretty sure I do.
The 80 column card?
The 80 column card, I'm sure. One of my dreams would be to completely soup up a CoCo1, to bring it to the top level it could have achieved at the time. And I think a word pack would be in play there. I don't have any of the CPM compatibility hardware, which I saw was on my wish list on what you pulled up there on the screen.
CoCo VGA.
From way back.
Well, he wants to do it period correct, though, from back then, so...
My Model 1 had 128K, the Easy Way, installed.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. I remember those ads.
Yeah, because I remember the word pack, because it was sold third-party for a while, and then Tandy actually sold it as part of their express order service, whatever it was called.
Yeah.
And they actually had OS 9 drivers for it at one point. And stuff like Elite Word, like the Elite series you were talking about, that did Elite Word, Elite Spell, Elite Calc, and all that stuff, they actually had word packs support built in. So those all worked in 80 columns, 80 by 24 too. So there was a fair bit of productivity software. The CPM ones, I remember seeing them the first year I went to the Fest in 86. They were hugely expensive. I think they were $250 or $395, depending which one. There's two different manufacturers, but it's basically a huge add-on that has its own Z80 and its own RAM and CPM boot discs and its own disk controller. And it was, I'm not quite sure. I think it came out too late to be that useful because CPM by that time was already dying off somewhat. OS9 was kind of coming up, so.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, if you find more stuff, feel free to come back on at a future time for some more show and tell. That would be really cool to see some of these.
Anytime we make Brian Wiesler drool, it's worthwhile having you on for that, I think. So.
That's an achievement.
That is awesome.
At the last CoCo Fest, I left an S-DOS manual on the table, and there's an ad for S-DOS. I don't know if anybody can fill in the blank there. I don't know. There is an ad for it in the Rainbow, but very short run.
I might even have one here still.
One or two.
He might have grabbed it off the table when you left it there. So, who made S-DOS, and what was the significance of it?
Afraid of looking at it too long because that draws attention to it.
Curtis, who made that, Curtis, and what was significant about it?
It was made by Software Dynamics from Anaheim, California, and they'd sold some games and some other utilities and stuff, including their own assembler and things. And they made a chess game called Chess SD, which I've got the manual for here, and which actually runs under S-DOS. So it gave you, I'd have to read the manual again because I haven't used S-DOS in decades, but yeah, it was an enhanced DOS. It was kind of like an ADOS type thing, if I remember. I don't think it was quite as compatible, but yeah, because I've got a 3-disc set from here. Here's the actual, the plastic case it all came in.
Why I can't see you, Curtis.
Marcus, when you burned your own ADOS, did you change the title so when it booted up it said something different?
Yes.
I did too.
Yeah, I don't but you're bringing the memory back, and so now I don't know if it's a planted. That rings true. I remember.
Yeah. That was one of the neatest things about it, is that you could change the message as long as you left so many. It had to be in a format.
I just know it went directly to OS9 unless I had the spacebar down or something like that. Well, so there's the full.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can spotlight Curtis for a second here.
That's the full set. So that's the editor assembler. That's the S-DOS itself, and it's also the Chess SD, which ran under S-DOS. It all came as a kind of a package.
Wow. 84. Okay.
Now that I don't remember too much about it, I have played Chess SD just booting on its own, but I don't remember too much about the enhancements to the DOS itself.
Man, quite a collection.
Yeah, I'm glad you kept all that stuff, because I mean, when everything crashed and you kind of got out of the CoCo world for a while, you could have just said, screw this, is all getting sold off or whatever. But you actually kept it all, and you've got some pretty unique stuff.
No, you can't. I can't make that mistake a second time.
And I thought I'd just show this too. This is this is one of the newsletters. It's the same one I took that scan of the high score thing.
Yes.
And so this is like one of the pages here. I'm just trying to see what you're on. Rail Runner, first place. Second place in Project Nebula.
Is there a review of the CoCo mouse in that one?
I don't remember.
I started writing articles for the newsletter, and I think I overwhelmed the editor with how much I was submitting.
Yeah, it was Dwayne.
I was a very excited kid writing computer articles. He stopped me at one point and said, I'm not sure what to do with all these articles.
Oh, geez, I have a crappy basic game in here I wrote. I don't even want to look at that.
Are you guys about the same age?
So
Curtis is a little bit younger.
Yeah, the high scores, yeah. So Curtis was older and more sophisticated, So
no, just more of a nerd. That's basically it.
What are you, around 50 or what?
Myself, I'm 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I turned 54 later this year. So.
Man, you're old, dude.
I know. Still younger than you, though.
That's cool, man. That is really cool.
Tom Eric Anderson mentions too the 3-inch AMDEC discs were also used on some music equipment like synths, and I do remember seeing 1 or 2 people that had synths with those in it. Danny probably would have some of those.
Has anyone shown up with one of those robot arm kits? Those were advertised for a while.
Yeah, Richard Smith had one. I remember he used to program it from his CoCo because CoCo had a really good article on it, some software for it. And does anybody on the panel have any of those still? Ron?
No, I don't have one.
What was that thing called?
Armatron. Armatron, right.
Armatron.
Yeah.
Brian Wiesler in the chat there, do you have it? Or is he on the call? I don't even know.
He's in the chat, yeah. Wow, yeah. So please come back, Marcus, and love to see more of your collection.
I just throw one plug in if I could.
Of course.
Bit. I volunteer for the computer museum on campus here, and we have all kinds of interesting artifacts, and we're just in the organizing stages of what to do with them all, with Altair and IMSA equipment and all, early
the old kit computers and stuff from the 74, 75.
On through, of course, overrun with Apple IIs and clones and the rest of it. There's quite a bit going on. Something to keep in mind if you come across something rare. There's not a lot. Actually, a few years ago, we happened to mine a few Bitcoin somehow in a roundabout way through this. I think this SETI at home or something that's similar. You could then convert what you had earned through that to Bitcoin, and which was like $7 or $8 at the time. We cashed that in earlier this year, so we actually do have some money now, but it is entirely volunteer. University has given us some free storage space, but it is, if you come across something that is and you're concerned about it having a long-term stable home, it's something to keep in mind. You reach out to me or just Google University of Saskatchewan Computer Museum, and we certainly are intending to take care of these artifacts in perpetuity.
Is this open to the public too, or is this more
there are
research thing?
There's some displays on campus. Most of it's in storage, unfortunately. We have just some really interesting. There's the early. I don't know if we have the Twiggy. We don't have the Twiggy Lisa, but we have the 3.5-inch Lisa unmodified. Most of them got upgraded to Max. So finding an unmodified Lisa is a bit of and things like Apple III, which is fascinating too.
That was the drop on the desk to reseat the chip version?
The drop on the desk. Yeah, that must be online, the technical bulletin, which would be a hoot to display as part of the museum. Lots of pets, Kim 1, which is Commodore's first microcomputer. Things like this. Something to keep in mind. I'm sure some of you come across these artifacts.
Do you have any CoCo stuff in there?
We've got a lot of CoCo stuff. Got a lot of TRS-80. We have the TRS-80 desk, the metal desk, probably for the Model 2 line. And there was some discussion on it's taking up a lot of space and yada yada. And I was like, do you realize this was in the Radio Shack catalog? We need to keep this. We need to preserve this. So I'm a bit of the hoarder there. Nothing leaves. So.
Right. The Model 2 was a big, heavy beast, and then it had all those 8-inch floppies that had a whole separate enclosure, or was it a whole bunch of hard drives or something? But I know there was a whole separate thing that took up a second desk for all the storage that connected to the kind of terminal part. Those were floppies, right? So this
external 8-inch floppies.
External 8-inch floppies. So it had a big enclosure for that probably weighed as much as the computer did, because the drives were big and heavy, their power supplies were big and heavy, right? So it was just.
Well, the Model 2 could be upgraded to be basically equivalent to a 6000.
Yeah, kind of like the Model 16, 12 upgrade.
Full Xenix system.
Yeah, added 6 to 8000 to it.
Yeah,
we're a little bit light on that line of computers now. I can't remember. I'm not sure we have any of those 2, 12, 16, 6000. And those would be probably cost prohibitive to send to Canada.
Check with the Trash Talk podcast, because Peter Cetera and a few others there, actually not Cetera, Peter Satinsky.
Peter Cetera is a singer for Chicago. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So he does a lot of refurbishing of these things, and I think he actually mentioned on the last episode, because they do a monthly podcast, that he's thinking of selling some of his old model 212, 16, 1, 3, 4, 4P, etc.
Yeah,
at semi-reasonable prices.
Hey, Curtis.
Yep.
I'm the man who will fight for your honor. And a little Peter Satinsky for you. I'll be the hero you're thinking of. All right. Peter Cetera. Man, we could continue this all day, but we've got like 900% of our show still left to do. Yeah. And so on. But Marcus, we want you to come back with more of your goodies and more stories and any embarrassing moments about Curtis that he doesn't do on a weekly live basis. We'd love to hear about too. The embarrassing things he did before we knew him.
I'm sure there's a few.
That's always going to be good stuff.
Just let me know what episode you're coming on for that, Marcus, because I'll make sure I'm away.
Oh, all right. Well, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back, and I guess we need to figure out... Rick Adams, are you still with us? Legendary game designer Rick Adams?
I'm still here.
So you want to do we'll unveil your new segment after the commercial break?
Sure.
And then we'll go from there and then we'll do George's Assembly series, and then I guess we'll do the news and sure. Whatnot. All right, so we're going to take a commercial break, and then we'll be back with a brand new series starring legendary game designer Rick Adams. Thank you, you're too kind. And after these words, now the toughest decision right now is what commercial are we going to run right now? I am thinking, you know what? You can never go wrong with the old Family Pleaser commercial. So we'll be back after the Family Pleaser with more CoCoTALK.
And now these messages. It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2. On sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages. It's expandable and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2. Sale priced for Christmas. Only at Radio Shack.
Hi, I'm Kieran Anscombe, author of XRAW, and your brain is resolving sensory input into CoCoTALK.
At Gsoft, we make games for the TRS-80 Color Computer, TRS-80 MC10, and Dragon computers. Our basic games cover the range of genres from arcade, to text adventures, to simulations, to 3D dungeon crawls. This is our latest puzzle game from Japan, Fruit Panic. So come on and drop by our website and download our latest games.
Tired of switching your joystick between the left and right port? Want to change between different controllers? Well, Joey has got you covered. The Joey Controller Switch. Take control of your controllers with the flip of 2 switches. Order today at cocoman.biz.
Whoops. I just cut short the commercial break, but that's okay.
I got my coffee refreshed, so I'm good.
Okay. Did you get more coffee there, L. Curtis Boyle?
I did.
Oh,
you didn't cut off where it's at cocoman.biz, so I'm good.
Okay.
I have to have something to stay awake during Stevie trying to sing. So
there we go. Listen, I am a man who will fight for your honor, Curtis, so I'm not sure why you're going to sit here and disrespect me that way. Okay, so we have a brand new segment to the show here. Just when you think this show couldn't get any better, it continues to get even betterer. Brand new segment, and because we are a professional show, we've got a very well-produced infographic. So why don't we go ahead and let me go ahead and pre-spotlight you here, Rick. All right, so what the hell did I just do? There you go. Rick is spot lit. So here's our little segment intro, and then we'll cut right back to legendary game designer Rick Adams. Here we go. Get ready for their first ever Raiders of the Lost CoCo with legendary game designer Mr. Rick Adams. no copyrights were infringed in the making of that song. Welcome to the program, Rick Adams.
Hello. And so I need to share my screen. So
By all means.
Okay, let's see if we've got it. I think that's the one. Okay. What is going on here? Are you looking at assembler source?
We are.
Right now?
We are.
Yes, we are.
I'm being told that the music didn't make its way to the stream, so I'll have to take a look at that. Actually, hold on. Okay. Hold that thought, Rick. I'm going to go back. I'm going to try to fix that because people need to really experience that. So hold on one second here. No, that's fine. Okay, hopefully the music kicked in by the end. Were you guys able to hear that music? There we go. All right, so one more time. We're going to take it from the top with the infographic so everyone can enjoy this completely non-copyright infringed song here. All right, that's what happens when you add something new to your broadcast setup and you don't have all your settings tweaked. Okay, hopefully you guys heard the music. If not, tough cookies. Sorry, Rick, back to you.
Okay, so we're looking at some assembler source, right?
Shanghai.
Is that what everybody's seeing?
I see Shanghai, okay, Color Computer 3, 1987
right.
Activision.
Well, what I thought I'd do is just give people an opportunity to look over my shoulders as I look at the Shanghai source, and I'll just look at a few brief little things. The Shanghai source, this is actually one of my games that we have the actual source for. Temple of Ram, I don't have the original source. What I have now is from a disassembly that has been edited very heavily and had a lot of comments added to it. Bomb Threat, lost the source completely and had to write it from scratch and put my own comments in it, but it's not the original source. This is the original source that I sent off to Activision for the game of Shanghai with the original comments. And these are from a series of 7 discs that I had read into text files at a Rainbow Fest. And then found out after Rainbow Fest that the discs were corrupted and what I had in the text files was nothing. So the next year I went to Rainbow Fest and did it again, and then I finally actually got the source. So this source is actually on my GitHub, and it's kind of interesting. There were 7 discs of the game in various stages of development, and so my GitHub has all of those versions. So if you cared to, you could go to there and you could look and you could see what did it look like originally, and then I did a little bit more development on it, and it got a little bit further along. And there's a number of periods of time that you could look, you could go back in time and see what it looked while I was working on it. So anyway, I'm just going to show you a few minor little things. We're not going to really get too involved here. So you can see that it has the original comments in it, and it has, shout outs to the project management team. So, I had Sherry was my boss at Activision, and Gene Schenberg was at Tandy. Sherry was very nice to me. I spent so much time developing this game that she's, as sort of a booby prize, she sent flowers when my daughter was born to thank me for my work, and Alice liked that quite a bit. And then there's the testing people, which I remember dealing with. So there's that. So that's kind of nice. Let's see, what was I going to show you? Oh, right. There's an interesting thing in the source for Shanghai. There's this code right here. So we're going to, like this code right here. zprog is what I typically used as the label for the very end of the game. and I would use it in calculations involving how big is this game right now, because the thing is it needed to fit in the cartridge, so it couldn't go beyond 7,000. So I would take the last, the address of the end of the game as it was presently, and compare it with 7,000. And if it was lower than that, then the memory was okay. Otherwise, when you started the game, it would make a ping sound. And that was during development. That was to show me when I was adding the victory dragon at the end with the head of the dragon when you win the game, and it shoots fire out of its mouth and roars and all that sort of stuff. I was having trouble getting that to be short enough to fit within the cartridge limits. So that was to tell me whether or not I'd made it short enough yet. So I would try compressing it, and I would build the game, and then I would run it, and it would go ping, and I would go, oh, well, it's not short enough yet, so I need to keep going. So that was in the commercial copy of the game. It was in the cartridge, but of course it's never going to ping that. So that's kind of interesting. I noticed that was still in there. Then we have, since we have the original comments, we let's see, there's shout outs to various people. There is a random number generator generated by my friend Jim Issel, who is a friend of myself. He was a co-worker of myself and Dale Lear when we worked for the same company in California. Then Don Hutchinson was our friend who I think was associated possibly with Rainbow Magazine and was a friend of Marty Goodman's. So he donated some sound routines for the tile select click sound and the error ping sound that I referred to earlier.
He was involved with Delphi too, wasn't he, if I remember?
Marty?
No, Don. Sorry.
You're right. Both of them, Don Hutchinson and Marty, were Delphi people. Yeah. And then there's Don Hutchinson liked to disassemble my games and Dale's games and a lot of other games. And so I wanted to leave him a little goodie when he disassembled Shanghai that he would find. So I put in a text message that did absolutely nothing. There's no reason for it to be there. It's just there to say, hi, Don, good to see you again. So it was a little surprise for him to pick up on. Now, when I sent this off to Activision, they were going to try it out. And they said, okay, that's the final version, and we're ready to make the cartridges. The guy that was in charge of making the cartridges called me up one day, and he was kind of freaked out because he had spotted this. It says, hi, Don, good to see you again. The guy's name was Don, and he was kind of freaked out because it's like, how did I know that his name was Don and he would be working on the cartridges? So he thought that it had been left for him. So he was really spooked. And it's like, what's going on? Has the game been hacked by a virus? Please tell me what's going on here. So I got to reassure him and tell him that everything's fine, and explain that all to him. And he said, okay, so then he could go ahead and make the cartridges, and he knew that he wasn't going to send the virus to the world or anything like that. Then the last thing I'm going to show you is, the story about the third color set. There's the composite color set, the RGB color set, and then there's the third hidden color set that was the original color set for the game that was the game's color set all during testing. And I liked that color set. And at the last possible second, Activision decided that they didn't like it, so they gave me another color set, and I was kind of ticked off about that. So I wanted to keep the original color set, so when I played the game, I could make it look like what I thought it should look like. So I had to put that in the source and sort of not, draw attention to it, because I didn't want Activision to find it and make me take it out. So I called that the Zap set. So there's just a little comment. The previous RGB color set. You know, not that I'm actually going to do anything with that or anything. You know, it's just there. You know, don't pay any attention. Nothing to see here. And so if you look for Zap Set, you'll find, you know, the code that I put in there for implementing that.
And that was your kind of bone tile color, so it was kind of like yellows and stuff to make it look like the original Shanghai or Mahjong bone tiles.
Exactly. So, because they sent me, you know, they originally had me put like sort of the yellowed thing around the edges of the tiles. It was all yellowed, and they had it go to just a solid color, no yellowing at the edge of the tiles at all, which meant that actually in the sprite data, it's a different color for the edges, but I made those the same color as the center of the tile, just to get rid of the yellowing around the edges. But I rather liked that, so I kept the sprite data as is, and made the yellowing just white instead, which would make the yellowing just go away. But if you had the hidden color set, then you'd get the yellowing around the edges of the tiles again. So that's pretty much all I have to show you. We'll probably have to put the link to my GitHub someplace so that people can access that. But there's Temple of Ram in there in my GitHub, and there's Shanghai and a number of other things that I've done that people can paw around in, and that would be fine. So there you have it. I'm
Excellent.
done.
Thank you, Rick. And that was our first brand new segment, Raiders of the Lost CoCo, with legendary game designer.
I think I still have to bug Bill Noble to get the full Dragon picture back in, because he was going to make the Nitrous 9 version use the full one that you tried to fit, but they wouldn't let you have the room on the ROM for.
Right.
Excellent. And Marcus is still here, and it looks like some of that chat is going on in the live chat right now between Zeppelin and Tim Gilbert's on YouTube about the tab books and how to design and program your own working computer system by Robert P. Haviland. There we go. So hopefully all those questions are being answered and all that kind of good stuff. All right, excellent. Well, that was just
you can stop spotlighting me now.
Okay. I had also stopped your share too. Gotcha. Excellent. Thanks for that, Rick. And we look forward to more kind of peeling back the layers and looking at some of the source code of some iconic and legendary games from the period of our beloved color computer from the author himself. Thank you for sharing that with us. I know when you were talking about this, because right now we have George J is showing us some basics of assembly. And if you're going to be talking about different things you've done in some of your games, one of the things that I would like to kind of see a brief discussion on is how you do fonts and put graphical text characters on the graphic screen, because there is no innate ability to do that without writing your own code to make it do that. So it'd be interesting to see how you design characters in assembly and what you do to put them on the screen based on an XY coordinate and stuff like that. So that would be a cool thing to see. Just one of my own personal, for my own selfish reasons, I'd like to see that. And but
I think you can just use Nitrous 9 where you can do that.
Yeah, but I think I'm sure other people would find that interesting too, because it's something you take for granted. You see a game, you see graphics, you see letters on the screen mixed with the graphics, but you had to build all of that from scratch to make that possible. So that would be interesting to see. Excellent.
It was fun with Shanghai because the character set actually was designed for me by a graphic designer to be like a pseudo Oriental, character set to look all cool and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you, Rick. And we're going to continue that assembly excitement with more stuff. George J, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I woke up.
All right. Well, now hopefully we're going to hear this too, and I might have to. I'm going to share my screen just for a second, so I might have to fix this on the fly when I press the button. But we have an infographic as well for Assembly with George J, and hopefully you guys can hear the music, but we'll find out here in just a second. Oops, wrong button. And I don't know if that was from you, Curtis. So I don't know if you guys heard it. So we'll try it again. We'll do it one more time. We'll try this one more time. This time we'll take it from the top with feelings, and we'll see if the sound goes through the stream. Yep, Coco Man said no music. Let's try this again. Woo! Rocking like docking, baby. Hopefully you guys heard it that time. All right, so we are here with another segment. Music this time. Thank you, Jason, for helping our quality control. I have not had to add a new scene to OBS in quite some time, so I was a little rusty. And now I have to remember how to get the audio to output live to the stream. Excellent. So, George, we appreciate the fact that you've been sharing your brain and your expertise with us. And so take it away and tell us what we're going to learn today.
Okay. Been gone for a couple weeks here, so we're going to remember what we had been doing before. Remember, this is for beginners of programming. I don't know if you hear that thunder outside, but it's gotten dark here again, and the thunder's really almost knocked me out of my chair. We're going to continue on programming that character move program where we show the character on the screen, and we use the arrow keys to move it around, move the object around the screen. Again, there was no boundary check. You just keep pushing the keys, keep going through memory and ruin everything. So we've got to look at a new version today, version 3. We're going to add some boundary checking and some sound.
Ooh.
Too close to the edge, when you get to the edge of the screen, you'll get a beep now. And we have a version 4 where the arrow keys, once you press it like the up arrow, the cursor will start just continue going in the up position. It will not change until you hit another arrow key. Go right or left, up or down. And we'll add a pause key, the P for pausing, and a C to continue on. And we have a version 5, if we get that far, that actually has a status line on the bottom showing what row and what column we're in. So hopefully we'll get through all that stuff. There's a lot to do, so I guess we'll, and by the way, if you see a lot of clumsiness today, I'm using OBS for the first time today, so hopefully we'll get to where we want to go. And first things first is I'm going to go back and just do some, remember what we did before. Too many buttons here. Here we go.
Okay, we see it.
This is what we first originally did, okay? I'm just hitting the arrow keys up and down, left and right. That's all we did. And if you held, if you just kept pressing on the right arrow, it would go around and wrap around the screen. No excitement there. Okay, that's and a cue to quit. Then we did all right, and this is the one. I'm just going to go through what we're going to do today, and then we'll look at the code. Okay, now when you hit the arrow keys, when you get to the border, you'll get a little beep there.
Oh, okay. Now we have boundary checking.
And if you got the again, if you got the color computer 3, you can change colors. Okay, so we'll look at that.
That's nice.
All right, we're with the version 4, and we'll execute it. And this one here, I just hit the arrow key, and it goes all by itself.
Okay.
Okay, same thing. So, you got to hit a button first. Type correctly.
Lost your quote. No, quote's not quite right.
This one is the same thing. It's got a status line.
Oh, nice. Look at that.
Okay, just let you hit the arrow key, and it's going to go by itself, and then to get there. So we're adding just a little bit more each week or each version of this, just to keep everybody in tune with what we're doing.
That's neat.
Okay.
I like
so
that.
much for a demo. That's all the versions that I put together over the last week or so, and I will see if we can look and understand how to do it. I hope everybody looked at the code that we've done in the past. Let's from the code we did in the past. Let's see. I forgot to turn it on so you can see it.
Okay, we see it.
Okay, see, I'm sitting there looking at my screen. I forgot to select it.
And your mouse thing is much bigger too. So hopefully, hopefully the people were saying they couldn't see the mouse. Hopefully they can see it now.
Yeah, that's why I went over to OBS, because you couldn't see it the other way. Okay, and in fact, you can even see the big one whenever the highlights come up. So anyway. Yeah,
that's nice. Listen, I'm going to tell you something, George. Not only do I appreciate you doing this series and sharing this knowledge, but you're kicking up your presentation production value here several notches too. So thank you, sir.
Well, I know I went back and looked some of the stuff, and I couldn't see the cursor either. At least I try to improve it, and I'd say I had a week or two here to improve the presentation. So we'll kind of go through here. This is just built on that original versions that we did the last time we were together, the character move versions 1 and 2. And 3, we added the boundary check and the beep. So if you remember what we did last time, okay, we're going to do pretty much the same thing. I'll kind of go through it. We're going to start out up here. We'll start out row 7. We'll save that. Column 14. We'll store. I put some asterisks here. We're going to look at this later. We're going to store load A with 14 for our column. I'm going to store it in something called COL. Okay, now that's going to come up later on, and I'll explain. Then we're going to go print our characters. Now our calc routine that we've used for all these demonstrations. Okay, well, I've kind of streamlined it a little bit where it's much, I want to say much better code, but I think it's more practical than what we did before. The other one was trying to match the basic program. Okay. I don't have any basic programs now to match. Okay, we just have to do your homework. Okay, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to load our row,
screen width,
over characters, multiply it, and then here's where that COL was. Okay, because I'm adding something called CL to our current position on the screen. Okay. I'm going to take you down here to where our variables are. I've got column, okay, down here. It's 1 byte, okay, 14 characters. I mean, 14 in there. In the there. CL is just another byte in front of it with just a 0 in it. So when we go up here and we add to register D, which is a 16-bit add, okay. CL has the first two, had the 00 and the 14, which is 0E, so that's where we can add in the register D. Hopefully that's understandable. What we had COL and CL.
So you've
got an 8-bit value that you're using for your column, and all you're doing there is you're basically making it a 16-bit value by having 00 in front, so it doesn't add anything to it.
Yes, that's why over here that's what it looks like. If you look at the memory, it's a 60 bytes there. Okay. That's all it was. That's why we had the CL and COL. Okay, just so you understand that. Okay. Then we're coming back. We're adding a beginning address to the screen, which is, as we know before, it's in our include file. It's X400. Then we're this here actually puts us the exact position on the screen, position on the screen. We load up the character that we want to. No, I'm sorry. We get the character that's currently on the screen at that position, and this is like doing a peek at that position.
Okay.
Get that character that's on the screen, and we store that character. We load a character we want to put on screen.
Store it.
Put it on screen, and we take and we store the address, so when the next time through we'll be able to restore it correctly, and we go back. Same thing we did before. Okay. Nothing over. Right. Then we sit here and we loop around waiting for something to come in from the keyboard. Okay, we're just waiting until finally something comes in. Whenever you hit a key, it comes in back to your register A. So we compare A. So is it a Q? If it is, that's for quit. We can self-explanatory. We'll branch exit and we'll be done. Next thing we do, compare it, see if it's the right arrow key. Okay, if not, we go on. Okay, let's assume it was the right arrow key. Okay, right. We say we want to update the column by one position. Okay, so we increment column. Okay, so we start out, remember, column 14, we increment column, it's now has 15. We load up register A with the column end. And if you remember all these equates we had, column end really is 31 because our 32 characters, 0 through 31. So we're actually here, we're loading up to 31 in A, and then we're comparing that to our column, okay, which has 14 in it. So everything's okay. If you may think this is backwards, but after compare, it's higher same to a common routine. Okay, that means that the A was higher than the A is higher than the column, so it is. It's 31. That's 32. That's 14. If it's not, okay, let's assume we're in column 31 and went to 32. We would decrement the column to set it back, and then we'd go on to a branch place called no can do. Everything was okay like it is now. It's got 15. We go to the common routine, load up the previous character, load up the previous address, and store it back on a screen. That's like poking it back on a screen and go back to the main loop. Main loop says go print that next character. Remember, all we did was bump the column by one, so we're going to go back down that print routine and do the next character. Come back through here, start waiting for a key to get pressed, and go on our business. Okay, and like I said, it's just kind of the same. Was it the left arrow? Was it the down arrow? Was it the up arrow? And go on. And each one was basically the same thing as it was with the right arrow. The only thing different is when we got to the edge, the border was we back up one and we go to a place called no can do. It's not a Catmandu, but no can do. We'll branch to a subroutine called do a beep, and then go back to the main loop again. Okay, and do beep. This is something I probably got back in the early 80s off of Rainbow magazine or Chroma Set. Okay, this little routine here, and I don't know anything about sound. I know this works.
Okay. Looks like it's a color basic ROM routine for the sound command you're calling there, just setting up the
it is, yes.
basic variables.
I'm branching into the routine. Okay, it worked back in the 82. It worked, and I guess it still works. Okay, you can change this the tone and that. All you do is jump into the basic ROM and you do a little bit and go back. We do the beep, and we go back to the get loop and go through the same process. Okay, no over exciting stuff in there. Same stuff we've been doing. It's just upgrade where it got to the edge of the top of the row, the bottom, or left or right, and we did a beat. That's it. I mean, hopefully it's fairly self-explanatory. All right. The next one, the next iteration we did, I showed you was number 4. That's the one that you didn't have to keep pressing the arrow keys up and down or left or right. You just press the up key and it continues going up until it hits the border and beeps. And likewise, right or left, we can go either way. And there, and we'll put in a pause and continue key in. That may be a little bit more work than what you think it is. You pause if you try to follow this, and this is one you may want to look at this code yourself. It's all out on the Discord channel. But we start with the same code and we're doing the same thing. Row 7, column 14, and we're loading up some other variables here. because this is a continuous motion one, so we got to start out somewhere. And I called it path for some reason. It's the direction we're going to go. We're going to start out with the up arrow. The path is up. We're also going to make it the previous path. And we got a switch in there for our pause and continue. We're just calling it one time. So we're clearing it out, making it zeros. Again, we're down here doing the same exact thing. We're going to print character just like we did in the other one. Just go down and put that on there. There's a little another routine here called key delay, because we're not pressing keys anymore. Before we had to press a key to get the cursor to move. It's going on its own now. So we go up and say, is there a key pressed? It comes right back immediately and says, no, there was nothing was pressed. So it keeps on going through this loop here.
Well, that's basically to slow down. Like if you've hit a key and it's say moving left, if you just let it run at full speed, it would just be bing, and it would be right on the left-hand side. You wouldn't even get to see it move. So this is basically slow it down so you can see it moving as you go across, correct?
Well, yeah, it's going to keep going because we're going to go one step at a time. If we're going up, we're going to up, but we have to some point sometimes go out and check to see if somebody has pressed a key. And that's what this does. It checks a whole series of times and it says, oh, nobody's pressed a key in the past, portion of a second. We'll just continue on and move. Okay, and that's what it does. It finally falls out of this loop, loads up the path, and then, which is the previous key. Remember, we stored up here, had a previous key. We'll load it up, and then we'll just go on like somebody did press a key, right? Even though you didn't, it's the previous key that you pressed, which wasn't the Q. In this case here, it was the up arrow. So it says, okay, is it a P? Nope. Check the continue key. Nope. Check. If it was the up arrow, it finally gets down here where the up arrow was. And does that normal thing it did before. The exact same thing. Finally comes back up to the main loop routine. And when you do press a key, it changes direction and stores all them things in the path. I don't know if that's done down here. I don't recall this. I wrote this 2 weeks ago. No, it didn't. It's stored at the top. I'm hoping I'm not confusing this too much. All it's doing is saying if you didn't press a key, well, we're gonna use this the last time you pressed a key. You didn't press a key, we'll take the last thing you did and we'll go do it again. Check for key. You didn't, we'll keep going. In this case, up arrow, we'll keep going and keep going and keep going until you press a key. Main difference here now is we got to check it here for the pause key. If you hit the P, we're gonna pause and just sit there. Okay. Compare it to the P. Yes, it was. We had the one-time switch we initiated up here. We made it 0 because we don't want to keep hitting. We don't want to keep executing the same code for pause over and over and over. I'll try to explain that as we get there. If we already pressed it, we don't want to go through this code again. We just want to go wait until the only thing you do now is press a C to continue. The reason is because it loads up the previous and it just keeps storing it, and we would lose our original character for the screen. So we tested. We have not been through here before. We'll fall through. We'll complement that. We'll make them zeros to FF. That's what it does. It's complement of 00 is FF. So it tells the switch that we've been through here before. All right. The last good direction, we load it up and we store it back. I mean, you really need to take this code and sit down and look at it. It's kind of self-explanatory that you'll see why I did what, or why you have to do what you do. Because you don't want to keep hitting a P and keep repeating the same code. You lose everything you had on the screen. So the next time through, it looks, and if you hit this. You have to hit the C, the continue key, to get out of this. Was it a C? Yes. Are we paused? Again, if you hit the C and you're not paused, you don't want it to start restoring stuff that you didn't store before. So you have to make sure that you was actually in the pause mode, right? If you're not paused, go back, get out of here. And to continue, we get the last good direction, et cetera. We complement that switch because we're going to go back to normal and go back to the top of the loop and come through again. If we're in the pause mode and you hit any other key, an X, a Y, an up arrow, down arrow, it's going to come through here. It wasn't a C down here. And we're going to test our one time to see, are we in a pause mode? If we're in a pause mode, we want to, if we're not in a pause mode, we want to go on and check the normal keys. If we're not, we want to, nope, not. We're not, we need to go to the loop and keep going until we get a C. I know, very confusing. Take a look at the code. I think you'll understand it if you actually set it in front of you and see what happens each time you go through this loop. Other than that, the rest of the code is, not I get y'all completely confused. The rest of the code is exactly the same as it was before. It's just adding the pause and continue is a little bit more complicated than what you'd think it'd be. Questions? Everybody awake?
Yeah, no, I was following you. Right, because the main loop is kind of doing some peeking and poking and storing of what's there, and when you're in that pause loop, you don't want that stuff to continue to happen, so it kind of puts all of that like put information on hold. So no, I understand the logic behind it. I think it's just understanding how it's being implemented in code is something that people are going to have to beat on the keyboard and type it out and run it and see what it's all about. Yeah.
If you take this here, this get loop down through there and print it out or have it on your screen and just look at that code, I think it'd be much easier to understand.
Right. And the one thing this doesn't do, kind of like a modern editor, it was you would start to have kind of like the indent and outdent formation sometimes when people are typing in their code as they have these kind of loops as they kind of go out and come back. It starts to look like a right bracket on how your source code is being, kind of shoved to the right as you go down. So I've seen people code that way on higher level modern languages where
Basic 9 uses that a lot.
Yeah.
Like C uses that a lot.
Yeah. So I think if it was formatted that way in kind of a outline format where you could kind of see like the sub branches as it's going through its logic, visually it might make a little more sense because this is all kind of linear. Your brain has to make that kind of
to think a bit harder.
Think a little bit harder. But yeah, I was following what you were saying as far as the reason why the pause routine has to be a little bit different. You don't want to keep checking where you are on the screen because you're on pause, so all those things you were doing before also have to be paused.
Right, you don't want to keep updating this stuff here because you end up losing that previous characters.
Right. Because nothing's being pressed.
Yeah, basically what would happen is you'd end up taking your little cursor, your little checkerboard there, and you'd be changing it to be the previous character. Now it's not going to restore what was underneath. It's going to just keep restoring the checkerboard.
Right, because it's just finding itself at that time. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd leave a trail of checkerboards around if you left it that way. So.
Yeah.
And same way with the continue. If you hit the C and you're not in a pause, you don't want to start restoring stuff that you don't need to be restored because you didn't pause it anywhere. You just want to get out of there. Okay. Anyway, print that routine off and look at it. So
let me ask you this then, because you scrolled by so fast. So is the checking for the C key in the main loop?
No.
Okay, so it's only in the pause loop.
Well, no. I'm sorry. It is in the main loop. Okay, here's we get our character. Check for a quit. Is it a P? No, it's not. Is it a continue?
Because the only time the C key would ever even be applicable is when you're paused. I'm almost wondering if your check for C could just be in the pause loop and not have it be part of the main loop. Now, I don't want you to rewrite your program right now, but as I'm just I'm thinking out loud here. It's like, why do you want to check for continue in the whole loop when the only time continue is applicable is when you're in the pause loop?
It's not. It's only one way. If you hit a C, it's going to come here, do one compare here, a Q? No. Is it a P? No. Is it a C? Yes. Or, you know, and it's right here.
Right,
yes.
right.
Are we in the pause? No,
Right,
no.
right. But if you had moved that under the pause routine, you wouldn't even have to check to see if you were in a pause or not, because it only applies when you are paused. But yeah, I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just trying to apply my own logic to this.
You'd have to add a second call to read a key in there then.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So there's only one read key routine, so that's why it's done this way.
But if I put it in here, it'd never get in there because it have to be a P for it.
Okay, I got you. I got you. You see, this is me not understanding the bigger picture. I'm just looking at one piece of it. Yeah, gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, plus assembly, his 3 tests are 6 instructions, not the morass of basic.
Whose ass? No, that's cool, George. I like it.
Remember, we're trying to keep this. I'm trying to keep it at a.
Yeah.
It's much easier to understand. I mean, some of these things I would not do this way, but I think it's easy to understand than putting stuff on the screen.
Yep. And I'm way behind too, so I haven't done my piece of trying to test drive any of this on my side yet either too. So I got a lot of catching up to do. But I'm following you mentally. I'm following you.
Okay, good. Okay, we'll move on to that last one and put a status line on there.
Yeah, that's that I want to see.
Okay, all I did was take forward the one we just did.
When
we just did, it's the exact same code. I think down here, go through here so fast.
Love all the colors.
All right, and I put it right here when we calculated everything on the. We put the character on the screen, put it on the screen, and right down here I added branch subroutine to print status.
Print status line. Okay.
A little star in there so you can see it. Okay. Which is right here. Okay, our status line down here. I'll show you what the status line is at the bottom. It looks right here. It looks just like this.
Right.
Okay, and I've broken it down into pieces. Okay, the row equals. And this is where we're going to put the actual values in this status row line. We're going to put what row it's in, like 1, 2, 3. Same way in the column. We're going to put it in them 3 little spots right there, where the X's are up here. Right? We'll go back up here to our print status. All right. First thing we do is clear out the work from what we had in there before. Okay. You might say, well, I have to, because I'll have to tell you, I have 2 versions of this. I have a version 5. I also have a version 9. And the difference in them, they look almost identical. Version 5, right, it goes off to basic to get all this conversion of these numbers. Okay. Version 9 is everything is built in. We do it all in there. We convert these hex numbers into digital numbers. But it's a lot different. So we're going to work with this here. Go down and all the clear work does was to clean out them 3 spaces that I showed you where the X's were. Because each time it's going to change. Sometimes it might be 1 byte. It could be in row 1 or row 3 or 12. So let's clean it out. That's all we're doing. We're going to load up the row in the B and clear out A. That way we got D. Remember our 2 A and B makes D. So now we've got D.
Floating point. Is it FP floating point?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. And now I'm going to bring up something else here if I can.
You have to use floating point when you're calling basic because extended basic only has floating point numeric variables. There is no integer ones like say basic 9 has.
Okay, I'm going to bring this up for a second. On our CoCo includes that I give you a copy of. Had all these addresses in there. This one here was left out. This if floating point accumulator 0, the mantissa. Okay, you need to add it to your includes, or I'll put a new copy of this out in the zip file that's out there. Okay, that's basics looking for what we're going to do there. So if I can get back now to
screen beginning, screen end, screen width, screen. I like that.
So we're going to store that in that where Basic would like it. Okay. And this here was another thing that came in an article back in the early 80s, how to convert this. Okay. And I pretty much use this all the time too. It works. You store it there, you load this. You know, I can't tell you what it does. You just, if you look at the unraveled Basic, you'll never want to ever code again. They go off to, you know, 20,000 iterations of things that I'm not sure what they do. I don't care if it's their floating point routine is unbelievable. Anyway, when it comes back, when it gets back here, register X is pointing to ASCII, it's ready to print. So all you need to know is this right here. Just do that, and when it comes back, it's sitting there, it's ready to go. Okay, then we add the address of that store row, and then we copy it over from where Basic left it. We copy it into the row, and we do the same thing with the column. We load up the column, we go off to jump into Basic, come back. We point to the three little the bytes in our line below, and we do this little loop, and we put it in there. When it's all done, here's what we want to print it on the screen. Now, I'm just hard-coded this here. It's best we didn't calculate it. I just knew I wanted to put it on the bottom row, and it did it kind of quick. And you have to have Basic printed for you. You got to tell Basic where you want to print it. I wanted to print it at, remember our screen goes from hex 400 to hex 5FF.
Mm-hmm.
So 5 easy 7 is on that bottom row, kind of center. You store that in a thing called cursor position, which is inside that include file. You load up your message you want to print. Remember, you always had to do a -1. You branch to Basic, and they'll print it on the screen for you. It's done. That's all the status line is. Go back up to here, return, and go on about your business, same as you've done before. It's the only thing the status line consisted of getting here, branching to this little routine, and you're done.
And you're kind of tapping into the ROM for the number calculation and the printing.
Yes. If I can bring up the
right. And the way the routine works, even though you're printing the status line on the bottom, it's going to be even kind of peaking that. So if you move the cursor over the status line, it would still be non-destructive.
Well, no, I can't. You can't get past there.
Oh, okay. Oh, you can't. Oh, so you've made the
Yes, I did forget about that. I did make one change. I made it the number of rows -1.
Okay.
In that one where it's checked.
Because that might be that it would either become a conflict or the status would just keep overwriting the cursor.
Yep.
One of the two, right? So.
Yep. So that's when it gets down there, it won't go over that.
Well, we can't see it. We're still on the title screen here.
Oh.
It's okay.
It looks good to me.
Yeah, it looks freaking fabulous, man. There you go.
I'm sitting here running.
Yeah.
I'm not used to this.
Yeah, no, but listen, you're doing a great job. And okay, here's our row. All right, so if you try to go down to hit the row, it won't go that far down. Okay, and it's beeping. But there's your rows and columns.
Remember, it runs by itself.
Now, hopefully, if it gets stuck, it won't continue to beep that I'm stuck, right? Because that'd be annoying. Or does it?
Nope, it just goes. It says, "Wake up."
Yeah, that's totally annoying. It's like a freaking alarm clock at that point, right? So.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the point.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of information here. There's a lot of code samples. There's a lot to digest and dissect here. But I think you've given us right now enough information where somebody should be able to plot something on the screen in assembly language just about to any position they want. Between your earlier routine where you allowed us to put text based on an X and Y coordinate and the formula to figure out how that multiplied out to the screen position. And I missed the lesson before, by the way, where you went through that routine of the cursor, the moving the non-destructive cursor. So I'm going to have to go back and watch that video. But you've given us a lot of information, and I can't thank you enough, but I'm also feel horrible because I haven't had a chance to really apply any of this myself. It is because of my work schedule's been so crazy. But this is great stuff.
But one thing I wanted to bring up, I had a couple more things. I could go on with some of the stuff I got, but we'll just do it. I always load my stuff down in lower, you know, around 1,000 or somewhere down there, and I'm using the emulator, and I know that the basic program's up at Hex 2600, so I don't know where it's at in a CoCo 1 or 2. But anyway, if you just take this program, I put it also on in the zip file and run, it would tell you where basic on in this emulator where I'm running now. It begins at Hex 2601 and it ends at 26AD. That's where this basic program that you're looking at is located in memory.
Okay.
So you would not want to arg your program at 2600.
Right, because you're going to be cutting into the
you'd overwrite the basic program if you had one in memory.
Right.
So that way you'll know where you can arg stuff is if you just run this here and you know where basic has got its program. So, and if you're likewise, your basic, if your hex, your assembly program is at 1,000, you don't want to have your work area starting at 2,000 if it's going to be 800 or 900 bytes long. Okay, that's not a big thing. This just tells you where your basic program is. And one more. Everybody already has done this program that shows you all the different characters that you can display. You know, when you're like with the cursor moving around, I always find the ones that end in a 6 or a 9 look best. I'm talking about the hex numbers. I remember I talked about hex.
Yeah, hold on. Well, you're going so fast I can't soak it on. Okay, so the 6.
So basically, you're grouping these by each unique pattern by showing all 8 colors.
Yes. Right. Trying to get this color. And this pattern here, if it ends in a 6, it looks better when that cursor movement thing, you know, what you're doing with the arrow keys. You can use any one of them. The one I use is 198. Okay, the black and white one.
The C6, which is the black and white checkerboard one. Right.
Yeah, and these look the best other than using some of the, you see what's doing, you put here, you can't even see my cursor. Can you see how little it is now?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
But we can see it, but yeah, it is small.
Okay, but anyway, I was saying I use ones that ends at 6 or the ones that end in 9, like these here, always look best when you're doing.
Those are the 2 directions of the diagonal block thing there. Yeah.
Yes. But anyway, that's just a little program I put in there. It's just because I was trying to figure which ones would look the best, and I wrote this. I'm not much of a basic program.
No, that's impressive.
And this also shows you one of the reasons that hex is kind of nice, because in this case, the semi-graphics mode, you have 16 patterns, which can be completely black to completely filled with a color, and then everything in between with your 4 pixels. And you'll notice that on the hex column here, the first digit 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. That's the color number basically.
Okay, right.
You know, minus if you subtract 8, it's color 0. Color
and then
1,
E
color
is
2,
the
color
pattern
2.
style.
Yes, but you notice on the decimal side, it's a bit different. You have to add 16 every time, so you have to think a bit more to add these.
Yeah, so it's almost more logical in hex. I can't believe I just said that, but yeah.
That was my point. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sure what we're going to be looking at next time. Okay, I've put this in here. This program, if the assembly language program isn't loaded, it will tell you. Reason why? I kept disrupting my machine. I had it loaded at the wrong place. And we're going to do a little bit more motion here. Speed, well, let's do 500 or 55.
Holy crap. The hell was that?
Too fast. You can't tell what it's doing. I slowed it down. Okay?
Oh my goodness. We got rotating doohickeys on the screen.
Right. We got 26 of them we're spinning around on the screen. Okay.
Just out of curiosity, run that at speed 1.
That's cool. That's like text animation, you know.
One for some reason doesn't work as well. I just sped it up a little bit. You can't hardly see it.
It's the Solaris cursor.
The Solaris cursor? Is that what it looked like?
Yeah, SunOS had a cursor that did that.
All right, so that's why I said we're going to put a little motion in the spin stuff.
So you have an exclamation point for the vertical. You have a minus sign for the horizontal, and you got
the slash and backslash.
The slash and backslash for the angles, and just creating an animation loop from that.
All right, we're going to let's try. All right, this one here, we're doing 26 of them too. It's going through the alphabet. Each one of them is going through the alphabet. A through Z, each one of them. Okay, 26 things going. 26 characters and 26 positions.
Wow. How can one computer do this much? 26 objects on the screen in 26 different positions, doing 26 different things.
26 gigawatts of code.
One more and we'll be done.
This is cool. So this is a sneak peek of what we have to look forward to.
All right, we're going to do 512 items.
Holy crap.
We're going to do a speed of, let's try 77.
Holy crap. This is a blast in the screen with... So 512 would be the whole screen. How many times is it doing that?
Nope. I think I got to go faster. I got to go. There you go.
What's the...
Each one of them is doing all 26 characters of the alphabet.
Ah.
So if we do 512 every position on the screen.
Yeah.
And we'll do 125. Okay, that's as fast as So if I slow it down, you can see each one. It goes to A to Z.
Okay.
And they originally were put on there, and this year.
I believe this is some form of subliminal brain programming right now. Our audience is all being subliminally told to go to Brian Wiesler's house and steal his collection. So
I was going to go with drink your Ovaltine.
That's insane.
It's well, when we get there, I'll show you how it's built. Okay, and that's what's going to be interesting in. Is to do some stuff that's going to get in more table format.
Okay.
Okay, and then that last one we showed you was 512 characters. We don't have all this stuff you're looking at on the screen. Okay, this here is all hand coded. Oops, I didn't do that. It's all hand coded, and we build the addresses and stuff like that as it comes through. The last one did the 512. It goes through there, and it's just we're going to have allocate a piece of memory. And build everything with random number generator.
Oh my goodness!
It built the whole thing. You know, some of them start with A, some of them start with Z and Q.
So they're going to start off at a random point in the alphabet, and then you're just going to sequentially increase or decrease them until they reach the bottom,
yes.
Or they continue to loop from Z
exactly.
to A and back to Z.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's it.
Man. That's
I could go on and on.
No, I'm looking forward to that. I have to spend some serious time catching up and getting my cracking my knuckles on this.
Steve, you've said that every week, and you're going to end up with a failing grade. If you
I know. I'm sorry, George. I'm sorry. I want to get high marks. If I'll bring you an apple next week too, teacher.
No, I don't. I've never
he doesn't do apples. He does Cocos.
I've never used an apple.
Wrong fruit.
but thanks for the offer.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, I really should get on there and type some of this stuff in and try it and ask questions. I don't mind questions. I know some of the stuff we go through pretty fast.
I liked the spinning animation. That was kind of cool. I liked the blasting the screen with text and then kind of shifting and animating that text. That's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to.
And a reminder for everybody: George is available for questions during the week. You don't have to wait till next week's episode.
Right,
in our Discord on the channel devoted to this.
Yeah, I keep checking Discord all the time. So just if you have a question, put it out there, and. I'll be more than happy to help. Remember, we're trying to keep this as simple as we can. We're trying to keep it. Well, we're going to keep it all on text screens.
Yeah.
We can do everything you can. We can't do. We're not going to do sprites and stuff like that. But we're going to try to do as much as we can on text screens, so your results are immediately shown.
Right. In a way, you kind of are doing a sprite with that non-destructive cursor that you're moving around. That's kind of sprite-ish. An object that moves in front of things.
And I don't know how many people are on CoCo 1s and 2s and 3s. So, and if there was CoCo 3, then you can get into the high, the high res text screen, and that gives you 80 columns wide, and you can do a whole bunch of good stuff up there too.
Wow.
Yeah, you have attributes and all kinds of stuff you get into in that.
But we'll see if, once we get through some of this stuff here, we'll move on. All right.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Thank you, George.
And Steve, I'll be asking you questions next week on some of this code.
All right, and I don't want to disappoint you, and I don't want to get a failing mark. I spent my whole life being a failure. My goal is to fix that. So cool stuff. All right, so how do?
Thanks, George.
I think I'm done.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because you weren't even screen sharing. You just made your camera that. So that's cool. Virtual camera. Far out. All right. So
that's my first time to use OBS because I kept getting too confused with all my screens I had open. This way it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
And plus it fixes the really small cursor problem that everybody was having trying to see it.
Except that one, maybe on the emulator. Somewhere he was still getting a small cursor, but that's all right.
On the emulator it was. All right.
Thank you, George. Thank you very, very
Thanks.
much.
Alrighty.
Good to have you back after the holidays. All right, so what have we done so far, boys and girls? We did the Game On Challenge. We had our special guest. We had a new segment, Raiders of the Lost CoCo. We had our assembly language segment. What do we do for an encore? Well, we still have potentially news to do, and we also have project updates and acquisitions, and we have a few more guests joining us. We have Mr. Dave 6309 has joined us, and Brian Wiesler, the collector of all things CoCo, has joined us. So, Curtis, what do we do next? Do we need to talk to Mr. Dave about something, or
Mr. Dave is here because one of the things we're showing on the news is actually something he's done.
Okay, so then do we want to jump into the news?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that right now. You can go ahead and start sharing your screen if you want, and I'll cue the infographic, and then when I say take it away, Curtis, you're good to go. So here we go.
We're starting on the Game On news. Just
all right.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
All right, take it away, Curtis.
Okay, you guys are seeing the screen here. It says Compact Vision TV Boy Gakken.
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay, so this first one is a YouTube channel that I've not seen before called Tanam 1972. I assume that's the year he's born or something. And it's a video for Gakken TV Boy 200X. I'm not sure what that is. It was at a game console or something, maybe in Japan or something. But this is a port of the game to the MC10. And it's a medium resolution ML arcade game that I've never seen before, so I thought I'd let you guys take a boot.
Can you make that full screen, or does that screw up when you do that when you're screen sharing?
Yeah, no, that screws up.
Okay. Oh, this is neat.
So it kind of reminds me a bit of Targ with a shrunken playfield, I guess.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if that's the exact same gameplay. It does have 1 or 2 players. It is,
it's pretty fast.
Yeah, it's machine language.
Yeah.
But it's not an MC10 game I've ever seen anybody demo before. Some of the people that have MC10s, like Jason Reichert or something, can correct me, but I've never seen this one.
I have not seen it. Well, I don't know what the hell's going on with that thing that's bouncing around there. It's tripping me out. But there's a red shooting ship that I'm thinking is you. Then there's the blue one is probably you. The red one's the bad guy, as it's going on in some oh no, maybe
the other flipping thing that sometimes goes diagonally. I don't know
maybe the red one is you. Okay, the red one must be you because he's shooting blue things, and there's that thing there because the one that just died was the red thing. The frickin' pace is frantic, so I'm not sure how the hell a human being's supposed to play that game.
And I'm not familiar with the original game that this is based on that was ported from either, so I don't know too many Japanese games. I'll be full up front there to admit that, but it looks interesting enough that I'd like to see what it's originally based on, and then if somebody can find the MC10 version to download, see if it's see what the gameplay is actually like.
Okay, cool.
Next up, if Nick is here and still awake.
Yeah, yep.
There's a new blog.
Okay.
Did you want to kind of explain what you're updating in this particular blog entry there, Nick?
Let's see.
This is the audiobook version of the printed form of his blog.
Yeah, this is for you audio podcast listeners who can't see any of this. So.
Yeah, well, basically, slowly working through the game, and this time around I've added the robots, the the lifts operate. There's a countdown timer, and with the robots, at the moment they can't harm you. You can walk straight through them at the moment.
And you're leaving that feature for people like me, right?
Only if you pay me. So the robots move left and right on the platform, and they get to the end of the platform, and they turn around and go back the other way. But every now and then, to make it look like they've got some intelligence, they do stop every now and then determine whether you're actually behind them or in front of them, and then they may turn around and come after you that way. They move a bit slower than you, so that you can actually outrun them. And they look pretty good. When they turn around, they don't just turn around instantly. They actually do rotate to turn around and then start walking. So that's the robots. The lifts, as you can see in that top image there, the lift doors are closed there. Now, if you walk in front of the lifts and press the joystick up, it actually the doors slide open, Star Trek style, with a Star Trek sounding whoosh sound.
Oh, cool.
So, which has got a nice little mechanical lift sound.
And a lift is an elevator for those who are...
it's an elevator. Yeah,
for people in North America, it's an elevator.
Elevator. Okay, maybe I need to redo the web page. And you can enter the lift to go back to the foyer screen, which is the screen with all the doors, or if you don't go in, the lift will then close again on you. I sometimes just sit there and just open and close the doors because the sound of the door is good.
It reminds me of Get Smart, the intro type thing.
Yeah, it's got this nice mechanical whoosh, whoosh. So the lifts and the countdown timer in the center bottom, there's those 4 red digits. Actually, all the digits down there now light up, but the middle one is the timer. That's operating, and it starts from 999. 9999 four nines, and counts down, and the goal is to get to the end of the whole game before the countdown reaches 0. And I'll adjust the time so that once I've got the game written, I know how long it actually takes to do the game, so it doesn't make it impossible. And that's about it. Been working on a few things of late, but I did manage to get these CoCo things running. No video for this chapter. I figured I'll save that for next chapter.
You'll have a more wowie video then.
Yeah, well, it's more wowie video. So yeah, and that's about it.
That's cool.
And Mikey has a comment in the chat here. Of course, he was one of the 4 or 5 of us that were trapped on the elevator at the one CoCo Fest that they had to get the fire department to axe it open for us. And he goes, "Don't remind me about elevators. We'll bring back nightmares." So I'm with them on that. You can call them lips, and we don't think of it as a horror story.
So for some people, this is a horror game.
So I should have it. Sometimes when you enter a elevator, it doesn't actually take you anywhere. You get trapped in there.
It goes halfway down to the basement where you're kind of...
And then you have David Ladd reciting stuff for hours on end. That's what you should have, because we were trapped with him on that elevator. So,
well, there is a sound effect in the game that says "really," which is
David.
Maybe I should have it so the lift gets stuck every now and then. You hear the voice.
Really.
Perfect.
That's a feature.
I like it. Done.
Sounds good to me.
Done.
Or the doors open halfway up and the gang is in there.
Yeah, that's right. I should do that. Sample, scan the picture of all the guys. In the lift from the thing, and actually miniaturize and put them all in there.
Or just have them walking back and forth. You can see like Mikey walk by, then David, then me, then Mark Overholt.
That'll be for the special edition of the game where I rename it from 0 Hour to CoCo Fest.
Right. Yeah, I won't be buying that because I still have PTSD after that incident. So.
And yeah, that's it for this chapter.
Cool. Next up, Boat, who's actually on holidays this week, so that's why he wasn't on the Amigos show on Friday. So he's on holidays. Dang. I think he went to Arizona because he didn't have enough hot weather at home, so he went there. And actually, I will mention he actually had to go to the hospital for a little bit there from heat stroke. So
wow,
that's why I'll never move to Arizona. And now he's vacation, I can think, in California or something. So he's having a good time, just taking a break from everything here. And he'll be back next week. But before he left, he decided, because he's already pre-announced that Pitstop II will be the CoCo show game this next episode that we're recording. So he did some just raw gameplay footage here. No commentary, just kind of played it. I think this was a second or third game here because I had to explain how the pits work. For those who haven't seen it, it's kind of a two-player head-to-head. You can play against a computer-controlled player or a second human player, which makes it a lot more fun. There's your stupid YouTube ads that broke my blocker. And the nice thing about Pitstop 2 is it actually has damage to your car. You can start damaging your tires. You start getting these little colored dots, and as they go from blue to red to white, your tires are more damaged. And if they get wide white, you blew a tire and basically you're out of the race completely. So you actually have to go in the pits. You also have fuel to worry about. You have to go in the pits to do that too. So he actually did start playing with some of that in here.
And you actually have to physically maneuver the people to do the certain things, and it can be a little bit challenging.
And one thing he discovered too is if you let the guy refuel and it overflows the tank empties out and you have to start over, so that delays your pit stop. But then you have to go change your tires. You can see there's some tire damage even on the computer player in the bottom here.
Yeah.
When you get two human players, it's a blast because you will actually run each other off the road to force the guy to damage his tires type thing. So sometimes you actually literally have to slow down to let the other guy go ahead, then you can ram him off the road. So it's a barrel of fun in two players if you've never played this game before. So that will be the next episode. I think that will get released in August will be this one, or maybe it's in later, I can't remember. But the next episode, there will be Pitstop 2. Next up, Cuthbert Dragon's been rather busy this week with a whole bunch of games, including multiple ones I've not seen before, or in a few specific cases, there's splash screens I haven't seen before. So I think for this week here, we've got...
What is Ring of Darkness? Have we seen that before? Dragon 32
I'm just going to try to go in kind of order from oldest to newest so I can see. So this is Decathlon, which is not Decathlon like I would have thought.
What the hell? It's like a freaking cowboy bank or cowboy thing. Decathlon. Okay. Wizard Software, 1984.
Little animation there too. So Decathlon is basically just 10 different events, but they're nothing to do with the Olympics.
Okay.
So it's 10 different
events. Use the arrow keys to... Oh, so it's kind of a maze that's...
Shifting maze.
And where's the exit? Top left-hand corner?
Yep, up in the upper left here.
Okay.
And then there's like a hangman style game.
Okay. So yeah, Decathlon is a little bit misleading, but there are 10 events, so I guess that's what Decathlon means. We just associate it with sports. Yeah. Spider.
Little timer bar on the top there.
Okay.
I won't go through like in great detail here, but
I want to see the cowboy thing. Shoot out. You are the sheriff. Okay. Ah. He shot him, and then there's a grave in the background there. A little X on his chest where he got shot. Okay. That was, that changed my life. CoCo. Oh, so make the egg land in the nest, huh?
Yeah.
Boop, boop, bleep.
Or not.
Or not, yeah. Okay. So this is kind of like a trajectory Angry Birds type thing, early version of that. And he got it.
Yeah.
Oh, under little baby's hatch. Oh, isn't that cute? Check mark. All right, anagrams. Oh, Christ. You have to like think and stuff for this game? Who's going to do that?
Yeah, we'll skip that. That's not TV friendly.
All right. The Doors, a great rock band. Oh.
Yeah.
What's behind door number 2? Is this to try to not find the bad thing? Oh, dragon. Caterpillar. Using your arrow keys. Okay, so this is the old snake. Yeah. Snake in a maze game.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Oh, man. Dude, talk about not a lot of time at all. Oh, there's your X. Okay. Chopper. Pilot your helicopter from one... Okay. This is obviously done in assembly language based on the speed.
Not at all.
So this is kind of like a moon, lunar lander thing with a helicopter. Rearrange the numbers in order using. Oh, this is that
that
slider
little
puzzle.
sliding thing, yeah.
Slider puzzle. Okay, that's cute.
Anyway, I thought it was kind of an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Having 10 mini games.
Yeah.
all written in BASIC.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool stuff. Slice of history right there.
Yeah. So that one we've shown. Taskship is kind of another scramble clone that I don't think we've shown before.
Get pretty good smooth scrolling there.
Yeah, pauses a bit for sound, but that's kind of expected. I like his backgrounds though. Like he actually did a pretty decent job drawing the hilly grass, and
yeah,
it's not just the outlines like a lot of the games use their solid colors.
Beep 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 beep. What is that? Is that the Goodyear blimp up there? What's going on?
What's your comment?
Asteroid shower. Oh, somebody just lost their TV reception. It took out his satellite. Yeah, the mountains, some texture in the mountain and whatnot.
Yeah, it's a pretty decently done version. I mean, it's lower res.
Yeah, but it's obviously
he made a good use of color. Like you can see the
the kind of the gradients and stuff. So it doesn't seem like it's completely tile based because the scenery is so varied. It keeps changing and stuff.
Yeah, he did a good job on designing the backgrounds because most of these games are just like solid yellow hills or whatever type thing. Like, and that he actually gave this a bit of variety. So that was cool. Next up, I think Desperado Dan. Is that one we've seen before? I can hear him.
Desperado Dan.
Oh, yeah, we have seen this one.
Blabby Computer Games. Or is it Blaby or Blabby? I don't know. Blabby?
We'll find out on the Dragon Special.
Yeah, I think the Lava Lamp guy pronounces it Blaby. What the hell's going on here? Who are you? You're the blue guy?
You're the blue guy falling at the right now.
Okay, and then these guys here are going to try to shoot at you, or is he just standing there to look completely useless?
He's blocking your path, so if you jump and hit him, you die.
Okay, and then you have this little viney thing that's going up and down. You got to time yourself to get under the vine, jump over this jackass right there, and then get out of the screen. Boom. All right,
and
it's the same thing, and it gets a little faster. Oh, okay, now it's changed. What do I do? I've got to...
Here's kind of the sea themes. You've got fish, you've got octopus or squid or whatever the heck they are, and an underwater tank apparently. And you're riding a little doohickey down. So it seems to give you a couple of the same screens with themes, and then it goes to a different world per se. And I think there's another world here too, if I remember on the demo. Let's see if I get there.
Okay, now there's a sea dragon or something. Yeah, that's cool looking. So that's a wider jump you have to make there.
Yeah.
What the hell is he writing there? Is this kind of like
I don't have a clue.
Oh, now that's castle themed.
Yeah.
And that little bouncy thing's becoming a bigger pain in the ass now.
Yeah, and I got houses and castles and trees and stuff. So it is a bit of variety. I mean, the gameplay is pretty similar, but...
Okay, and they mixed it up.
Yeah. Okay, sporting decathlon. That's to emphasize the fact that it's just not, a random decathlon of random games.
Sporting decathlon, all rights reserved. I look at the little digital stopwatch there. I like that.
And his window blinds are a little bit higher than normal, I noticed on this.
Yeah. All right, it's Mr. Stick Figure. Look out, he's going to jump. And did he jump? Man, the speed on this thing is amazing.
Yeah, this is written in BASIC as well.
It's impressive for being in BASIC.
Yeah, actually, some of the later ones here, like here he's got
100-meter
running event against computer players.
There's the finish line.
The javelin, this one...
okay. Oh.
It actually fired off pretty quick there, so maybe he has an ML routine or two, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's cool.
400 meters, which is, just longer and more boring. Shot put.
Shot put. Do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Pachoo!
I have to say he did better animations than I did in my Olympic decathlon, so I have to give him props.
Oh, pole vault. I got to see this. If the frickin' window glare doesn't completely block it. That's pretty cool, the animation with the... You have failed by bumping into the bar. Is this where you go to lay down
This is high jump. Watch how high this guy jumps, man. He's an athlete.
It's like the slow motion $6 Million Man thing, right? So it's
but if the guy's 6 feet high, he jumped like what, 18 feet in the air or something?
Yeah, listen.
1,500 meter, that's a really long event.
Long jump. You ran past the takeoff point, you loser. You scored. Await the crowd's applause. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. You got the audience.
It's not bad for a little basic game.
Audience of very creepy egg-faced people.
he put more effort into the subtleties in here than I did on mine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the nuance to me sells it more than some of the other things. But yeah, there's a lot of.
And it's basics. I mean, that's not bad for basic.
A lot of polish. A lot of thought went into this. That's cool.
Yeah, even the title screen looks nice. Fantasy Flight. I think we've shown this one before. I'll just quickly look just to make sure.
I have no idea what the hell's going on there.
You're the red guy.
There's a lot of stuff going on there.
You pick up objects, you dodge monsters, you go between rooms, open doors. Actually, I think I've seen some of the same graphics now. Again, this game actually is different than the other one. There's another dungeon-style game that uses some of these same shapes. But this is a different game. And you have to get different colored keys to unlock different doors. And
the bad guys are kind of trajectory-based, so it's just a matter of timing and location to not get hit by them. They're not necessarily chasing you, per se. Oh, holy shit, what was that? You shot a lightning bolt or something?
Yeah, that's what he picked up, that little arrow lightning thingy. I forgot to show the title screen. Impressive, eh?
Yeah, eh? Take off, eh?
And why there's a filing cabinet up in the doorway, I have no idea.
No, that's interesting. It's definitely interesting. It reminds me of a lot of games of this era. Even, what was that game that was famous on the ColecoVision that you had to do this with? Venture on the ColecoVision, where you had the things moving back and forth.
Yeah, we had a couple versions on the cover.
Yeah, so it kind of reminds me of stuff like that, too. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, there's a lightning bolt thingy that he picked up.
BC Will we've all seen before, but I don't think the versions I've had don't have the title screen, so I thought I'd just show
okay. And is this the one where you have to club the cave women?
Yes, you have to build your harem up, and you have to feed them, and then you have kids that the stork drops off, and
that's the
feeding
part.
Politically correct games.
Yeah,
I just find it different that the intro screen is a full 256 by 192 black and white high res picture, and the game itself is P-Mode 3.
Right. No, that's cool though. Maybe that is the UK port of it.
Once again, we'll get to ask them.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Crazy Foota 3. Now we've shown a side-scrolling soccer game. This I think is an earlier one.
That's cool. You can see the cleats on the shoe there. Crazy Foota. Okay, this is kind of like color baseball looking characters on a soccer field.
Where each player is only actually controlling one player at a time. Everybody else stays stationary. So the active player is the only one you get to move around.
Okay, and then the goalies are kind of predictably. Oh, look at that! The applause noise. That sound like color baseball a little bit too.
Yeah.
Soundtrack kind of sucks.
Yeah, it just basically ticks off the timer.
It's the worst song I've ever heard.
Every time one I've seen before. I've seen the side-scrolling, more advanced one that was
this is cool. It's very much like in a television-style game. Yeah, it's cool.
Crash. I mean, that's a Tom Mix game. It's just a different color set, so I won't bother that one. This one, if you're into war games, this actually looks like a pretty advanced one for the CoCo1 and 2. I've seen some CoCo 3 ones around this level, but not this one.
I like the red TV thing there. It's kind of cool.
So it's using the hexagon-shaped tiles, which you didn't see too often, and you got tanks and bridges to cross,
and their guns, and their tanks, and their bombs,
and yellow snow. I guess that is. That's kind of scary, but if you're into the war strategy games, like we had a few, like War Game Designer and World.
But are you playing it kind of like an arcade game where you just run around and shoot stuff, or is this kind of a turn-based strategy?
It's more of a turn-based strategy from what I can gather. Okay. That's what I'm kind of gathering, because it looks a lot like some of the Avalon Hill produced games for other computers that also use this hex map thing. But graphically, it's pretty.
No,
decent.
it's nice. Yeah, like you can obviously tell what the tanks are, and the guys squatting to shoot you, you can tell what they are. So the icons are
and bridges between islands or continents, and it's obviously a very large map you're going through. You can scroll through.
And that's how you place yourself.
Yeah, you select the player you want to move or attack with or whatever, and then you actually have your selection of what you can do with that particular one. And I think you get to do all of your characters in a round, and then the computer goes for a round. It's kind of like
so it's almost like a tower defense type thing where you gotta line up your things, anticipating what the other guy's gonna do.
Yeah, I remember there was a game like this in the TurboGrafx that my roommate used to play all the time. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it was the same thing. It was hexagon shaped, and you move tanks. That had the ability to actually put people onto a transport platform like a boat, so you could move troops of multiple people over.
Okay, that's cool.
I don't know if this particular one supports that, but it does seem to have a fair bit of unique pieces. You've got infantry, you've got tanks.
Yeah.
Terrain that affects your movements differently, depending what you're trying to travel through, etc.
Yeah,
so it looks like a pretty decent one.
Absolutely.
Albert and the Monsters is another version of Space Panic, and I haven't seen this one before.
Ooh, look at the color shifts going on there, huh? You have a blot, a boggle, a psycho.
Yeah.
Oh wow, he's actually pickaxing his way through the thing, huh?
Yeah, it's basically the same as like Color Panic from Spectral.
But yeah, it almost seems like the timing on it, they're moving faster than you can pick.
You can outrun them slightly. The only thing that I found disappointing about this one, every other version I played, if you're digging, you can see the layers of dirt coming off.
Yeah, you're not sure.
And this one, it just counts. Okay, you did it 4 times, and bang, here's a hole. That's the only disappointing.
So because you move faster, that's how you can kind of get on. And screw you. Now, can you drop through without taking falling damage? Looks like it. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm assuming it's the same as the other one too, where if you dig multiple holes right under each other, you can put the person through the top and get bonus points that goes down and regress them back. They get to
yeah. Okay.
And I thought it was interesting. It's a version of Panic that I haven't seen before. So Pub Crawl we've seen before, Willie's Revenge we've seen before, and then Quest is a port of the CoCo game by Aardvark, and this was one of the very first, RPG style games I played on the CoCo back in the day.
Right.
It's a randomly generated terrain each game, with a couple things in fixed spots like that castle. You got to go down there, and then you kind of explore and you discover things as you go, like towers and castles and stuff, and you got to move troops and you got food to deal with and stuff. So it's a fairly intricate game, and it doesn't take too long to play. It's about a couple hours, you'll be done.
What now, sire?
You also have to you'll get the right provisions and the right items so that you can cross that big river across the middle.
Okay.
Otherwise you can't.
So that's kind of a Oregon Trail element, or you're more better RPG type stuff where you have your.
Yeah, it's a bit more advanced. Like Oregon Trail is a bit more linear, I guess. This is a bit more randomized, and you can basically go anywhere.
I just meant like the provisioning aspect of it.
Yeah. Like I know to get in a tower, you have to buy. I think it's ropes you can climb. Hook it up, your grappling hook, and then you have to you have to have that to be able to get into a tower to attack them. I think. So there's certain things you need to attack certain people, and certain things to cross certain things. Like the river, etc. It was a fun game. I used to play quite a bit.
Now, is that in BASIC too?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's pretty impressive.
And I think that's it. Like I said, Willie's Revenge and Pub Crawl, we've definitely shown those before. So anyway, he cranked out a few, and he didn't delete any of them on me on the last second, which is kind of nice because he did last time.
And for those who are watching this now live or possibly on a replay, sometimes we're spoiled and we have somebody like Mark Overholzer posting the links to these news items as we go, which we're not posting the links, but those links will always be available on our Discord server into the channel called News Summary, and it's a text file broken down by each week that has the description and the links to everything Curtis covers in the news, so you can still grab them if you need to.
And I believe Sloopy is actually doing the links on the YouTube description when he gets time, a few days later, doesn't he?
No, he just does
or just does summaries of the
timestamps on the different segments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Cool stuff. Good channel. Lots of good dragon content if you're into seeing what the UK version of the
playing
CoCo
on a real
does.
dragon on real hardware and recording it with window blinds.
With real window blinds, yeah.
This is actually somebody I've reached out a couple times and left comments now because he finally did open comments on videos. trying to get him on the Dragon Show because I
Okay.
want to get a couple of the game players, and I've not got a response out of him. So
Okay.
unfortunately,
And
I'll keep trying.
speaking of reaching out and commenting and stuff too, I've actually reached out to Rick Kelly on Facebook, who posts all those things, and he's got the 3D maze or the maze algorithm and all that kind of stuff. So I've said, look, we like your stuff, we show your stuff off on the news, like to have it in your show. He's like, I would definitely like to do it. He's got circumstances with sound and ambient stuff that would not be good to be on the show, but he appreciates that. He's glad that we cover his stuff, and he says he will try to find a time in a place to join us.
And actually,
so.
he's in today's news too. So,
yeah. Okay.
This next one is a Jim Gerrie port of a game called Blastar.
Jim Gerrie.
Now, this one has a little bit of a history. We'll see if you can figure it out by reading the start of the listing.
Okay. All right. Blastar by 12-year-old Elon Musk. Really?
The Elon Musk.
This is a port of a game that Elon Musk did.
Elon Musk submitted this game to a magazine in 1984.
Wow.
And I can't remember what platform it was for originally. It's not one that's common here because I think he was still living in South Africa at the time, or in Africa somewhere. And basically, he submitted this and he got paid $500 by the magazine for publishing this. And
I bet it rains down in Africa. Okay, there's your player.
Not by Peter Cetera.
Okay. Your player is like a little U, like a catcher thing. Your shots are...
And Elon Musk has actually been interviewed about this in some books, and he's actually mentioned this. And the source listing for the original Scans
what
magazine is
platform
there.
did he write it for originally?
That's what I was trying to remember. It's not something that we would know in North America. It was some other weird machine. But there's actually online versions of this you can play, through a web browser too. That is based on the original platform, which is more high-res graphics.
Okay. Blastar.
But yeah, the guy that kind of founded the eBay and Tesla and SpaceX. This is 12-year-old him writing a game.
By E.R. Musk. Do you need instructions? Who needs instructions? Any game that needs instructions is not worth playing. WASD. Oh, there you go. Oh, you can move vertically too.
Yep. See, he stole your idea from
shoot
30
the
years
bad
later.
guy. Oh my God! And it just shot him, and he blew up. Okay. There's a lot of violence going on here. I'm not sure parents will approve of this. Lasers, shoot him with the lasers. For the love of God, son, move out of the way. Okay.
So began his fortune.
He got him.
$500 at a
He
time.
didn't write this version. This is just a
No, this is the port of it, but he did write the original basic version that Jim used to make this.
So what computer did he do it on?
Like I said, it's some obscure thing. Actually, he might mention it down here on the description. Check. Maybe not.
As a port of the micro.
I do remember I took a look. There was a link that somebody else had posted that actually linked to a scan of the original magazine.
Okay, it just says NA magazine in 1984. So we don't know what magazine or what system, but
yeah, I did find it, and I should have wrote that down. My apologies, because it was mentioned in an article. What exactly?
And the original game was called Blastar.
Yep.
Blastar.
The game actually, except it's using one of those computers that has a character set that it prints in high res, but it has more arcade style characters than just the blocks like we had.
Okay.
Like a Spectrum or something like that. That's what he originally wrote it on, was something that had that. So the ships kind of look like ships, but they move a character at a time, basically.
All right. Okay, that's cool.
Kind of like your original Cosmic Aliens on the Tandy, actually.
Wow.
Like
a lot of tie-ins there. Cool stuff. Blastar.
I thought that's pretty cool that he found and converted over a game by Elon Musk.
Absolutely.
Elon Musk, so.
As if there were multiple Elon Musk to be
and all we need
with.
now is Elon Musk to see this video of us showing it, and then
come on the
tweet
show
about us, and we'll have a bazillion viewers by tomorrow.
Come on the show for an interview.
Yeah, he's the only one not going up into space out of the Billionaires Club, so he has time.
Cool.
And this one here, Mr. Dave is on here, and he actually just sent me the link for this. This is not the same one as he originally had posted that I was going to show originally from yesterday. So, Mr. Dave, since you're on here, if you want to explain what this new version is and what exactly you're doing.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Mic check? Okay. So I'm testing the scrolling. So last week, or the week before, I was doing the horizontal scrolling, doing a wider screen.
Which we showed off, yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So now I was trying to do the vertical scrolling, and I don't know if I was tired or what, but I could not get it figured out. And So 60809er
Steve
gave it to me. Yeah, gave it to me very simple. He said, just take, my screen is 160. He said, take 160 divided by 8 and subtract that from where the video loads into memory. So I'm like, okay, it's that simple. So I put like 3 lines of code, and now we have vertical scrolling.
Now, if I remember from the previous version of this demo, you also reserved a palette for palette animation to do some effects too, right? Or is that version different?
I'll show you that after you play the video clip how that came to be.
Okay,
But
so
you will
here's the
see
video clip.
some
This is the
palette
first time
shifting.
I've ever seen this particular clip too. So
Okay. Oh, look at that. Ooh, wow. That is really cool. It's like going through space and you got the... My God. That is super impressive.
but like nebula designs, and then the color palette.
Oh my
for
gosh,
the
and a
ship.
spaceship just went flying through there too.
Yeah, the little spaceship flew right off the 64K map, actually. Something I have to work on.
Bring him back.
My first video was just a spaceship flying, so that was fun. And then I said I need a background. So I put the two together. That was good. But then I activated the scrolling, and that's where the spaceship disappeared.
Ah.
But on my last video, I had the bitmaps were out of line, and things were like, it was half an image and stuff. So this time I got it cleaned up in time to make a good video.
Yeah, that's really impressive. The spaceship, the background's really good, and the spaceship looks pretty cool too.
Yeah, it's a nice little ship. I have some different versions of the ship. I can turn it. I can have different booster lengths.
Now this is this to tie into the other project you're working on with the casino stuff, or is this just like a proof of concept to work out a process?
A different game entirely, yeah.
Yeah, it's just I'm trying different things. You know, I mean, what's a good way to play with scrolling? I mean, it's space, right?
Right. Absolutely.
You know, so I'm trying to learn stuff, and I got to say the CoCo 3 is very nice machine to. Once you have the little bit of basic, I mean, there's almost no code to run this program. It's a joke.
Yeah, having hardware scrolling where you can actually set the offset and the even horizontal scrolling, though it's a little bit more coarse, is quite nice. And you can do a 2-screen if you pre-draw 2 screens ahead and then wrap it around and start back, and you're kind of like redrawing in 2 portions. You can actually just use 64K of memory and have a continuous thing going forever.
Yeah, this one loops around. This will loop around forever. I didn't put that in the video, but it does continuously loop.
That's cool.
Now I had loaded in the bitmaps of the space, and I didn't even fine tune the color. You know, I just tried it out roughly a little bit, and as a surprise effect, I did a palette shifting for one of the rocket engines for the color, and that happened to be the same color as the clouds.
Yeah, and that's a really cool effect. It's like a storm or something, you know?
Yeah.
It's just,
yeah. So that was a happy accident. That was like.
Nick Marentes and I were actually discussing happy accidents last show because of I had a happy accident in my game that
we don't talk about those stories.
Oh yeah, trade secrets. I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
A lot of game development, you get happy accidents where you left some code in you didn't want to, or you changed something you weren't planning on. You go, wait a sec, that looks better than what I was planning in the first place. And this is probably one of those.
Yeah, no, I could tell you I worked out a specific algorithm to do the nebula gas.
Yeah, that's the kind of BS Nick usually thrusts upon us. So
yeah, Nick's always got lots of gas.
that was the hard part, right? Was the algorithm for the nebula gas.
That's
because basically you're taking one palette register and you're just shifting through the colors, so it's like a store in ink, and that's pretty well it.
All right.
Yeah, every VSync it's increasing the palette color. So I still have some fine tuning to do on this, and I got to get the poor ship back into space. There, he went into a different dimension. But
he did. That's another.
That's another happy accident. Now you know how to warp to the next level. So, but yeah, I think like we've seen some CoCo games which have some pretty decent backgrounds in space and stuff. We've seen now, But I don't think anybody's tried to do something like this with a full bore background with an
Kind of like
animated,
a
Solar
a
Storm.
digitized palette cycling background. Yeah, that's really
Yeah, so
impressive.
if you actually did a game that had this as an actual background, then you're flying through space and stuff and shooting at stuff, that would be pretty darn cool. I don't think we've really seen.
Yeah,
anything
and then you
like
need
that
some
yet.
sprites on top of that, and then maybe a parallaxing foreground in front of that, and then boom, you're done. You're
And
done.
digitized music soundtrack,
digitized
using
music,
mod files.
MP3 audio, sound chip, real-time clock.
And running it under Nitrous 9. So.
This is only using, it's not even using half the memory of my 512K. So there's still a lot I can do with this.
Oh, and don't forget RS-232, Mikey says. So. And TTL and ESP.
That looks really cool, and I'm definitely looking forward to somebody, even if it's not yourself, but using that technique of doing a very detailed background that you're scrolling through with a bunch of the animations of the Solar Storm type thing, because that's cool. We've seen it on major platforms and major arcade games, but we've never really seen that on the CoCo before.
It's also kind of would be a cool way to do a reveal. Like let's say you had a big boss ship that was in the background, but he was all blacked out, and you kind of faded him in with some palettes to bring him to life. That would be kind of a cool way too, is to do like a reveal,
Yeah, that technique we have seen a little bit, but not.
But yeah, the speed of the palette flashing on this thing is really cool, and it just seems really natural, right?
And I had to slow this down using, the VSync. I mean, it would just scroll really fast. I mean, I had to slow this down. So there's definitely a lot that can be done with it. And I did not draw any of this on the screen. I went right from basic, and that's one of the tricks, some of the people around here are using. But right from basic, I just load these BMPs into the RAM of the CoCo.
Okay.
And then when I start my machine language program,
it's just shifting
there.
RAM. Yeah, the data's already there.
I just pointed the memory pointer, the video pointer. I just pointed it where to go on RAM and started moving it, and it found the pictures. Now, if you see my previous video, you're going to see that, okay, sometimes it was a half picture, a sideways picture, anyway. There was, it took a little trick to get it lined up just right. But then...
Now, I'll just ask you a question, because I don't think too many people have done this before in the CoCo either. Have you experimented with enabling the horizontal register and the vertical at the same time, so you can have a play field that's wider than the screen? You can move back and forth, left to right somewhat, and plus you're flying vertically through like a proper Xevious style game?
Yeah, I'm
Which
going
is kind of what Nick did with Gunstar, but not
Nick
with the
didn't do the
hardware. Right, but
Nick
the
didn't do
same
the hardware,
idea,
but yeah,
the panning concept. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I did last time. I did the horizontal scrolling. So instead of, this is a 320 pixel widescreen. So last time I did a 512 widescreen, and I was able to scroll through that, and including a continuous loop. But I will put the two of them together. It's going to eat up a lot of memory, but it will be a beautiful effect to be able to fly through the whole 512 pixels by whatever, 1,000 pixels high.
Yeah. Because one thing I'd always thought about doing, and I just don't have the gumption to do it anymore, but I was going to make a racing game where you just have the track, but it goes left to right, within the 512 pixels, and you can actually, zip up an oval or make some, little things, but have it like 3 or 4 screens high equivalent and not have to redraw any of it. It's all there, and you just have to mask on and off your sprites type thing. You can catch them during the right part of the V blank or whatever, so it doesn't flicker. And you can actually have a game, you can zoom around the oval type thing, like a super sprint style game, but with scrolling.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That would be cool.
There's a lot of things that goes through my mind, like what could be done, Fortunately, we have Nick Marentes to
actually complete projects. Yeah.
Yeah, I have so many uncompleted projects. It's not even funny.
Yeah, welcome to the club. And Nick's so good. He's actually got 2 uncompleted projects, both going now, and he'll finish both of them. You just watch him.
All right. Just out of curiosity, and this is just kind of feeling for time and people. So right now it's about 4:45, so we're coming up on 4 hours. I know you still have more news, and I'm not sure if people have projects.
Just regular news. That's it for game news, and we've only got 8 stories in the other
and
one.
then
So
I know, but we still might have some project updates and acquisitions to do as well. So who has some updates and acquisitions they wanted to do some talking about?
Brian
Wiesler.
Yeah, I do have a few things if you guys have time.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to get a feel
I'll
for my expectations for the audience, so they can know how much show they have left to suffer through. So Brian,
Do you want to do that first, and then I go to the regular news? Do you want me to finish the news?
No, I'm just trying to get a feel for that. So Brian, you have an update. Does anybody else have any updates, acquisitions, show and tell, anything? No.
Anybody?
Okay, well then that keeps it easy. So then we'll just keep the train rolling. We'll do the news, and we'll close out with Brian Wiesler.
Okay, sounds good. Let me share the news screen. You guys seen that?
Richard Kelly.
Yes, who we just talked about.
Yep.
So he's been working on this maze making algorithm, and he's actually put up a PDF here. Reference explains how it works, which you can download from the Facebook group. And he kind of goes to some of the routine, how it builds the random mazes, etc., and makes them somewhat human guided, even though they're computer generated. It's not just a completely random thing.
And by the way, thank you, Mr. Dave, for sharing that with us. Hopefully I didn't cut you off or anything.
No. Thanks a lot for showcasing it.
Oh,
yeah, but thanks for cutting me off, Stevie. That's one.
Oh, we don't care about you, Curtis. But yeah.
So anyway, he published this reference here so you can get it, and he's also got the source code you can download. And then he's also got a video demo here. I don't know why the screen is stretched here the way it did the capture from his emulator, but this is the CoCo 3 version, because he's got a CoCo 1 and 2 version as well, and he's also got a text version. So he's got text, he's got medium res graphics like P mode, whatever, and he's also got CoCo 3, which is 16 color. So this is one where he shows the 16 color version of it running.
Okay,
and you
with
can, of course,
10
set your size of your.
Over 12 by 7 will disable close-up view.
And from my understanding, this is all basic. There's no machine language in here whatsoever.
2 words: customizable mazes.
So finish building. Little hourglass, which he's used in some of his other games.
Oh wow! Look at the.
You actually textured the
texture.
Wall pieces.
Yeah. So this is a solvable maze. And look at the animation on that. That's really good. Now, is this self-guided, where it's going to find its own way out, or is he moving that?
I think he's moving it in this case, but I'm not positive.
This is really good-looking textured.
Yeah,
blocks,
he did a good job on it.
And the animated pulsing dude.
And the little flash that will complete the maze.
I'm wondering if that's like self-running, or what are we looking at here? Oh, look at this! I like that. I like just the. Oh, look at this
solution, so that I can show how to solve it.
That's really cool. This guy's freaking brilliant.
So yeah, I mean, if you can get him on, because I haven't approached him on that, so you did, and if we can get him on,
I did. As a matter of fact, because I was, when I sent him the Facebook message, the last time I had messaged him was like 2018, because you can see the history, and back then we were talking about how we meet on Skype, and he was like, well, I don't know, Skype didn't seem to work on Linux very well, but I'm like, oh wow, it's only been 3 years, but. Yeah, we're not using Skype anymore.
And Zoom is on Linux, so
yeah.
There's even a web.
But yeah, he definitely expressed an interest. But it says he's got situations with noise in the house right now that would not be conducive to this. But
now, is it just like if we do it live on Saturday? Or
no. Just, it's like air conditioning units and stuff that are very noisy.
Okay.
So until that situation's resolved, so.
Okay.
Well, unless he lives in a concrete plant or something, it ought to be okay.
Yeah. Well, anyways, that was.
Maybe we should arrange doing a test call to see, like maybe it's not as bad on our end as he thinks.
Yeah.
It is. I also mentioned too on the Elon Musk game, Steve Rasmussen, otherwise known as Buck Owens, mentions that it was on a Spectre Video 318 or 328, from what he recalls, and that's of course
MSX.
Sorry.
A Spectre Video. It's almost MSX.
Yeah, and that's the one that had the joystick built right into the console by the keyboard.
Exactly. Yeah.
Interesting.
Next up, Pedro Pena, otherwise known as Rocky Hill on YouTube. He did a couple of things here. He's been experimenting with his RGB to HDMI adapters. He's been working with the guy who developed the software firmware for it, trying to get the colors right. And here he's kind of showing them the differences. So we did two videos of this. I won't play the whole thing, but the first here is comparing a standard, the 9 colors, including black, of the semi-graphics and what they look like between an actual RF out onto a TV.
Right.
Versus what's coming out on the adapter right now.
This is my latest CoCo 2, which is the Korean version. The board is the Korean version. And so I've wired in the RGBtoHDMI board into the RF can. But the RF can is still connected to the board via these wires. And the idea behind this is to display,
and that composite's pretty damn clean.
Yeah, no, it's got good quality. Like I said, I'm not going to play the whole video because it gets into some technical details.
But
you can see like
the
right
yellows
there
on that pause, you can see so the blue on the right hand side is more of the kind of navy blue, right? Where that on the left is kind of
it's almost
violet.
a purplish blue on the left.
Yeah, it looks kind of violet. Yeah,
and the yellow is more orangish.
Yeah, yeah, and the red on the CoCo is almost a burgundy. It's close. It's very close. And this is also what some emulators do too, because the emulator is just trying to reproduce the RGB values of this.
It's funny you mention that because I think the guy that has been working on it, the actual guy who does the programming, I think he was basing it on X-Rows, which is what 60 in the chat, of course, wrote. So, and of course, everybody's TV, especially when you go back to the old NTSC tube TVs, is a little bit different because somebody's contrast might be a little different than somebody else's.
It's the old saying about what NTSC stands for, right? Never the same color twice. Never the same color, right? So.
And that affects this, not even without any artifacting type thing. So, but here he's kind of going through the screens and showing you what the colors he's getting are and comparing what they are. So it's a good comparison video.
Oh, absolutely. And this is
like here you can see the red, like this one here's a little bit more magenta-y red versus a nice solid red.
Yeah.
I mean, it's close. Some of the colors are really close.
And I'm sure these screenshots are going to help the developer, right?
Yeah. So he's going back and forth to the guy. He's sending him some samples. He's of course got these videos to show him as well. So they're hopefully going to keep tweaking this adapter so that it comes out as close as humanly possible.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that, Rocky. Pedro, my neighbor down in Miami. That's cool.
And then continuing on that, he does a comparison here. Now, this is a bit of an odd one here because he's right. The words here, visitors, home, the ball strike on the right, almost looks white, which it shouldn't be because there is no white in that palette.
Right. And that's just whatever the CRT is doing here.
Yeah. So actually, in this case, it looks more legit to what it should have been on the left.
Although the red is not quite as deep
the red's
as it should.
too dark.
The red needs to be
too bright. Yeah,
it needs to be darker. But it's
But
close.
I remember, like in my composite monitor on my CoCo 3, I think I do get yellowish. I don't get whitish for those.
Yeah.
So it's...
And honestly, the way the colors look, they're not terrible. It's not like you're looking at this thing, oh my God, this is just wrong. They're just subtly different, but they're not like distractingly different.
And if you only saw one at a time, you wouldn't even probably notice.
No. But when you're trying to create something that's replicating something, you want it to be as close as possible. But
I've loaded color-based plots just to show.
And then he does some artifact stuff too, where he compares what the artifact.
Oh yeah, look at that. We get you.
That looks more cyanish, I guess, a little bit.
Again, but it's not horrible. It is a shade of blue that is in the ballpark of what it looked like back in the day.
And I'm wondering, in that particular case, like, is he taking the artifact colors and is he actually basing that blue and then maybe that orange too? Is he basing it on the pure colors from like the P modes? Like there is a cyan blue on the P mode. Like maybe he's using that value again, and it's not quite the same.
Right, because if I'm assuming he's having to associate an RGB value to these, and with the composite out on this, it's not really doing RGB. It just ends up looking like a color that. So
because I mean the standard CoCo 3 P mode 3 has the regular blue, the color 3, and it's got cyan, which is color 6. And this looks cyanish enough. I'm wondering if you just use that. And the P mode artifacting ones, the orange and the blues there, are different than the other two.
Okay.
It's a little bit different. I think that's maybe what's showing up here. That's just me thinking.
It looks damn good though. I see nothing to complain about. Yeah.
No, like if you didn't have them side by side like this, you wouldn't probably even really notice, to be honest.
That's a neat
anyway,
project.
Thanks Pedro for doing that, and I'm looking forward to see how close you guys can get this, so we can get as legitimate of a NTSC experience as you can.
Too legit to quit.
You're just on the song titles.
I am. I remember seeing this picture this week. Oh my God! I was like, what the hell?
This is awesome.
What the hell is going on with this thing? What in the name of all that is holy?
I think the funniest moment for me was John Luring going, "Why the hell would you ever want to do this?" type thing in the comments. But I remember people doing hacks like these. Some of these hacks he's got on here, I actually have seen before. Not the LED bank. That's cool. And he's got like little holes drilled in. He's got power lights and all kinds of things in here too. So, and Marcus, you probably remember some of the people in the CoCo Club did a lot of this. Glenn Sove and Mark Krasinski had their CoCos all hacked up like this too. So,
yeah, absolutely.
So a couple of things he's got on here. So one, he's got a switch, and this is a RAM write protect switch. Now I know several people in our computer club have this. So if you copied a cartridge off ROM, if you wanted to move it down to run 32K, you had to, like any hard-coded addresses, you had to go manually change all that crap. So it was a bit of a chore. So most people bought 64K, and they would just load it to where the cartridge would normally be. Well, of course, after people got wind of that, at Tandy and the developers, and Rick, I don't think you ever did this, but you'd be one of the rare ones. Basically, they would have it do self-modifying code, like try to write over itself in the ROM. Now, on a real ROM cartridge, of course, you can't do that. They would just ignore it. And of course, if you tried copying a RAM and you didn't patch it, then the game would screw up. And some of them got subtle. Some of them would put in a chunk of self-modifying code in one part, and you'd fix that, and you go, "Oh, the game's working." Then you get to level 2 and discover he had a separate section of self-modifying code for level 2. Repeat ad nauseum until you got through the whole game. So it took you months to sometimes fix these. The RAM write protect switch, and you flicked it on to let write to RAM work in the upper 32K bank. You'd load the cartridge, but before you execute, you'd flick the switch back. Now it's protected, that RAM. It cannot be written to anymore. It becomes essentially a virtual ROM. Then you could run the game, and it never had this problem. It could try to self-modify it all at once. So it was a great way of copying, ROM cartridges without having to do all the extra work to get it to work properly on 64K machines.
Cool.
So that's one. And then all these LED banks, so he's got basically tricolor LEDs that will show 4K segments of RAM being accessed, green for read, red for write. And you could literally watch like the first, LED might be 0 to 4K, and then 4K to 8K, and 8K to 12K, etc. As you go through 64K of RAM, you could see exactly where a program was reading or writing to, which bank it was in.
It's almost like looking at the blinky lights on a PDP or something while stuff's going on, So,
and that's where John was questioning. He said, like, why would you want to do that? Well, back then, if you were trying to write like a real-time game handling interrupts or an operating system or something, you couldn't depend on not necessarily doing a single-step debugger, because interrupts will take you away from your debugger type thing. So this is a way, if your program got stuck, and say it was sitting in the same bit of code, reading the same 15 instructions over and over, only writing to, or say you're writing to a screen that you mapped the screen in wrong, so it's at the wrong spot, you could actually see by looking at green, okay, the program's running from there, and it's storing stuff over here. You watch the banks flash, and if it ever got stuck in a loop, you could say, okay, it's in the 8 to 12K. If that narrows down where in your source code, you have to look to see where it's crashing and why it's getting stuck. So this actually was a good debugging tool.
Okay.
And then I know some other people, even in our club, went further than that. They had a single-step switch. You could actually tell it to halt, the CPU dead, and then hit another switch to step through an instruction at a time, to unhalt for instruction, halt again. So we did have LED readouts to tell you where the program counter was and all kinds of crap. So Rick, you probably
anybody today saying, "I don't want to drill any holes in my CoCo," it's like, dude, the holes have been drilled in these things for 40 years.
Yeah, take a look at that.
Holy crap, this thing looks like Swiss cheese, man. It's just
and
wait till you see the inside.
But back in the day, though, this was a time of discovery. This was all new, and so
people
they didn't see the value that we see now of like, oh my gosh, don't drill holes in this stuff. Back then it was, this was all new technology, and what can I do with it?
What you saw back then was the value of doing this to help debug programs or to learn how the hardware worked.
All right.
I mean, this was more valuable than keeping a pristine case. Who cared? There was a million CoCo1s out of Radio Shack. They weren't worth nothing.
And what's that board in the ceiling there that's dangling from that ribbon cable? Is that memory, or what's going on there?
That's wired into some of the LEDs, so that must be the circuit that actually detects which 4K bank it's in, whether it's getting written to or read from. But I remember so many machines in the club had hacks like this. Like, we had a lot of hardware hackers in the Saskatoon Color Computer Club, and this was their bread and butter. They could care less about playing a game. That was boring to them. Rick Elon, were you kind of that along that line of things? You were
I don't have anything that looks nice anymore from the old days. But he put all his lights in a straight line. I never managed.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a professional job. It's a hack job, but it's done well. It's not just, you know, duct tape and drill holes and things being all crooked and Sharpie marker lines and all that kind of stuff like that. Yeah, so the machine tooling and assembly and all that kind of stuff is spot on.
And this goes back to something I've mentioned on the show several times before the last 6 months to a year, is that the CoCo seemed to attract the hardware hacker crowd more than most other 8-bits at the time. I mean, if you go back to the Apple II, there was a ton of hackers, and there was a few on the C64, but not the percentage-wise we saw.
And you can see some of his little plastic clippy things down there in the bottom, too. That's some of the stuff that Pedro uses when he's testing stuff. Those little plastic connectors.
I think he's got more than 64K in there.
Yeah, it could be, too. A lot of spaghetti wire around those chips on that board, man. Look at all that stuff there, huh?
It's kind of like the one Marcus was showing earlier.
Yeah, it's something else.
David Sharon said, this is a proper CoCo.
All this is, as far as Mr. Dave's concerned, it's just missing a Raspberry Pi inside here, right? So.
And Mikey said it's missing rainbow-colored ribbon cable.
Yeah,
so
right.
It's missing a huge rat's nest of wires. I don't know. There's a couple of little rat nests up here and down over here. It's got some.
It's done well, and when you look at it, when it's closed up and you look at it, it doesn't look like it's a homemade thing. I mean, you know that it's.
It looks like a developer's CoCo that tended to be given to special people.
That's neat.
So I thought that was really cool, and it really shows the hobbyist mentality that the CoCo seemed to attract more than most other 8-bits at the time. I didn't see VIC-20s like this. I very rarely saw C64s like this. I didn't see Atari 8-bits like this.
Yeah,
I didn't see TI-99s.
What you can see there is that those wires from that board are then tapping into some of the pins on the CPU itself. So that must be where it's.
And on the RAMs too, you can see that jury wire going across the pins.
Yeah,
too,
and that's kind of like a daughter board where there's something sitting on top of it. I'm not sure what that chip is there. Is that the VDG or no? That's not.
That's the SAM.
That's the SAM. Okay, so
I'm thinking that's a DAP board.
Okay, that might be a DAP board that's allowing them to access the extra RAM.
Or it could be just monitoring, the RAM being written in red too, because the SAM handles some of that for bank swapping. Because they'd have to know how to bank swap 32K RAMs or the ROMs or whatever too. So.
Yeah, I don't see any cabling though go between that board and the daughter board up on the top.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't really see.
No.
I mean, it's tied to that one pin on the RAMs you can see below. So maybe they double stack chips together or something.
Oh, that's his right protect.
Oh yeah,
that's the right. That's the right protect.
I would guess.
Okay, right protecting
that
RAM.
That board would normally handle 64K, so he's got double stack. So, I wonder if he's got.
We did do the double stack RAMs because we were cheap and couldn't afford the higher chips. So I did that on mine too. Well, okay, I didn't. So I got one of our hardware gurus in the club to do it. But
it's neat though. It's neat. Now, is this the original owner, or is it somebody who picked this up?
What did he say in his post?
No, he was talking about this, and he's actually trying to locate the person that he sold it to.
Oh,
is what his hopes were.
If it looks modded, like it's modded by a teenager, that's because it was.
I mean, honestly, that's impressive even today, let alone for somebody who was a teenager.
Yeah, so if there is anybody out there that happens to who happens to be listening that might be the owner of it, this guy's looking for it back. If he'd like to buy it back, is what he talks about there in the last sentence.
Okay.
Yeah, I just remember like Marcus, you can probably attest this too. Like in our club alone, we had like Dick Powell did this, Harvey, what's the last name? Harold Bliski did this, Mark Korchinski did this, Glenn Sovey did this. Like we had a whole wing of our club that this was their bread and butter. This is what they did. This type of stuff, and they'd come up with all kinds of weird ass projects like this. They'd make their own disc controllers. They'd make their own, RS-32 packs and everything else from scratch.
Yeah, I think this was a mark of respectability. You had to almost do this, and the other thing is you had to wear off the paint at the front of the keyboard.
Yeah, well, I did manage to do that. I had the older style, not the white case painted silver. I had the old black case painted silver, so I did do that on my D board.
And then you're a serious senior hacker.
Yeah, except I didn't do any of these hardware hacks. I just got, Dick, can you come over and give me an upgrade or something like that? I'll pay you and I'll give you a beer or something. So this was far beyond my forte, but yeah, well, we had a lot of really good hardware hackers in the club. So, and I'm assuming a lot of the users groups across North America did the same. Nick, did you guys get much into hardware hacking at the Australian CoCo clubs?
I think there was a bit. I didn't really go to many of the clubs to see it all, but yeah, I think there was. Reading some of the magazines of what they've done.
Okay. And for you guys on the panel in North America, like Stevie and some of the others that have actually had CoCos back in the original '80s, if you were part of clubs, did you see this a lot too, or is that a pretty rare thing in your area?
I know it happened. I can't think of a specific system or person that a particular hardware mod stood out. One thing I do remember was one of the guys who was in our club was an older guy when I was a teenager, older than me as an adult, right? But he had worked for AT&T, and he had like an AT&T based MS-DOS clone machine that had some type of floppy copier thing in there where he could copy protected discs using his PC. So he was the go-to guy that would make all the disk copies of software for us that otherwise would not have been copyable. And he also made our speakerphone modems for us too. That was a club project where you built a bunch of stuff into a Radio Shack speakerphone, and you use that for a high-speed cassette modem where we could send files at 1500 baud versus the 1200 baud over the Bitbanger. So, but I don't remember specific PC mods, but I know they happened.
Actually, you brought up something I've forgotten about. We did at the club occasionally was the group project where a couple people get together to do the same thing or duplicate it amongst others. And I know very early on, like '83 maybe, I think it might have been even before Marcus joined, Harold Blitzky, his daytime job was repairing arcade machines and pinball machines. That was what he did for a living. So he would get parts like, the official red buttons from the arcade machines and the red ball joysticks and all that kind of stuff. And one of the group projects he did early on for people who could afford the parts because they were not cheap was to make real arcade style joysticks for the CoCo that would operate with all the games and run switch mode. And this is back in like '83, like before I ever saw the Atari 2600 stuff. And to be honest, I tried some of the Atari 2600 stuff. Compared to having an actual arcade stick with actual arcade buttons, it was nothing. It was
right. Stuff was trash. Yeah, I do remember that same guy making for me an actual Atari 2600 controller that just had the DIN connector on it, so it was already internally modified to work on the CoCo. So I had like a CoCo 1-button Atari joystick that the guy had made for me.
And I'm still wondering what this mystery one was for here, this little empty hole. Like, you get more plans to add more stuff? I don't know.
Future expansion.
Really cool. Yeah, reserved for future use. Okay, next up, we've got Nick Bresievac. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. So we uploaded a Gerber file for a small tactile switch. Small tactile switch CoCo1 keypad taken from the CoCo1 reference manual. And I don't know much about this kind of stuff, so I didn't really know what this is all about. But it's publicly available. You can download from the Facebook group. Then I kind of discovered it was. And this is a picture of it here with his own custom-made joystick paddle / button. And there's the actual board he makes. And what he does here is he takes the joystick and it plugs into the regular joystick ports, runs the regular joystick, but it also plugs into this adapter into the keyboard. And when you move the joystick, it actually will press the equivalent keys on the keyboard, left, right, up, down. So you can control a keyboard-based CoCo game with the joystick with this thing, as well as play regular joystick games.
And that looks kind of like a Chucky Egg style game there or something.
It is a dragon game. Yeah. You are correct.
Okay.
And so he did a little video demo of it here, which I don't know if this is going to work maxed out. Can you see it, or does it disappear?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Okay, so this is kind of like a Frogger type thing here, and he's making his way through the maze.
Let me start it in higher quality here just a second. But this is a keyboard-based game. Like, this is normally arrow keys.
Okay. And so he's using the digital controller to remap the 4 different keys.
Yeah, to the actual joystick itself. And then he has those switches you can actually press on the little keyboard board there too, so you can actually type the letters and stuff too. So that's the keyboard matrix you're looking at, roughly, with the keys. Which is pretty interesting concept. Some of the games that came out keyboard controls only would have been better with a joystick. And rather than having to reprogram it, just install this and you're done.
This game kind of has a Puyan element with the thing walking up and down the ladder there, huh?
Yeah, 60, if he's still in the chat there, can probably tell me the name of it. I should know it off the top of my head. I've played this game dozens of times. Basically, you have to navigate up through hell. That demon thing starts throwing fireballs and stuff at you, and you have to get out the top, dodging, and some of those things get moving really fast later on.
That's kind of like what I feel like when I'm on this show. I'm just trying to get out of hell.
Kind of like, Bodian. What did he call it on his post when he showed that he was in the hospital for heat stroke? He said, "Yeah, I escaped that Arizona hellscape, and I'm in California, which feels like Shangri-La after that." So
that's cool. Neat project.
Anyway, that design for that board here, that's the Gerber file. So if you guys want to do the same thing and not have to design it all on your own, you can just go grab it. Next up, this is a Dragon kind of related story, but it's also for the CoCo 2. So the MSX2 Plus board, as it's currently called, by John Whitworth, who will be one of our guests and doing a demo of this on the show when we get to the Dragon Special next month. And I'll get into a little bit of that at the end of the news. So basically, he's looking like originally it was kind of designed for the Dragon itself. Now he wants to make it both for the CoCo and the Dragon, even the CoCo 3. So if you want a sprite board with an MSX sound chip on the CoCo 3, you can actually plug this into there too, or use a CoCo 3's development system and then make games for the CoCo 1, 2, Dragon 32, 64. So he's trying to think, because he's had some confusion. People have seen Dragon MSX2 Plus board, and some people misinterpret that as being it's a complete MSX2 game system on a board. You plug into your Dragon and away you go. You play MSX2 games. That's not what this is. This has the sound chip, the sprite chip, the AD column card, etc. The extra pallets. It's the
chips.
Graphics and sound chips,
right.
But not the Z80 and everything else thrown in. So he was looking for who could come up with a better name that better explains what the product actually is, and also covers the Dragon and the CoCo. And he's had some responses on this, and he's kind of said the last time I saw, he said he's kind of got it figured out. But I figured since the story was already in my lineup, I'd show this to you guys. And if you guys have a really good idea for a name, maybe fire it to him in the next day or two before it's too late. And if you come up with a really good one, you might choose your name for the product.
Let's just call it the David Ladd.
I don't think our UK listeners would have a clue. Next up, Tandy Lab. Now, we've covered these guys before during Tandy last year because they actually went through the entire CoCo series in the MC10, I believe. And the hosts are normally, I think, two brothers, Jacob, and I can't remember the other guy's name. So Jacob has occasionally done his own little individual things, and this is one of those. So what he decided to do here was going to pick his favorite 5 Tandy computers out of the lab. And they've got stuff from like Model 100s to Tandy 1000 RLs and all the different models and stuff. And he kind of goes through them all. Which ones he picks. So he picked the first one here.
Tandy 1000. Looks like a 1000A with the 5 1/4 inch floppies. Ooh, RL.
So the number 5 he picks is a Tandy 1000 RL.
Number 5, the
HD.
Tandy 1000 RL HD.
Oh.
The RL.
And he kind of goes. I'm not going to go through that.
And by the way, that did not stand for high definition back then. That meant it had a hard drive.
Hard drive, yeah.
They got all kinds of ports on the back there. There it is, Tandy 1000 EX.
So just play. Should cut it number 4.
Or HX, okay, newer version.
Now you probably know these better than I do, Steve, because you were at Radio Shack selling these at the time.
Yeah, well, this was after I left. So I had the EX, which had a single 5 1/4 inch on the right-hand side of that unit. So with the fact that it has a 3.5 inch, it's a slightly newer model, and off to the right there, that would have been spaced either at a second drive or possibly a hard drive. Same form factor, just newer drive technology. So the one I'm familiar with that looked like this, which a lot of people also called the CoCo 4 because it was sold by Radio Shack. It had the keyboard built in, and so a lot of people, this was their spiritual successor from the CoCo 3 as they bought a Tandy 1000 EX that's kind of like a CoCo because the keyboard and the computer were all one piece. Had a 5 1/4 inch floppy on the right hand side. The one that I'm familiar with that I was selling back in the day, it actually had MS-DOS 2.1 built into a ROM, where you didn't necessarily need to boot from a floppy, but you still could. So if you got the newer,
wanted better, more
like
DOS,
a 3.3 or whatever, you could boot it from the floppy. But yeah, and it also had, I think, a graphical deskmate built into ROM on it, or on a floppy of that part. I don't remember.
It did. I think this one does too.
Yeah. But yeah, this form factor is, I kind of didn't like it because I liked the full-size Tandy 1000 because you could put expansion cards in it and stuff. But there is something to be said to have something that's low profile that you could either put your monitor literally right on top of this or under a monitor stand. Like the CoCo 3 style monitor stands were the same thing they used on this. It is a cool form factor, and there's a lot of modern accoutrements you can get for this because it had a custom bus. And so there's an adapter that adapts that bus to use like a normal 8-bit XT AT style bus. There's like a multi-board that has like a real-time clock and network adapter and I/O ports and all that kind of stuff on a single thing. Yeah, these are pretty well sought after even now. This form factor. There's a bunch of flavors in this form factor.
Is essential.
Yeah.
Number 3.
You'll go far, Fletcher.
It's no secret that I am a big fan of the Tandy 100.
Yeah, and he kind of goes through in this one here because he actually still uses this to this day because the battery life on this thing is insane compared to any laptop.
Would it run on double A's or D's or something? C's or
double A's.
Yeah.
4 double A's, and it would last a month.
And it still had some type of NVRAM where if you had to switch out the batteries, you didn't lose your storage, right? So.
Yep, and it had a built-in modem, so you could, like this was hugely popular with reporters for decades, literally.
And as Scott Cooper is pointing out too, the Tandy 1000 had the same DIN connector for the joysticks and mice.
Yeah, you could share the joystick between them.
The deluxe mouse and deluxe joystick, 2-button joystick, yeah.
But the Model 100, that's one of my favorites. It's actually one I was considering buying, except I just couldn't afford it.
That was like the first almost laptop style form factor when you think about it.
Yeah, a real keyboard too. Yeah. Like most laptops at the time did not have that.
Number 2, the Tandy TL.
Oh, that looks like a GoTech floppy replacement. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah, as he explains in this one, the reason he picked this one is not because the Tandy TL is that great of a computer, because this is the one he's hot rodded up with modern stuff. So he's got GoTechs and he's got Ethernet and he's got a whole bunch of stuff on it. So that's why he picked that one. But considering, for Sep Tandy, his number 1 pick was great. What else can I say?
But it's still nice to have. Number 1, the color.
Now, why called it TRS-90 here, which was the original
supposed
name?
A typo, probably.
Actually, I did not expect it, but when I was looking through all of our computers,
is that loud enough for you guys, by the way?
Yeah, we can hear it. It doesn't matter.
Louder.
You can make it louder.
Most popular system Tandy ever released, but that's not what matters.
It was for a time, not the Cold 3, but
had been running for a decent amount of time now, with the original color computer being a classic and the color computer 2 existing, but they decided to end the line with a real powerhouse. The color computer 3 is such a huge step up from the previous models. It's kind of ridiculous. Unfortunately, the incredible CoCo 3 isn't nearly as well known as the original color computer. A lot of that comes down to the fact that the computer market had changed so much by 1986. It was all about the PC compatibles. Standalone platforms, even ones this impressive, struggled to stand out. Still, even with that, the CoCo 3 would be successful enough to stay on sale into the 90s, which is proof of just how forward-thinking its architecture was.
Yeah, you can get the full details in the video, but that was kind of cool. So I'm hoping he'll take some part in the Sep Tandy coming up this year too, and doing some CoCo stuff too, like Aaron Newcomb has mentioned. So we'll see what happens. This one was just posted today. So Sheldon McDonald, he's got a new version of his RSOS tool update. Work in progress, as it mentions here, manages RSOS disk images, edit files, and assemble, thanks to LWASM. The IDE itself is still a major work in progress, as it still does not catch errors, etc. So this is an ongoing project he's been showing off. Now, we were supposed to have him on next week as our special guest. Unfortunately, work has interfered with him, and he's going to be super busy working weekends the next month. So we're going to reschedule it for sometime in August. Obviously not the same day as the Dragon special, or the show will be 8 hours long.
Any chance we can get David Ladd as a backup?
Yeah. So I've proposed to maybe we can do a teaser video, because if he just does a quick pre-release, we can kind of have him just mention over like a minute or two, who he is, that we're going to be doing an interview in August. And the two major things that he's kind of showed us, and maybe some other projects we don't even know about, would be to mention his ID and maybe show a couple screenshots, and then also show his tower defense game, Treasure Island Defense.
Yeah.
It's just kind of as a teaser for the interview. So I'm hoping we can at least do that. I was really looking forward to the interview next week, especially after I saw this morning. And then he texted me literally a minute after I saw this, saying he won't be able to make it.
Daddy Burrito's quoting Office Space. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah, we need to come in on Saturday, too. Thanks. Yeah, if you can just work on Saturday, that'd be great, Sheldon. Yeah, so.
And the very last story here is one that I actually got during the show. So I kind of snuck it in. It wasn't in the version I posted.
You sneaky Canadian, you.
So Jeff Tennyson, I'm hoping he's pronounced his name right.
Deek
in our Discord. So he's an active
Tunison.
Nitrous 9 developer. He's the one who's been working on porting Unix utilities, like real full-blown Unix utilities from the older versions of Unix to the CoCo under Nitrous 9. And he's been working on the DCC compiler, which is basically the C compiler with bug fixes, speed ups, optimizations, extra features, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So he's decided to tackle something that I probably wouldn't get to for a couple of years, because we're currently rewriting the main level 2 manual for Nitrous 9 with all the new features that have been added, changes, etc. And I've released 2 parts of that already on my website. He's working on the C compiler with all the new stuff he's been adding. So he's actually released the first drafts, and he wants to actually get some feedback on this. He's posted this into the Nitrous 9 EOU channel on our Discord, so you can download it for free. And this is, I think, the second version he's done. He did one a couple days ago, and he kind of updated. He's actually going to have hyperlinks to be able to jump between pages if you're looking up certain topics. But he wants people to kind of go through and critique the actual manual, which is basically what has been changed since the micro RC version, what's been added, and then the standard manual.
This is very nice looking.
Yeah, he did a really good job on this. Maybe it gets into some of the differences and some of the extra features have been adding a little bit of ANSI stuff and on unsigned integers and stuff like that, or unsigned char. So there's some new stuff there that you can actually take advantage of your code. It optimizes better. I think he's had a few programs that have actually shrunk up to by half a K or a K, just from recompiling with his version of the compiler versus the original one. 6 through 9 support he'll be adding in fairly soon too, so you can actually take advantage of 6 through 9 when you write your C programs, and compile them for either. Here's a 6 through 9 version or 6 through 9 version. Anyway, it's pages and pages, so he's put a lot of work into this. He's got tables and all kinds of stuff. So, clickable things. You can go take a look. What's a module header? Okay, that's what that is. So I'll go back and type thing. So anyway, please download it, especially if you're into C compiling on Nitrous 9 in particular, or if you're just one of those guys that likes proofreading stuff. Please go to the Nitrous 9 EOU channel on our Discord, download it, and send some feedback to Deek, D-E-E-K, which is his handle on our Discord. And that is it for the news.
Thank God. All right. Thank you, L. Curtis, every week for bringing us all that good stuff. All that good stuff. News from around
I have one
the
other
world.
thing I forgot to mention. Talking about upcoming shows. Sorry.
Dragon update?
Yes. So the Dragon special, which we've been planning for years and are finally actually getting around to doing. In fact, we're going to be doing, I think, the first test calls for Zoom for a couple of them tomorrow.
What time tomorrow?
Sometime before 3 p.m.
Okay.
I haven't checked the email during the show, so see if he's responded.
Okay.
But basically, the show looks like it is tentatively going to be on August the 14th. We've got over 15 guests booked already, with a few more that might still be showing up. So there's going to be a huge panel. We've got a mixture of gameplay streamers, of software developers, hardware developers. We're going to have some live demos. We're going to have some pre-canned demos. Some question and answer. I'm hoping though some of them will relate some history of the Dragon itself and how it was sold in the UK and then later on in Europe, especially when Eurohard took it over in Spain. We're going to have a special Game On Time segment that Nick Marotta and I have been working on. So we're getting the Dragon people to vote for what is their favorite Dragon game that did not appear in North America. And there's a couple categories there. There's ones that were Dragon unique and didn't appear on anything else. And then there's also ones that were cross-platform, but were basically European or UK-based games that we never really saw here. So far, the overwhelming favorite for a cross-platform one has been Chucky Egg. I'm pretty sure, like, out of the 6 or 7 people that have already applied with their list, every single one of them has selected Chucky Egg. And it doesn't matter if they're a hardware guy or software guy. They've all picked that one. So that's probably going to be the main one, but I'm going to try to pick one that is Dragon-specific. We have 1 or 2 now that I think have 2 votes. And then a bunch of single ones, but we'll wait for the rest of the people to respawn first, and we'll pick it from that. So I'm expecting we'll probably kind of do a double header Game On special as part of the Dragon special. So look forward to that. Expect a long show, like I mentioned. I'm expecting at least 4 to 5 hours.
Pack a lunch.
And I'm hoping that
Jason have Sarah on the spot with the sandwiches.
Indeed, yes. I will have. I guess I assume we'll be starting earlier, so I might need to start up with a breakfast sandwich.
Okay, breakfast sandwich and then
actually, as it stands now, we're not starting earlier. We're just going to go late, man.
Okay.
Go until the pubs close.
Dinner sandwich.
Just make a buffet and be done with it. So basically, it's really shaping up to be well. We've got some people that we've got regular in the chat here, like 6. We've got other game developers like Stuart Orchard, Steve Bamford. We'll be showing off some of their more recent offerings as well as some of their old classics. We've got hardware developers like John Whitworth, who of course is doing the MSX2 Plus board, and we've got game streamers like Simon WGB and others too. There's about 3 or 4 people we're waiting to hear back. We might get this up to like 18 people.
Wow.
So I have questions ready. You've got over a month's notice. If you have any questions about the Dragon in particular, or even some of the beta, Dragon was working on Dragon Alpha and Dragon Beta computers. They're successors to the 64 right when they went under. And there's a few of these people that actually have prototypes or have used the prototypes, so you can ask questions about that. But anything Dragon related, Amigo Aaron is going to be guesting as a kind of a preamble to the Game On segment. He's going to kind of go through what is the difference in design and aesthetics between North American / Australian games and UK European games, and maybe I'll get him to throw in Japanese because that's kind of a unique market too. But just to explain, like some of the games are designed differently than we would have done here. One thing UK is and Europe is famous for is pixel perfect games where you have to jump at the exact right pixel or you die every time. Stevie, I think you encountered that a few times trying to play some of the Dragon games. So we'll get him to kind of do a preamble. Then Nick Marotta will take it away with the doubleheader, and I'm really looking forward to this. I'm glad it's finally coming together.
Yeah, so let me just add to that. Number one, Curtis, I want to thank you for taking this on. There's 1,000 emails that I haven't even had a chance to catch up on, but you have completely grabbed this bull by the horns, and you're doing it all, and you're doing a phenomenal job just getting people together before we even do the show. So I want to thank you for your efforts there. It's extremely commendable for doing that. And I want to thank all the Dragon folks for agreeing to do this, because this is something I've been wanting to know about forever. And once or twice throughout the history of us doing the show, we've kind of tossed around the idea, gotten some lukewarm seemingly interest, but just never completely followed through with it. And it's probably better that we didn't try to do one sooner, because I mean, our show is a little bit more structured. The community is so much bigger. The Dragon community is so much bigger now too. So I think this is the perfect storm and the perfect time to do this. So I just want to thank the Dragon folks, and hopefully for those who watch our show pretty regularly, like Karen and Ben Drakes and a few others, hopefully you know that even though we are, some of us at least, are kind of goofball-y, we definitely respect your machine and your community and the culture of the hardware and the software of that. So we want to take this seriously. This isn't going to be, we're not going to make a mockery of this. And so the fact that the hard work that Curtis is already putting in to just kind of coordinate with everybody. We're talking about different countries and different time zones and sometimes language barriers. There's a lot going on. But I myself personally am really looking forward to learning a lot, because we share videos and we share things that we see on Facebook, but we don't have the perspective of the people who've walked that walk, and worn those shoes. So I'm really looking forward to hearing firsthand from these people, because I think the machine's an amazing machine. I think the software, I think the variety of games that we've seen, and some of the stuff I've seen has inspired me. The way you guys have handled text adventures, and the way there's so many cool semi-graphic stuff out there where you've used there's so many things that were done uniquely and impressively that even today we're seeing things we didn't know existed. So I have a profound respect and appreciation for that machine and for the software and for the people in that whole community. So I'm really looking forward to giving you guys full, proper comeuppance, and hopefully we do you proud and do this community and this system proud. And I just want to thank everybody who has agreed to do this, and especially you, Curtis, for managing it very well so far.
No problem. And one thing I hope that actually stems from this, if the show is successful and we can bring in some, Dragon listeners that don't normally watch the show, is I would like to start making this like a semi-regular occurrence where we have a couple Dragon games. I don't think we'll try to do 18 at once every time, but maybe once a month or once every 2 months we'll have them come in and kind of update us on the whole Dragon community. Or if we do like a game special, they can pick a bunch of other games we've never heard of and actually demonstrate them live and talk about them. There's some game developers in there too that have done some of the commercial stuff back in the day, and commercial stuff or commercial level stuff, modern times, that we can show off too. So I'm sure some of them will actually demo some of those games on the show. But I would like to make a bit more of a regular Dragon thing where it's not me just yanking YouTube videos, but actually have real Dragon people come on to talk about it.
Yeah. And we say it. We always say the invitation's open. Anybody can join us anytime. But, hopefully, like you say, when we do this and we do it, and hopefully it's a success, I would imagine this is going to be on the same scale as our virtual CoCo Fest as far as the size and the scope and the depth and the variety and diversity of things we're going to cover. It's going to be that level show. And hopefully if we do it well and we do everyone proud and people see it, it's going to hopefully motivate or inspire more people to maybe, even if it's just once a week, you come on and give us, we can have a Dragon segment, just like we have a Game On segment. We can have somebody come on and just tell us a little bit about the Dragon on a weekly basis or semi-monthly basis or whatever. Just having somebody who's a little bit more knowledgeable firsthand on this would be invaluable for us who aren't from Europe to, you know, appreciate the machine a little better, you know.
Totally agree. I'm hoping a lot of good things come out of this, not just the special itself, but, you know, in the future. So
yeah. So I know there's 100 emails and I've been skimming them and I haven't replied to anybody. So if you guys are out there, I am kind of seeing it, but my work schedule's been so busy. But I want to thank everybody who's been replying to the threads and whatnot. Has one of the questions come up been to talk to Karen about the actual X4 emulator? Because I'm really interested in knowing stuff about that. You know, what got him into doing that and how, you know, what motivates and inspires
basically the way I'm
changes.
coordinating it now is that everybody will do a quick little 1 or 2 minute intro, just say like, these are the stuff I've worked on, or this is what I do. Like maybe I stream games on Twitch or something like that. And then we'll go into a round robin where we just go through and then we'll have questions from other Dragon users, the other panelists, and the chat room for each one. But I'd like them to highlight whatever they are most proud of, which could be a game they wrote or a project they did or a stream they did or, you know, their favorite games or whatever it happens to be. And then it's going to have to be a bit more regimented than a regular show. With that sheer many of guests, we just can't have people talking over each other. So we'll have like you do your little presentation when it's your turn to say what you've been working on or what you have worked on in the past. And then we'll wait for questions after they're completely done. Like we won't just take questions on the fly.
Okay.
I mean, the chat can obviously do that because we can monitor that and just have them in manually afterwards after the presentation's done. But we're going to have to be a bit more regimented. But yeah, I'm hoping there'll be a lot of questions from everybody. I mean, even some of the Dragon people that are joining us have never met each other, don't know each other at all. Because I've been pulling people from like YouTube channels and people from the Dragon Facebook group and from the Dragon archive forums, and some of these cross never pass.
And we got lucky.
Paths never crossed.
Right. We got lucky once when it was our 3rd year anniversary. Duncan Sneed, or Smeed or Sneed, Duncan. But he had joined us, and he's the guy who wrote the BIOS for the Dragon, right? So it was like
and he also wrote the Assembly language book Bible for it too. Yeah, he's going to be on the show. He's one of them.
So we got him completely by chance because I had posted in the Dragon group, "Hey, we're doing our 3rd anniversary special today." And he's like, "Oh, maybe I'll just join." And yeah, well, maybe it just happens to be the guy who wrote the BIOS for the Dragon who just happened to join us. So that was super cool, you know. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. So thanks again, everybody.
Anyway, that was it. Sorry.
All right, no problem. And then the segment everyone's been waiting for is what has Brian Wiesler bought this week?
Actually, he's getting behind. I think this is what Brian Wiesler bought 3 months ago, and you haven't even seen all the other new stuff yet.
I've waited 4 hours for this shot.
Four and a half.
Though I have to say, Marcus gave you some competition this week.
That is true.
And Curtis, you're a little bit closer than you realize. That this is actually some stuff from from late last year. So this is actually a few things here.
We've got up to Brian back in December here, folks.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, this is just some hardware I thought might be kind of interesting to see that I have here. First off, this is actually a 1 meg memory upgrade that was done by Disto. And it was a 2-part board.
Yep, we had one of those at work. There's a satellite board you plugged on your regular 512K, and then your DAT board.
And then the part that I thought was interesting, did yours have this too?
Yes.
Curtis? Yep.
I let Bill saw that. I didn't go near that.
But who's that? Who spoke?
I think I have one of those.
Okay. So what this would actually be soldered on top of the processor. So you'd solder this on top, and then this board would then plug into this row of pins right here with that connector. So I'm not sure if it's like
board.
So that makes it a riser board.
Yep. So this would actually sit on top of it, and then here would be your memory upgrade with this here would plug into the pins right here then. So.
Yep. And your memory upgrade plugged in top of the Tandy one. So you'd have 512K from Tandy, then you plug another 512K from Disto on top of that. And then you'd solder this 40-pin header connector onto the CPU to plug in the DAT board, and then you plug the two together with the wire. And
I'm sure that was no temperature or power drain going on there at all, right? No issues there.
It was bad enough Bill and I installed a fan in our work CoCo, let's put it that way.
Holy thermal meltdown, Batman. So.
I mean, compared to the 2 meg boards you get now, which are using like a single static RAM chip and take no heat at all, it's so much different than what it was back then.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would think the case would start to maybe warp a little bit on top of the heat there. So here's another Disto product. It was their 4-in-1 board that was available. So it had
real-time clock.
Yep. It had the real-time clock. There's your battery, and but it allowed you to have
Grail.
Yep, it had you the different boards there for that.
But does
it
it have
a serial
the
port, a parallel port, a real-time clock, and a SCSI controller?
What about a sound chip? Is there a sound chip on there?
No, I'm not sure there's a sound
it's
chip.
crap
but,
then. It's
no.
crap. Throw it away. Throw it away.
It's crap.
No spray chips, not bad.
MP3 player.
Another Disto product that was in the collection was their this was the EEPROM programmer that would fit on. It was a snap-on.
I like
board.
the Dennis Kitts one better.
Yeah, the Dennis Kitts one reminded me more of Supper and Spaghetti. So
yeah, that's cool.
So here's where your EEPROM would go into. The thing I thought was kind of interesting is that it had you powered it with
9-volt batteries. Wow.
3 9-volt batteries that would plug into the side right here.
Let me do some quick math. Those are what, 27 volts?
Yeah, some of the EEPROMs needed 25 volts to fire them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I must have 2 EEPROM programmers, and the one I showed was the Disto one.
Oh, okay.
Very cool.
Can you hold that up again, the connector?
The 9-volt or the board?
The board itself, the connector to the super controller or wherever it would connect in.
Exactly.
Oh, that right there.
There we go. Yeah, that's yeah, no. I have 2 so I didn't find I also have the Green Mountain Micro one.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering about that. So now this is I showed the Disto one. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Very cool. And another Disto product. This one here was the 2 meg, and I thought this one was kind of interesting because it had sockets for the
Sims.
SRAM chip. Yep, the SRAM chips on it.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Yeah, 1 meg Sims.
Yeah, I've seen an old Cloud9 board that was like that too, that had some Sim sockets on it.
Yeah, one of his older 512K boards from Mark had the Sims.
Yeah.
And let's see here. This was a 2 meg upgrade, but I think this might have been just part of the. I think this goes with this board actually. Yes, this goes with the board. So this would have been the DAT board.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
CPU.
this one here was a little different because then this would go into where your CPU socket is, and then your CPU would go back on top here then.
Yeah. So basically you would just re-socket and rather than having to solder right on the CPU itself like his older design.
Right, and that's the way the modern 2 meg upgrades are doing that too, right? The DAT board goes underneath the CPU.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Except for the Gimme X one, because it replaces the Gimme with something smart enough to know what's going on. You don't have to do any soldering at all.
Right. Yeah, I ran that 2 meg board for years. It was rock solid.
Good. This one here.
Yeah, the Sims and the DAT board on the side. No extra cooling. Top on. In Texas, it worked great.
In Texas.
In Texas. And then Burke & Burke made their IDE or their interface there.
Yeah, CoCo to XT.
Yep. And so I have 2 of them. One is just the board, and then one of them actually has the chips for the real-time clock there.
That's neat.
Smartwatch.
Yep.
Holy grail.
And the owner, and this isn't part of the product, he actually made some homemade cases, which I thought were kind of cool. He took the time to bend the metal.
No, that's the Disto case.
That's actually Burke & Burke case. Yeah.
This is the Burke & Burke one that came with it?
Okay. The last one. The first one was 2 black sheets with standoffs, and that was the later one that he...
Yeah, that's the one I have in my TC9.
Okay, I was kind of wondering because I was thinking maybe this might have been the previous owner of it, but he made these then. Okay.
They're kind of brass, you said? Color?
Well, it has kind of like this. I don't know if you can see it. It has kind of this textured. It's aluminum. It's aluminum. It's kind of a crisscross texture pattern on it. Not sure how well it's coming through here. There you can kind of see it.
Yep, there you can see it.
So yeah, the board would have sat right here.
Yeah, and then you plug your XT controller into that.
And then the standoffs for it then would hold it. So, yep.
That looks like Mark Bosley's pulling one up.
Mark's got one.
Let me spotlight Mark real quick. Burke & Burke. Look at that.
That's very nice. I have.
Very cool. I like it. Well, that's all enclosed too. Nice.
Yeah.
Now, do you have the Western Digital board in there as well?
it's not in here right now because right now I only use this as a real time clock for Nitrous 9.
Okay, very cool.
But I do have controllers that would go in here.
Now, do you have the auto boot ROM in that one too? Because like some of them actually had the auto boot ROM. You could plug into the BIOS ROM on the XT controller itself, and it would actually auto boot the CoCo straight to Nitrous 9. That's what
I didn't have that.
Very cool. Very cool. And then the last piece of hardware I have here
for today.
This is your last piece of hardware, Brian?
This is the very last
I don't
thing
believe that
have.
for a
The
second.
very last.
Trying to outdo Marcus.
How many did Marcus have? 9? I need a 10th. Just a second.
I believe the guy's name was pronounced Bob. Is it Papo?
Bob Papo, yes. He worked for
Okay.
Frank Hogg. He designed the XT keyboard interface, and he was instrumental in designing the TC9.
Okay, so then this would be his keyboard interface there. So yep. And so this would plug into where the ribbon cable would go, and then these would obviously probably tap off of some power, and then this would tap onto some pin somewhere, I'm assuming. I've been trying to find some documentation on it so I could hook this up and try it, but I haven't been able to find anything yet.
I'll send it to you.
Oh, okay. Very good. Excellent. Thank you.
Rick, I can't remember this particular interface. Was that the XT keyboard interface or the AT?
Yeah, it's the XT.
You can tell by looking at the
Okay.
pinned in.
Because he designed the keyboard interface for the TC9 itself, and he switched at that time to an AT keyboard interface so you could actually properly control the lights and stuff on the PC keyboard. Because an XT is just a toggle. You have no idea what state that light's on. So if your computer crashed and then the caps lock light was on, when you reboot, it would still be on, and you would have caps lock would not be on because you can't control it. You could just tell it, switch from whatever you are now to the opposite. On the AT, you have full control. You can say keyboard caps lock light on, num lock light off, scroll lock light on. And that's what we used when we did the TC9 drivers. Because he switched it because he hated that too. He mentioned that to us at one of the CoCo Fest.
Very cool. Very
It's
nice.
a cool looking
Okay.
board. You can see all the traces on it, so it's very visual.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those silver boards, almost
Yeah.
translucent too. I
Yeah,
like those.
that's
So
cool.
kind of neat. So.
And one quick story about Bob Papo. Really nice guy, fairly soft spoken, but he looked like a bodybuilder, which is not something you normally see at a CoCo convention. Like just ripped muscles, man. He was just wow.
Well, and I did a search, and I'm not sure if I found the right one, but did he pass away last year? I believe. I saw
I don't know. I haven't talked to
obituary
Bob
for
since
20.
the 90s.
Okay, I saw an obituary for 2020. So.
Would he would have been fairly young because he wasn't much older than me. Probably in his
Yeah,
50s.
I didn't go too far into it. I just happened to, I was doing a search to try to find some documentation. That's all.
That's cool.
I'd be sad if that's true.
And then the last piece is just some software that was.
I thought
in
the
there.
last one was the
Oh,
last.
that was the last
his
piece.
last piece of hardware. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Ah,
yes.
so
Not including the U-Haul truck out back, but anyway.
In there, he had quite a collection of Sundog software that was in there. So, Whitefire of
Eternity.
Eternity's in there. Well, some of these names are always interesting here. There it
Come
is.
guy.
Come guy. Yep.
Come guy. Yep. There we go. And then Dragon Blade and Warrior King.
Yep. Dragon Blade's CoCo 1 and 2. Warrior King's CoCo 3.
Quest of the Star Lord.
Yep. That was one of his first CoCo 3 graphic adventure games.
Champion.
Did you order these from Glenn himself?
No, these were in the collection that I got this hardware from as well.
Oh, okay. Because Glenn was selling
Champion
new
is
old
one.
stuff.
I don't know if we have that on the archive, but it's a superhero game for the CoCo 1 and 2 that Glenn did, and he originally sold it, I think, through Mark Dad or something before he formed Sundog. And it's a pretty rare one to find because it was copy protected to the nuts, and I don't think anybody really cracked it. I had a copy made with the Grease Weasel or whatever the original Weasel was called way back in the day, but I think that one was on one of my crashed hard drives, so I don't think I even have it anymore.
I haven't spun that one up yet, but I'll see if it still reads there. And then Hall of King.
Yeah, that's a trilogy of graphic adventure games we covered when we interviewed him.
There must be a multiple disc there because this Kings 2 and Kings 3.
Yeah, it was actually 3 separate games, but part 1, part 2, part 3, you could play the whole trilogy through if you wanted to follow the entire story.
Okay. And then again, I'm gonna need some help with these names here. I'm just very
Paladin's Legacy. That's kind of an Ultima style game.
Okay.
Like Gates of Delirium still somewhere.
And then Kung Fu Dude.
It's CoCo 1 and 2 Kung Fu game.
Oh, this is sliding out on me here. And then Quest of Zelda.
Neat.
Can you guess what that's a clone of? from a Nintendo. And it is a clone. Oh my god, they
Pac-Man.
ripped off everything pretty well dead on from Zelda, the original.
Sorry, I misspoke there. One more game.
Gantlet.
The original CoCo 1 and 2 Gauntlet clone by David
Quest for
Ives.
Zelda is basically like Zelda with a lisp.
Yeah.
So,
I like the artwork. That's always
no, that is cool. Yeah,
Almost all the artwork on the Diecom games was done by his sister Lori, including some of the in-game graphics.
That is
Not
cool.
always. Sometimes
I think I remember hearing that somewhere. Yeah. So yeah, there was some more stuff with the collection, but these are the couple of things I just wanted to highlight there that I thought were pretty cool.
Brian wins.
So earlier, Mikey was asking why am I in different colors, and that's because I have this little RGB light thing here, which is now not wanting to turn on now. But it's kind of like a modern lava lamp. Yeah, it's not turning on now. I think it's because I'm holding it more. All right, whatever. But this is why I'm showing up in different colors, Mikey, is because my little RGB lava lamp that's not working now. There you go. So it can be white light, or I can put it in like a kind of color changing mode where it just kind of changes through colors.
Rage quit mode.
Yeah,
Rage quit.
yeah, exactly.
The mood light.
Yes, yes.
Just thought you were sickly.
Yes. Oh my. Oh my.
A little comment from Daddy Burrito on the keyboard too, talking about public keyboard interface. He says, "I have that board in my CoCo. I don't think I have the XT keyboard itself anymore. It was so cool to have that big PC style keyboard for my CoCo. It was like I was like a big shot with my super keyboard. And I think Chris Hawk still sells something like that at CoCo Fest, doesn't he? Where you can plug in an XT keyboard in the CoCo. I think he still actually has that for sale.
Interesting. Cool stuff.
I have a follow up for Brian.
Uh-oh. Mark B.
On the
stop Brian up.
On that disto RAM. So on mine, I built an adapter board so that you didn't have to solder directly to the CPU.
Nice.
You know, full of spaghetti in the bottom there, but that way it could be taken on and off. You just plug that plug that other board up on top of it there.
So is that just a zip socket you have there for the processor?
No, it's this one's a wire wrap machine socket.
Oh, okay.
You know, to give the extra length.
Nice. Yeah, that certainly makes it a little bit easier.
And
kind of offsets it.
It did get pretty warm. We had to add the fan.
Yeah, we did that on ours too at work.
In fact,
the Sim ones I guess weren't that bad, but the double RAM stacked 512K chips were.
In fact, the regulator burned up on this one, so I have to supply it with external 5-volt power and hit a fan while I'm at it.
Very cool. Have you had that installed recently?
Not recently. Of course, it was used back in the day on the CoCo 2, I believe it was.
Yeah, I don't think I ever did anything to a CoCo that would cause heat issues. That in itself is kind of hardcore. Let's not even talk about drilling holes and putting LEDs to count out our memory banks. Just put enough crap under the hood to make it possibly overheat or start a fire or make the lights flickers. That's commitment.
We were so happy when Disto came out with a 2 meg upgrade and he switched to Sims because it was so much clearer. He didn't need a fan anymore. But the 1 meg, I mean, the 512K board from Tandy ran hot to begin with. Stack two of those suckers on top of each other were separated by this much space. And holy cow, that thing got hot. So we had a fan permanently installed.
Yeah, this one didn't come with the Sims, but they were pretty easily found on eBay. The little 1 meg boards there for
1 meg 30 pin Sims. That's what they used.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think finding DDR2 is hard to find right now? Find a frickin' Sim. What were the Sims, like 30 pins or something? I don't even remember.
That particular run was 30 pin Sims.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've got some things in the attic I'm going to have to show next week.
Does anybody remember the SIP that was kind of like a Sim but had the little pins on the bottom of it?
Yep.
That was a short-lived memory option, and those frickin' legs would bend real easy, man. You could like break.
There was even a CoCo board with the DRAMs that actually had the little sideways ones where the pins all came out one side instead of like a caterpillar.
Yeah, they were kind of zigzag off one side there.
Yeah, there was one memory upgrade manufacturer that used those, and I can't remember which one. Was it Performance Peripherals or something? Somebody in the CoCo world used that for 512K upgrades for a while.
Weird, wild, wacky stuff. All right, how about we put a fork in this one? This was good, though. Thank you, Brian, for always bringing a game with the show and tell segment. Good show today. Great panel. Definitely thank you to our special guest, Marcus, for being here. Love to have you back on. Just to be on, you don't have to show us anything or tell us anything in particular unless it's very embarrassing for Curtis. But if you do happen to have cool stuff to show, we'd love to see that too. But come back anytime. We're gonna skip playing the outro, so everybody will go around the room and say farewell. Curtis, Boyle, any last words other than reminding people about our Dragon special on August the 14th?
No, that's it. I was really hoping to have Sheldon on next week. Unfortunately, the schedule just didn't work out, so we're going to reschedule that for sometime in August as well. So look for a couple of big special episodes in August. And that's about it for me.
All right, Mark Bosley, thanks for being on standby this whole time and all your backup help. Any final words?
No, you managed to last, though.
I did. Yes, and Nick
got him excited with all those LEDs. That's what woke
me up. Nick Marentes, any final thoughts? Are you awake?
Just woke up. Farewell, everyone.
Yeah, looking forward to the next blog and hopefully some video teaser footage as the game progresses.
With David Ladd sound effects, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Really? Really? Every time
that's a must.
Yeah, every time you die, right? Really? Marcus, thanks for being here. Glad to have you. Love to have you back.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I concede to Brian on the collecting.
You concede?
It just means you're not obsessive compulsive like Brian. That's all.
No, I was drooling over your 4-port serial there. That was very cool.
Do you have an AM deck, Brian? I should ask that before we go to the next guest.
No, I do not have an AM deck there.
See, Marcus, you've got them on 2 already. You're doing good. None of the rest of us can claim that.
I have to consult with my shareholders there on the AM deck, of course.
Not that it might cause me to go down a rabbit hole by any chance, but so.
Brian will have it next week.
And Nick Marotta, thank you for the Game On Challenge as always. Any final words?
This was a good show.
And Galax Attacks is the game this week. Will Galax Attacks lend itself well to a digital joystick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Rick Euland, thank you for being here.
Certainly, you'll have a good one.
All right. And George J., thank you as always for your tutelage, your wisdom, and your generosity and everything else. And looking forward to more Assembly with George J. I look forward to not getting a bad grade in your course, too.
Better work hard this week, then.
I will, sir. Try not to disappoint you again.
Quarterly reviews coming up.
You've been getting crap for attendance on the course there, Steve.
I know.
Well, attending class.
I am crap. What do you want from me? And last but not least, Mr.'s got almost everything in his collection. Brian Wiesler, any final thoughts for the folks at home?
No, just everybody have a good rest of your weekend. And George, I want to thank you for your service. I noticed your hat there. But everybody have a great rest of your weekend.
I also want to thank Mr. Dave 609 for popping by to talk about his little graphic vertical scrolling demo too.
Good.
And also, I just wanted to mention the great comment from Scott Cooper saying, "Bye everyone, good show. I only fell asleep twice." So that's an improvement from normal.
Yeah, that's an improvement. Absolutely. Into our live audience, Tim Gilbert and Sloopy and Daddy Burrito and Scott Cooper and Kevin Holloway and Tom Eric Gunderson and Daddy Burrito and Erica was in there. Dave and Sharon. That's Mr. Dave and Mikey. He likes it. Steve Rasmussen and Matt. Kevin Holloway, Sixy, Coco Man and Sloopy and Daddy Burrito and Protein Thread. Is that Marcus? Is Marcus Protein Thread too? I can't keep up. And Tim Gilbert's and Zeppelin. Oh, you're Zeppelin. Okay, you're one of these guys here. Vocal
that was
Studio.
Based on your old website name.
That's the Bruce Moore. B. Rye FPV. Ken Reichard, Mikey. Tim Gilbert's Retro Innovation, Jim Brain, who also mentioned he had the Armatron, and when we were talking about that programmable arm. Ken Reichard, David Ladd was in the live chat, Rick Yu, Tom Eric, lots of people here. We appreciate you being here each and every week. Say goodbye, everybody.
Two quick things first.
Oh, yes.
No.
So Tom Eric Gunderson, I just wanted to point out, he's in our chat, was actually one of the news article stories on Marcus's old page from 2000, so that was kind of neat to see him. He's still around. And Tim Gilbert is actually one of the Dragon people that will be our guest on the Dragon special. So I wanted to mention that too.
Thank you for being here, Tim. He says, I'm on twice. Says it's my 40-inch and my phone. Okay. It's
on watching us on the TV and chatting on the phone or something.
On the telly. Excellent. All right. Say goodbye, everybody.
All right.
Next week,
everybody. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
All right. I'm pressing the button.